Hello everyone and welcome back to the Triple Crown Wargaming Studio, where you are stuck once again with me, James the Loremaster, and both of my internet sensation colleagues. That's Scott the Duke.
Hello.
And Max the Chieftain. As
silent in the corner there.
Amazing. As we bring you a re-installment, if you will, of our deep dive series. So if you don't know what the deep dives are, they are a set of videos dedicated to the competitive analysis of every army book and supplement in Warhammer Fantasy Battles 8th edition. Now in this video we're going to break down the High Elf army book. Again. And keen viewers will notice that we have done this before. So why are we doing it again? Well, because this time it's not outside.
It's not cold.
It's not cold.
Dark.
You can hear what we say.
Yep.
And we don't have special guest star John with gloves that make him look like he might commit kills.
Commit kills.
Commit kills.
Commit kills.
Yeah. He's going to commit kills. So what are we going to do today? Well, we're going to do all of the exciting things that you've come to know and love from a deep dive. We're going to take a look at the Army's special rules, their specific lore of magic, their unique magic items, and we're going to analyse each special character and unit with our dedicated competitive rating system. So if you're looking for the ultimate guide, again, for a High Elf army that is competitive, you've come to the right place.
You have.
So before we get started, I'm going to just drop through, as we always do, the order and the sort of structure of today's video. So it'll be broken down into several sections. Firstly, we'll have an outline of how the rating system works. Some of you will skip this. Then we'll go through the army-wide special rules. Next up, we'll take a look at the unit ratings, followed by the special character ratings. Then we'll take a look at the army's specific items, magic items, laws of magic, before we finish up with some army lists, some sample army lists. Who doesn't want to see those smash face High Elf army lists? I certainly do.
I don't.
So let's get cracking, chaps. So here we go again with a brief explanation or recap, if you've seen it before, of how our competitive rating system works. Lucky we have timestamps on the bottom of these videos for,
skip.
for regular deep dive folk. So firstly, we're going to divide every unit in this army book into its battlefield roles. Now this creates a system that accurately represents how competitive a unit is at its job. Just because it isn't a witch elf and it won't kill 50 models in a turn doesn't mean...
50 units?
Yeah, 50 units. 50 units in a game, 50 models in a turn. Doesn't mean that it isn't competitive. It just means it isn't meant to kill lots of models. Now the battlefield roles are as follows. We have Battleline Units. Now these are the regiments that form the kind of fighting line of your army. We have Flanking Units. Those shock units that you use for hitting enemies in the flanks in the support of your Battleline Units. We have Ranged Units, the units that offer you a dedicated shooting threat. We have Chaff Units, that's those units that you use for hitting lone targets like war machines or sacrificing for battlefield advantage. And we have Support Units, these are those uniquely Warhammer units that offer kind of buffs or damage unlike everything else. And then we have Special Characters. Now they are what they say on the tin, they are special characters. Now there are 15 different criteria for scoring. However, each of the battlefield roles we just discussed are scored on the 6 criteria that are most relevant to their role. Now, we'll outline the criteria that are used for each of the battlefield roles in a moment, but full details of how each criteria is broken down for scoring can be found on triplecrownwargaming.com on the deep dive section, isn't it?
Yeah, there's a link on the deep dives page. To the
Lovely.
ratings page.
Which is where you'll find it all. Now the link, I believe, is posted below the video as well, but I might have just made that up.
No, you have to go back.
You have to
go
go
back
back
a page and it's at the top.
There you go, everyone's a winner. Now each of the criteria that we score with is worth up to 4 points, giving you a total out of 24 for each unit. The higher the number, the more competitive it is at its job. So let's check out the criteria for each of those battlefield roles.
Strap in, it's a doozy.
We're going to guess the last two after like 3, basically. Battle line units are scored on the strength of their attacks, their number of attacks, their special rules, their command options, their survivability, and their cost. Flanking units are scored on the strength of their attacks, their number of attacks, their special rules, their manoeuvrability, their survivability, and their cost. Range units are scored on threat range, the strength of their shot, their accuracy, their versatility, their survivability, and their cost. Chaff units are scored on manoeuvrability, their number of attacks, their special rules, the slot they come from, their survivability, and you guessed it, their cost. Support units are scored on manoeuvrability, special rules, synergy, risk, survivability, and cost. And those special character units are scored on their output, their special rules, their synergy, their risk, their survivability, and you guessed it, ladies and gentlemen, their cost. Now, a handy tip here is if a unit is scoring sort of 18 or better, it's really competitive.
Yeah.
16s and 17s are good. 18s are
don't quite cut the mustard.
Super good. So very competitive. So now we've outlined the rating system, or now you've skipped this part of the video. We can now take a look at the High Elf Army's special rules. Well, now that all of the formalities are out of the way, let's deep dive. Now, in the High Elf Army book, which Max has stolen as always, poor Scott.
I don't get anything.
No, it's tough, isn't it, when you're not the presenter and you don't get the book.
I'm too good to have anything.
That's what it is. You just got it all up here.
He's just pure, just out of the box.
Well, in the High Elf Army book special rules section, you're going to find 5 special rules, and in addition, there'll be one that every Elf Army gets on top. Though we're going to talk about 2 because it's just a bit too good to not talk about it. So we're going to begin there. We're going to talk about always strikes first. Now, this special rule is on every elf in the book. So if you're not an elf, if you're an eagle, for example, you do not have this rule. They can purchase it.
Yeah.
If you're a dragon, you can't pay for it.
If you're a dragon, you cannot pay for it.
Well, that would be good.
Because you do not strike first. You strike hard.
Normally last.
Yeah, and very, very hard. So one of the hands down best special rules in Warhammer. Not only does it allow you to go first when fighting in combat, but if you have equal to or greater initiative than your opponent, you can also reroll failed to hit rolls in that combat. In short, this is what we call a consistent special rule.
Yeah, it's very good, especially when combined with the above average initiative of elves.
Absolutely, yeah. There's almost no time that this special rule isn't a benefit to you.
No.
Particularly with the low toughness of elves as well. The fact that you always kind of get to throw your attacks.
Minimise the attacks coming back at you a lot of the
Yeah,
time.
means that even if you sort of take a massacre, you've probably still not lost the combat by tons because you will have done damage, which is pretty amazing.
Yeah,
now,
very good.
The fact that almost every unit in the Army book has this can't really be stressed enough either, to be honest.
These are great weapon wielding troops are striking fast as well.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, that's a whole other set of awesome interactions I've got here,
Wow, good.
which we will see more of later. But in short, this is a rule that you love to see. I mean, if you've watched any of our other deep dives where we talk about always strikes first, it's difficult to look past this rule, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very, very, very good.
It's what makes...
I mean,
very consistent.
If you forget you have the rule, you don't deserve to be playing High Elves.
No.
What
any
elf player forgets that they have always strikes first? It's what makes you an elf.
A new player, obviously.
Yeah. Well,
Did you ever forget it when you played Wood Elves?
I don't play Pansy Elves.
Yeah, well,
you played Wood Elves for 5 games
on
the channel.
Yeah, well...
Did you ever forget it?
Didn't do very well, did I?
It's what elves do. No, you did not. But it's what elves do.
Yeah, this is a really good special rule, and it combines amazingly with our next special rule, which is the first one from this actual section of the book, which is martial prowess. Now, models with this rule may offer supporting attacks in close combat in 1 more rank than usual. They may also shoot in 1 additional rank than usual if they have a bow. Really good.
Yeah, I don't know why they didn't just say you gain fighting extra rank.
Because that is a rule in itself.
Yes,
can
but
combine
it does
with
stack.
more.
But it does stack.
It's the only rule that stacks.
But
so it could have just said you gain fighting extra rank.
Yeah, but then they'd still have to put the part about the bow in, because fighting extra rank doesn't let you shoot in an extra rank.
I suppose.
That's literally the only reason I can think of. I'm trying to help them out here.
Plus it's High Elves, they need to be extra, don't they?
They
Yeah,
need to be
do,
extra.
yeah.
We do. So this is really cool because it helps you to maximise the unit's output whilst reducing the risk that you take, because you can that tighter frontage really benefits you. It's very rare that I run High Elves in a horde as a result of this rule.
Yeah.
The High Elf horde.
Yeah, because people get really attracted by the idea. They're like, oh, I can take spears, I can hold them 5 ranks. You're like, yeah, but...
Too bad your spear troops suck.
Yeah, their spears, they're not very good. But if I'm 6 or 7 wide, fighting with 18, 21 attacks, that's incredible. That's absolutely incredible. And you're only getting attacked back on 120, 140 mil frontage.
Yeah.
It's awesome. You're cutting down what comes back at you. And then we talk about the fact the always strikes first lets you reroll the failed hit rolls. or go initiative order if you've got a great weapon, as Max said.
Worth saying though, it does basically nothing for characters.
Yeah, all your
You've got
characters
to have a
this.
lot of characters in a unit for it to make any difference.
That is an impromptu unit character right there.
Yeah.
Possibly.
Well, it might be a impromptu unit characters.
And something else that's a big problem with it is that they still only offer one supporting attack.
Yeah, they don't get their full.
This doesn't sort of mean
complement.
you can have a prince in the 3rd rank dropping like 4
4
attacks. Because it doesn't work like that. So
Yeah, what kind of frontage you got to have to print in the 3rd rank?
one wide.
3 wide with 3 mages in the 2nd rank, and then the prince in the 3rd rank.
Or just 1 wide with the full command.
That's too much.
Maybe in the 4th rank.
Maybe in the 4th
Oh,
rank.
he would be, yeah. Just say the musician and the standard. Don't need the champion.
But then he might be challenged out. And go back to the go to the
Go to
back.
the back.
Yeah.
Where he probably already is.
I'm just going to check my cheat sheet to make sure that we don't miss anything that's really important. There are a couple of drawbacks with this rule, which I've got here. It does drive playing style. It does drive the kind of shape of your units and the shape of your lists. You're not getting the maximum out of the points you spend if you start playing MSU High Elves, for example.
No, and like with characters, things like your Chaff won't get anything from this, your Chariots won't get anything from this, your Monsters won't get anything from this.
I don't know, we've recently seen a unit of 15 Lyrian Reavers.
They're not Chaff at that point. I'm
No,
sorry,
they're not.
but they're not.
They are.
They're poor shock cavalry.
Light flanking is
Yeah.
what I'm calling them at that point. Yeah, I mean that's really the one. Is if you were thinking, well, I liked 6th edition Warhammer, where I took 7-man units and stuff. You know, you can still do that. Nothing's stopping you, but you've definitely paid points.
What's stopping you
for this rule.
What's stopping you is the ability to win games.
Well,
Maybe.
I think that's a big issue for them, and as we said, you own multiple attack units still only get 1 sporting attack. So looking at your Dragon Princes, your Sword Masters, it doesn't translate as powerfully on them as it does on your Phoenix Guard and your White Lions, for example.
Yeah, true. Also, though, very good for your missile troops.
Yeah,
Very
amazing
good for your archers, for your sisters. Loth and Sea Guard are sort of really the best of both worlds because they've got a spear anyway. They're okay in combat and they've got the bow, so they can sort of always make use of this rule.
Yeah, I like this on Sisters, like you said, a lot. I like the fact that they actually kill stuff when they shoot, which is amazing. And then you get 3rd rank to do it with.
Yeah.
If only they could have a musician. More on that Saturn Slayer.
No, they don't deserve musicians.
Yeah, so this is a really good rule. It also maximises your low model count, which I've just thought of, which is great. So next up, we've got Valor of Ages. When the enemy army contains a Dark Elf unit... What?
No.
Contains a Dark Elf unit...
No. What are you?
Read it out. I don't know. My cheat sheet's very odd. A Dark Elf
Contains
unit
a Dark
models.
Elves unit. Contains a Dark Elves unit. Models with this rule.
Oh, yeah.
No, the wording of it.
Yeah,
Shall we
go
get this
on.
right? If your opponent's army roster contains 1 or more models from Warhammer Dark Elves, and models with this special rule reroll all failed Panic, Fear, and Terror tests.
Lovely.
If you fight Dark Elves, you've got an army-wide BSB.
No, see, you've not, though. That's the problem with it. Because it only works for Panic, Fear, and Terror.
Not break.
Doesn't work for Break.
Alright, you've got a poor
Rally.
army-wide
Yeah.
BSB.
You got an SB. Standard bearer.
This is a fun thematic rule.
Is it though? Because
Well-
Dark Elves in return get Hatred High Elf.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely.
I definitely get the better
They
half
get the
of
better
that
half of that deal. Yeah, 100%. But
It'd make more sense if it was Hatred Dark Elves, which I'd prefer them to have. But
I think the idea though is that it's not. They're stoic in the face of like the Dark Elf
They don't
threats.
hate them
They do
as
hate
such,
them.
but
They do
they're
hate
just...
They
they're-
definitely do.
But they're not like out to, conquer their lands and everything. They're there to defend all
they've
flags.
given a
That's
good
it,
try
yeah.
sometimes.
I think it's that they're not going to cower in the face of the enemy is the idea. So I think it's a cool thematic rule, but it's a competitive deep dive. That's what we're here to do. It only works against 1 army. A battle standard lets you do this anyway. Many units have access to protection from this in other ways. It's a poor special rule.
Yeah, it will just never come up.
No.
There's no bad side to it.
I
It will just basically never come
When
up.
it does come out though, you do get put in a deep senatorial voice. I have the valor of ages.
Thanks, Max.
When like your Dragon Prince get terror tested by a Hydra, and you're like, yeah, baby, here's the reroll.
Okay. Brilliant.
Thanks,
I
Max.
think I'd flee. I'm strength free. I'm not going to kill him.
Maybe you are alright.
If I'm getting charged.
It's nice to have the option that
It's
you
nice
decide
that I
you
decide
flee,
that I fled.
not that
Yeah,
you
not
just
that I
have
was
to flee.
forced to flee. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's lovely. So Yeah, that's it really, guys. There's not a lot to say on the rule. It's fun. Try to remember it, because that's the big gripe for High Elf players, is you forget you've got it.
Yeah.
Then you're like 4 turns in, you're like, hang on. Have I got a rule for you that mattered 3 turns ago? God, you're going to love this.
When that unit of 5 Illyrian Reavers failed their fear test, I should have re-rolled it.
Yeah.
Bomb in the game.
Yeah, and that's what you say afterwards. So we're going to move on now to Liliath's Blessing. A rule for wizards only that allows them to add an additional 1 to their total casting values when casting spells from high magic. Phenomenal special rule. Full stop. Lore of High Magic is an amazing lore of magic.
What makes it our top lore, in essence?
It actually is, isn't it? It's the
Yeah.
highest
The High Elves.
rated.
Because of this.
High Elf lore. Yeah, High Elf High Magic is the highest rated lore of magic in our rating system.
You'll find out
Spoilers for later.
I mean, how's the spoilers? This already happened.
Yeah. Yeah, this video was out months ago.
Yeah.
Over a year ago.
18 months or more, long time. But we're reshooting it for you, the viewers, who said to us, I can't really hear what you're saying.
Maybe they didn't hear us say what the score was.
Maybe.
That's it, yeah. So
Distracted by the gloves.
The make a kill gloves. So High Magic is one of the best lores in Warhammer. The High Elf version, because of its incredible lore attribute and the interaction with this special rule, is pound for pound. It's just so strong. It's so strong. I say it to people all the time. The best endorsement I can give this lore of magic with this rule is I never start a game and think, I wish I had. I just go, oh, I've got High Magic, that's really cool. Because, right, what have you got? Right, okay, I can do this and I can do that and I can do this. I always feel like whatever happens, I've got a tool that's going to make your day tough, even if it's stealing a wound off your BSB by unforging his additional wound. You love to see it. The best.
Obviously combines well with stuff like the Book of Asher and stuff like that as well.
Yeah, and the Book of Hoeth, which we'll talk about later. Yeah. Incredible. Yeah, ways to really tag this up. Adding 1 to the casting totals really helps to keep the averages consistent, and particularly as the vast majority of the spells in the lore are 8 or less to cast. When you're a level 4, you need 3.
I want you to try and pronounce how you spell fiery conflagration.
It's the wrong word.
But, have you put conflagration?
Yeah, I have, yeah.
Conflagration.
Yeah. That's the correct spelling because it's not underlined wrong. Fiery Convocation.
You know it doesn't underline when it prints out, yeah?
Yeah.
Fiery Convocation can be cast averagely on 4 dice thanks to this special rule as well.
What spell was that?
Fiery Convocation. Because
is that what it says on the
it's
sheet?
no. Because it is a 19 to cast, you get +5, so you're only looking for a 14 on the dice. These clowns can laugh. It's an amazing spell. This rule really helps it. It's a great special rule.
You call it the right name.
That's fantastic. I did call it the right name. You
didn't
just
write it down though, did you?
Doesn't matter. Well, you're right in this typed.
Conflagration.
Oh wow, that is very wrong.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Let's move on. Fireball.
You've got too many
is
T's.
the next special rule. This gives a 2+ wall save against wounds caused by attacks with the flaming attack special rule. It's very situational, obviously. But to be honest, flaming attacks are pretty common.
They are prominent.
Yeah.
A lot of people take them, even if it's just like on nod model or whatever.
There's a banner that gives an entire unit flaming attacks.
Yeah.
Dwarves have flaming attacks come out the wazoo.
Coming out the wazoo.
Other bits and pieces like all your fire breathing stuff, like dragons and stuff like that.
Yeah, I don't think they're that common. I think spells that have flaming attacks are more common than units or characters that have flaming attacks, for sure. And, you know, obviously it's nice to have that defense against them, but equally it's a special rule, which means your opponent either knows about it, knows the unit has it, or they'll ask you and you'll have to say if you're, you know,
of course, if you're flaming,
decent human being, that you've got this special rule and that it gives you a top ward, so they're just not going to target you with flaming attacks.
No, but then you can better see where the trump card, you go, top ward safe.
I think the thing for me though with that is that's a fair point, but there are some times where it's just unavoidable to target me with flaming attacks or not target me.
Yes.
So
yeah.
And ultimately, it gives you. It's why why people put it on the Demon Prince in the same way for Warriors of Chaos, so that they don't get Syrian Doom. They don't get caught out like that.
But you don't know for 100% certain the Demon Prince has got it.
No, you don't. So that works once for you. But that works once for you, doesn't it? But I don't know. I think this is good.
It's good.
I don't feel like you pay very much for it whenever you get it from.
I mean, think of it this way: if you've got it as a special rule, or you got it from a piece of armor you can take, it means you can free up, not have to take Dragon Helm or Dragon Mage.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Really good.
And it's basically a freebie extra, which is nice.
Yeah.
So, as Max said, it gives you that really great protection against breath weapons as well, which are really upsetting for Elves. Finally, we get to Arrows of Isha. Shooting attacks with this rule are magical and confer an additional -1 modifier to the armor save for forces of destruction. Only one unit in this book has this. I just don't understand why
it's in the army special rules.
There's other rules like this though, isn't there? Out there.
There are others in the game. I can't think of any off the top of my head now, but there are. Madness of Cain, is that? No, I don't think
that's on their page.
Yeah. There are others though.
Eternal Hatred.
No, because some of the characters have that.
Yeah.
There's like 5 units.
Well, that's the only thing I can think of.
One unit.
Oh, 5 entries.
Yeah.
I think that the Handmaiden might also have it, which is why perhaps it's in this section. I think she might. She's basically just an exciting
version of them.
So this is Babylon that have it anyway. You'll have seen me use them on the channel recently. They're really good. Well, I suppose it depends when you watch this, but you'll have seen me use them on the channel. If you go and watch the video, you can say you watched it recently.
Yeah.
No, it's not. It's not the unit that has it. It's the bow.
It's the bow that has it. Yeah.
Right.
So.
Yeah, it's really weird.
Why not just put it there underneath the bow?
I don't know. It's got its own thing.
Brilliant.
It's great. It's absolutely great. Now.
It's a nightmare. It's a nightmare.
I actually think this is a really good rule. I wish more units had access to this. I'd love to buy this as an upgrade.
I don't. All I play is Force of Destruction.
So I've got a few notes here that I think are there. Force of Destruction generally have access to more ethereal units, and they have a good sort of slate of destruction armies that are really, got moderate to decent armor saves. If you think like Warriors of Chaos, Chaos Dwarves, Orcs and Goblins, if you go down the kind of Black Orc heavy route,
only a 4-up.
or you go down the boars. Yeah, but 4-up is terrifying for this sort of rule because the strength 4 the bows as well.
Yeah.
So you're already hitting a -2 modifier. But what I really like about this is that it's not armor piercing.
Yeah. Yeah.
So if there was a way to say use a magic spell that gave you armor piercing,
And
you could reduce that.
If only one model could give you all of these buffs.
That save even further, which is good. It's just good stuff.
I was going to say also gives flame attacks, but that's not the Arrows of Isha, it's the bow itself.
Yeah.
It's a mess.
Yeah. There's nothing particularly bad about this rule, basically, other than the magical attack argument, which is
not
if you fight other high elves.
Yeah.
But okay, don't shoot them at the unit that's
or if
got
you're
that.
playing end times. Maybe. Because they can all take Botwood, can't they? All the high elf armies.
All the elf armies.
They can't take it on something that's not high elf.
No, but what BSB can take and just join another unit though.
Oh, I suppose he could, yeah. Yeah, I guess. So that's a fair point, but I'm not sure.
It's out there. It's out there.
But yeah, I mean, other than that, it's no magical attacks are almost always a bonus. I know there's a bit of a cult thing that we talked about on the Demons Deep Dive where people are like, oh no, you've got to be really careful because what about the Botwood? It's like, mate, seriously, it's one unit, one army, mate.
Yeah.
Trust me, the Vampire Counts player in me is nourished when I hear you say you're not going to take the magical attacks. See Hex Wraiths for details.
Spirit Host.
See Spirit Host against
Banshees, Calm Wraiths.
That's what we were discussing before we came on camera. See the Green Knight of Britannia.
Yes.
Oh, there's a story there for another day. Excellent stuff. So that is the High Elf special rules. Mixed bag, but largely pretty strong. There's a couple of real smashing special rules in there, yeah, particularly Liliath's Blessing. So let us move on. We'll have a now look. We'll have a look even. But we'll have a now look. I'm having a great day. I'm doing a max. I can't believe this.
James can't talk.
James can't word well.
James can't talk.
I almost couldn't say that sentence. We're going to now have a look at the unit ratings for the High Elves. Okay, so you join us for what is normally the largest part of any of our deep dive videos, which is where we take a look at the unit ratings, and today it's High Elves. But before we begin, we're going to start with the dragon in the room, not me. We're going to talk about generic character profiles. I don't like your idea, I'm out. Now, when putting together a system for rating choices in Warhammer that actually has value, it's incredibly difficult to do one for generic characters. If you look at a unit like a High Elf Prince, it's quite clear that the options you choose for them, the mounts, the equipment, the magic weapons, items, etc., are going to be what defines their competitive value. So when we do our deep dive videos, we're not going to go through generic character profiles. We do have lots of ways for you to get your generic character fix, however. You can drop us an email on the triplecrownguys@gmail.com and we'll take a look at it, try and feature it on a video. You can send us your army list if you want. We can talk about how it works in there as well. We'll treat you. We're good like that. You can head over to the competitive character series page where you'll find some of the high elf characters have been given that treatment. Gives you our sort of best builds for them as well. Or alternatively, when you've built your own character, you can go back to that rating system page that we talked about earlier that I told you was in the wrong place. And you can put your character through that rating system, effectively giving you a score for them competitively. So lots of good options, just not good options that you're going to see in this video. You'll see them in other videos and other content is available. So let us get started with the Battleline units for High Elves. And we're going to take a look. There's quite a few.
I was going to say, there probably is quite a few.
Yeah, there's a good chunk. High Elves are very much... I'd define them as a battle-line army. I think because martial prowess is driving you towards taking blocks, kind of fighting blocks with command is the real staple of the way that they like to do Warhammer. So we've got Spearmen, we've got Lothar and Seaguard, we've got Silver Helms, because people do that too. We've got White Lions of Trace, Swordmasters of Hoeth, and Phoenix Guard. So as Scott said, we've got a big six, if you will, for you football fans out there. I'll let you work out who's going to be first.
Is that a football thing, Big Six?
Yeah, the top six, Big Six. Big Six club established in 2001.
News to me.
So let's start with the Spearmen, who come in with, I know what you're thinking, well this is going to be the unit that breaks the internet.
The cream of the crop!
Yeah, with a competitive rating of 9 out of 24.
Poor Spearmen.
What a shame. So we get there with 1 for strength of attacks, 1 for number of attacks, 3 for special rules, they are got good special rules, 3 for command options, a big fat 0 for survivability, and 1 for cost.
Lots of ones.
Yeah, no,
saved by their special rules.
It's probably worth pointing out, if you've not seen a deep dive before, I'll give you the heads up on a couple of elements. The first one is that 0 for survivability. The way we gauge the kind of quality of something's survivability is based on what we consider to be the average basic stat line for Warhammer things, which is toughness 3 with a 5-up armor save or less. So if you have that, you get nothing. You've got to have more than that for us to consider you a survivable unit.
You get the big donut.
Yeah. So that's why they get a 0, because these guys have light armour as shield for a 5-up save, and they are toughness 3. And again, for special rules, you're going to notice lots of 3s in this deep dive.
At least.
Because always strikes first, martial prowess, that's a couple of consistent special rules that work really nicely together. Could have treated you to a 4, but we have in some places. But not for your sort of average troops, because you're getting that extra drive attacks, but does it really generate tons of kills on a unit like this?
I'd be surprised if Spear Elves even kill anything.
It's also, to be fair, I would argue martial prowess is a situational special rule because it doesn't work all the time. If you've only got 10 models, or if you're a horde and you've only got 20 models, you're getting nothing from it.
Yeah, that's fair.
That doesn't work for Spear Elves in the shooting phase.
Also true.
No, it's always the difficult fun, isn't it?
Wrong.
We talk about like those sort of special rules. It's things like murderous prowess is a good example. It's like, well, if I'm not in combat, it does nothing. You're like, yeah, but neither does always strikes first at that point. So what? Are they not very good special rules? It's always tricky fun to kind of to get these numbers out.
Yeah, but I mean, whereas always strikes first will always do something when you're in combat. Martial prowess won't always do something.
No, not every time.
Yeah.
And that's what we've reflected in the scores on the different regiments.
3.
Yeah, and these are a 3 because they won't, and there are some that are going to go down to 2 because they don't have support attacks, which is great. Looking at chariots, there's not really a lot to say about these guys. There are some highlights.
They're very basic.
Yeah, they're too many points. I don't know why they're 9 points.
Yeah.
They're just too many points.
25-point magic banner, which is quite nice.
That's
good.
Yeah, it's really frustrating.
They're
the only core unit that can take a magic banner.
It's not like they used to be where you're one in the previous book where one core unit can take a banner 50 points.
I do find it a bit rough because if I look at like Dark Elves, basically any of the units I want can take it. If I look at a lot of other armies, that you can
the Dark Elf, Spear Elves, and Bleak Swords
and crossbows,
No, crossbows.
I know the crossbows can.
Yeah, no, they can all take a magic banner.
And Dread Spears.
Yeah, they can all take magic banner.
So literally all of their core bar Dark Riders
can
take magic banners.
Yeah.
Because Corsairs can,
Corsairs
Witch Elves definitely can.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, Witch Elves get a really good one.
Dark Elves are better.
Well, I just think it's really odd that like some armies get it and some don't. And I know that
It is weird.
And I look at armies like High Elves and think they would have a lot of magic items because they invented the vast majority of the magic items in the Warhammer world.
Yeah, but they give them all to the White Lion, so who cares?
Yeah, it's just a shame because I think, but I think this was deliberate because I think when you look at the core section, what do Spearmen do for you? You talked about it earlier when you talked about Seaguard. What does Spearmen do for you? Well, this gives them a roll, doesn't it? It lets them have a 25-point magic roll.
According to the fluff here, the Spear, once it takes position, can hold anything from a horde of goblins to a rampaging manticore.
Yeah, it definitely
One
can't,
spearman?
No. A phalanx of spears.
A phalanx.
A phalanx of spears.
Okay.
Because of the rule steadfast, I can only assume is what they're talking about against the Chimera.
So deadly at all fours military regiments that countless battles have been won by longbow and spear alone.
I definitely think that
haven't, have they?
Spears...
Maybe against other longbows and spearmen.
Maybe. We've talked many times before about how we think that spears don't have very good rules. But ultimately, spears are one of the elite fighting weapons of history. And they definitely don't have elite fighting weapon status in Warhammer.
No.
So
you look at it, you go, oh, I've got a spear. Can't parry.
yeah, which is frustrating enough. So they you know,
especially when you're fighting 3 ranks anyway.
Yeah. They can fight in 4 ranks. You do see big regiments of these guys, and they're a plus in our comp system, which is why
for a reason.
Yeah. So let's move on to Seaguard. So these come in with an exciting competitive rating of also 9 out of 24. So exactly the same as the Spearmen, which is frustrating. You get 1 for strength of attacks, 2 for number of attacks this time because they do have a bow. So
they have a pew pew.
We bump them up for an extra 1 for that. 3 for special rules again, have exactly the same special rules as the Spearmen. 2 for command options, they don't get a magic banner.
No magic flag.
Nothing for survivability again because, well, we discussed this. Yep. And 1 for cost. Now, I'm assuming you've probably bought the shield.
I mean, I reckon you should.
Yeah.
I don't think you
I
wouldn't.
think you should.
Yeah, I think you should.
So they're a spearman, but they have a bow, and you pay 3 points for that bow.
That is a lot.
I do not understand why you pay 3 points for
2
that bow.
points of the bow, basic.
No, you see, no, because the spearmen come with a shield. So to be a spearman, to have a spear and a shield, and a bow, I paid 3 points. I can have just my bow and not a shield, which makes me less survivable than the spearman, if that was possible. You know, I want to say nice things about you. I do take them a lot because you have to take something.
I mean, you've got to spend.
Nice thing is that you have to take them because it's cool.
Yeah, all of the core that's not Reavers, I find, have drawbacks one way or the other. At least the Spearmen and the Lothern Seaguard can, and the Lothern Seaguard, like you said earlier, they probably get the very most out of martial prowess.
Yeah.
Because they get kind of up to 4 ranks fighting that way, or
they can do
fighting
they
the horde.
the
they
higher
get the
horde.
shooting thing.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I just think they're too expensive. I thought the Spearmen were too expensive. Would I pay 3 points for a bow?
No.
Missile weapons are so overpointed in 8th.
I'd pay a point for a bow.
Yeah, I might at a stretch pay 2, but I don't think I'd pay more.
I'm not sure I'd pay 2 for a bow with no special rules.
Yeah, well,
like,
this,
you know what I mean?
You want to get a bow of Avalon?
No, but like a wood elf bow with like armor piercing.
Well, the other thing as well is it's a bow as well. It's not a long,
bow either,
which everything else has got, which is a bit annoying. So yeah, not a lot else to say really. They're a solid little block in your core. You're probably going to take one of the blocks from your core unless you go down the Silverhelm route.
If anything gets into them, they're probably dead.
There is good synergy with magic for them, I suppose, but I would take high magic, which struggles to deliver a lot of that. Whereas if you take something like Shadow, you do have good options with them there.
Yeah.
But Shadow's just good with any sort of elf, though.
Yeah, absolutely. And these guys do roll a lot of dice because of the martial and the spears and all that jazz. There's not a lot else we can say, so we'll move on. We'll take a look at Silverhelms. Now, I generally treat them as a flanking unit, but I know that there are quite a few of you at home that do not do this. That take the glorious thing that is the Silverhelm bus. Sam McQuillan, if you're watching, I know you do this. I've played against this.
He plays He plays other things that's not Lizardman.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he plays the Silverhelm bus with the Star Dragon. I enjoy that. So you know, in that sense, they would be treated as battle lines. So we have done it because we know lots of you do it. They get a 14 out of 24 on the rating, so it's an improvement.
Yeah, a big improvement.
And I think a fair score. This is a moderate unit. 14, 15 is a decent unit, not stellar. This is about right. We get 3 for their strength attacks. We're assuming that you've charged, of course, as we do with cavalry. 2 for their number of attacks because you get 1 off the horse. 3 for their special rules, the martial prowess, the always strikes first, etc. 2 for their command options, no magic banner. 2 for survivability. Now I am assuming you've invested in those shields. If you watch me play Nick on Take the Crown, I didn't because I forgot. And then went, oh well, I'm at the point, so I'll have to just think of that. But I'm assuming you would invest in the shields for a 2-up armor save here to get that second point of survivability. And a 2 for their cost because they are about the right points, I think.
How many points are they with the shield?
23 points with the shield.
Yeah.
They're okay.
Yeah.
They're not stellar, but they're okay.
Yeah. I think that's fair.
So let's talk about some things with these guys. Let's talk about some positive things.
Let's talk about some things.
Yeah, let's try and be nice to them.
They move 9 all the time.
Yeah, they are, because they've
Yeah,
got a Lithomar barding.
It's a Thilmar.
Thilmar barding, isn't
You
it?
always
Yeah.
say a Lithmar.
Ithilmar Barding.
Ithilmar barding, yeah. Don't know where a Lithomar's from.
Don't know where kind
Maybe another fantasy franchise. They are
They're from Lord
available.
of the Rings.
Maybe. Let's say that.
I think so.
Yeah, because that's what Frodo's shirt's made out of.
No, it's
isn't it?
Mithril.
Mithril,
yeah,
that is,
Mithril.
yeah. That used to be a colour
Anyway.
years ago. Mithril silver.
Yes, I remember that colour.
Sad
Good colour.
times. Glazing orange.
So yeah, this is a good barding. It's anything that's high elf and barded has this type of barding. It's it gives you the +1 armor without taking away the movement.
Point of movement. Yeah,
Which is-
very good.
Great. So they're movement 9, which is cool. They are good on a tight frontage. 5 wide, 3 deep is pretty scary.
Yeah.
They all get to attack, although you lose the horses in the latter ranks,
Which is a big shot because horses do all the damage.
we know
They
horses
do.
do damage.
They do.
They are
Run 15
basically
wide.
just a mounted spear elf. Their weapon skill 4, which is
alright.
okay.
That's alright for core.
It's okay.
Initiative 5 ASF.
And that's really
Good.
The good stuff is the
Yeah.
I5 ASF.
Initiative 4 on the steed.
Yeah, they're elven steeds.
Ooh,
They're on
that's pretty
initiative
quick.
4, yeah. So I mean, overall, they're all right. If you want
The
to
steeds do not have a West Strike Space.
If you want to pack
Sad times.
if you want to pack them with some characters, which you do see people do with the
Mm.
bus, and that they can be effective.
Yeah, I think if you're going with like a unit of sort of 5x3, you probably have at least 1, if not 2 characters in there. And if you're going for like a Death Star, you have 3. You have 2 combat
Yeah,
characters and a wizard.
I think if I had 3 in there, I might even go six wide, and have the.
mean you'd have to put your wizard in the front rank.
Yeah, I don't mind that. They're relatively
okay.
survivable if you build them the right way. I'd probably have 4. I'd probably have 1 or 4. That's really odd.
Okay.
But I'd have like either just a noble and take 14, drop a noble in the front
Mm.
rank, probably give him an enchanted shield and a lance.
Yeah.
Maybe a magic weapon if I felt like treating him. But just keep him super cheap.
Yeah.
He's got 1-up armor save, give him the dragon armor, which we'll talk about later, for a 6-up ward. He's looking cool. He just goes in and adds a bit of strength 6 punch to that unit.
Yeah.
If I went down a bus route, I'd have at least 3 choppers and a wizard in there.
3 choppers. Okay,
Yeah.
so Prince and 2 nobles.
Or three,
three nobles.
3 nobles,
Okay.
2 nobles and a BSB.
2 princes and noble.
I've seen 2 princes done in 50% Lords and Heroes. Yeah, I've seen it done. Crazy, but
Mad times we live in.
yeah, but you if you're gonna do the battle line thing with them, I definitely would recommend Crown of Command being in,
Yeah.
finding its way in there somehow, because by the time you've packed them full of characters, you do not need to get caught out and run away.
No.
That's a terrible thing. So let's move on now to the big hitters, the units you've all been waiting for.
The special slot.
The special slot, and there are some absolutely fantastic scores in this section.
Do we have to start with these guys?
We certainly do. We are going to go with the White Lions, which come in with an 18 out of 24. We've hit the big brackets. We get there with 4 for strength attacks, 1 for number of attacks, 4 for special rules, 4 for command options, 1 for survivability, and 4 for cost. Right, so let's hit the important stuff. Always strikes first with the great weapon means they strike at initiative. They are initiative 5.
For their
They
health.
are weapon skill 5. So they probably hit you on a 3. They don't re-roll, but you know they are strength 6 because insanely they're strength 4 base.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Absolutely no reason
I don't
they're
know
straightforward.
what-
Do you know to get the lion cloak they have to kill a white lion with their bare hands? So they've got to wrestle a lion. That's where they get the strength from. Lion wrestling, baby. They're beasts. They're stubborn as well, just to add
just
insult to
inherently
injury.
stubborn.
So
That's the worst part of this.
Yeah.
Though. That's,
You know-
that's the big gripe people have with these guys.
because they
Yeah.
do take casualties. They are only toughness 3. They get the lion cloak against shooting, which we'll cover in a minute. But they are sort of toughness 3 with a 5-up armor save. So unless you start, we are going to put all the stuff in there to help them survive, obviously, because they're stubborn. But in their sort of core sense, you do take big handfuls of them off a lot of the time, but you have to kill all of them because they're stubborn.
I just get really lucky and watch someone fail a leadership like 10 or 9 leadership.
So like you.
Yeah.
Good thing I don't play them.
Yeah. They're a gold standard unit. It's a gold standard special rule. They are universally hated by non-high elf players.
They have 50-point magic banner allowance. What all that's getting useful?
Yeah, there's one good magic banner for these guys,
One
really.
banner.
Yeah, because you wouldn't raise a standard them, I don't think. I will say they are themselves only leadership 8. So you could choose to plus 1 leadership them.
The character you
probably
put
have
in
a
there is
character
at least
in there.
9.
They're a great bunker, aren't they? Why would you not put
a
character in there because they're such a good bunker unit,
The champion gets to take a magic weapon up to 25 points.
He does.
I didn't realise that.
It's often a trap though. A lot of the high elf units have access to this. But you're swapping his great weapon, which he gets his 2 strength, 6 attacks. What can you get for 25 points? Plus 1 strength maybe for 2.
Make him strength
5
with rerolls.
With what strikes first reroll. It's not terrible, but
not necessary.
Also,
no, probably not.
Far too cheap.
It also means that he ends up being like 40 odd points then, which defeats the thing that Max just said, which is that these guys are 13 points, which is why they get a 4 for cost because they are just ridiculously too cheap.
Yeah.
They're at least 2 points a model too cheap. I don't believe at any point have they paid for the great weapon.
Yeah.
That's just me.
Yeah.
But I don't believe they have. They have a lion cloak as well, which weirdly is in equipment, which we'll discuss later. That's what.
It's because you can buy it for your characters.
Yeah,
so
you can. Yeah. So this means that they get +2 to their armor save against non-magical shooting. We'll discuss that more later, but. It just helps to get them there, which is what you want
Gives them
from
that pip of survivability
low.
as well.
Yes, which is what you want from low toughness infantry. You want them to get to the target to do their job.
But once they do get to the target, they can, as James said, they do get handfuls taken off quite a bit.
Yeah, it depends what you're fighting.
They've only got heavy armour, so if you find something like a dedicated combat,
you've got to combine them with
the magic,
like magic, any magic from the lore of high magic. Really, it doesn't matter what spells you cast on them. Just casting spells.
I think this is the thing. There's so much you can do with these guys. They're really good with Law of Life.
Yeah.
Off the bat, if you don't want to go down the kind of route, we'll talk about Alariel later and why she's so good with them. And again, Teclis can also do that job.
Yeah. Even just a level 4 Archmage on high, Book of Hoeth.
I've got to be honest. I've used it on the channel, and I generally, when we're playing as a group, I tend to take an Archmage with the book, and I tend to take a level 2 on Law of Life in there, and just go for the regen more than anything else. It's just that's enough with the shooting defense and the fact they go first most of the time to get them over the line. I find, but they need something. They can't they can't do it all on their own.
Yeah, there are answers out there for the White Lions.
Absolutely.
But people kind of just listen, so they hear about the rumours of the White Lions.
Cheap chariots are pretty good at them.
Yeah.
Because they go in, they do their impact hits, and you don't actually care if the White Lions kill them. Because they've done their impact hits.
Yeah. Well, again, to be honest, Wild Riders are just about their worst matchup.
Get them in the flank. Yeah.
Yeah, I've done it in the front more times than I can count. So I've lost 7 Wild Riders. I killed 15 or 18 White Lions. I think I'm doing alright, mate.
I've got 7 more Wild Riders.
That's it. And now my second unit goes in and wipes the rest of them out. Which is what
I do always enjoy Warriors into White Lions.
Yeah, it's a good
Warriors
matchup.
Are good for them.
Especially Nurgle Warriors.
Yeah, 100%. So
Nurgle have Warriors.
they've got weaknesses.
Yes.
But they are, to be fair, few and far between.
Yeah.
But don't get caught out, I think is probably the fair thing we're saying. Don't just assume that because people go, White Lions, that they are indestructible, indispensable, and that you can just chuck them into anything.
No, they're anchor your line with them, stick them in the centre, surround them by other stuff on the flanks, and then you gravy.
Support them, yeah. And if you do that, you're going to find they are everything you've heard and more.
Yeah.
You love
support them with what could only be described as one of the best monsters in the game, as we'll talk about later on.
Yeah, well, yeah. So let us continue down this great weapon wielding track as we move on to our second of 3 elite infantry options, the Sword Masters of Hoeth. And these guys come in with a very respectable 17 out of 24.
Pretty good.
So just slipping out of the 18 bracket that we talked about earlier. So they get there with 3 for their strength attacks, 2 for their number of attacks, 4 for their special rules, 4 for command options, 1 for survivability, and 3 for cost. So another really strong showing.
Very good score.
My idea of these guys is I always feel like if these weren't part of High Elves, you'd see them if they were part
All
of
the
another army.
time.
You'd see them all the time in every
Yeah.
army. They're 1+.
Yeah.
In High Elves, they're like the third.
They're not a white line.
They're not one. They're not a Phoenix Guard.
This is the problem is, I think that when we talk in like really competitive settings, when we did the 20 tactics on like building a competitive army list to talk about a bit about like kind of thinking about how units support each other and how they have jobs and stuff. And I think the problem with these guys is that what they bring to the table in terms of how they support the units around them, you can do lots of other ways. Phoenix Guard are really good kind of at being tough and in the grind. White Lions are really good at killing big, heavily armoured stuff.
Yeah.
And so you go, well, where do Swordmasters fit in? Well, they're probably...
They're not as strong. They're not as tough.
They're easier to kill than a Phoenix Guard. They're not as strong as a White Line, but they do have a lot of attacks. So they will mince through kind of blocks, which is ace. But High Elves do have a lot of other stuff that will do that, particularly if it's blocks of infantry. Things like your Phoenixes, things like Fiery Convocation, things like...
Dragon Princes.
Yeah, which again also don't often get a look in the way that they maybe
your
should.
Core, your core block will, if it's like a toughness 3 lowly, like low armoured unit, your core blocks will do that.
Yeah.
Your Lord and Sea Guard.
Weapon Skill 6 is nice.
They're amazing, yeah.
They've got like highly elite troop hunters.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. If they weren't in Warhammer High Elves, you would see them all the time.
I'd say if they were in Dark Elves, you probably wouldn't see them as much because your execs on the same.
I might be tempted over execs, you know.
The Killing Blow.
Yeah,
like
but Power from Darkness on these guys would be terrifyingly good. 2 attack, strength 6, weapon skill 6. Instantly, their best matchup in the entire game is Executioners.
Yeah.
Because they just go 3s, 2s, which is rintastic.
Yeah, I mean, they lose out on an attack in the 2nd or 3rd rank, so they do have Valor Rages. Not Valor Rages, Martial Prowess.
Martial Prowess, yeah. So they only get the one supporting. But you take like 28 and kick out 28 attacks.
Oh, we saw them on a channel recently. They didn't do anything, but we saw them on a channel recently.
They killed pigs, yeah.
No, not that one. The most recent.
Oh, yeah,
recent
no way. Yeah.
The most recent outing.
It's not my fault. I took Max's leadership dice for a game. It's not my fault. But,
You've been doing that a lot lately.
I have actually. The thing is with these, I'm never disappointed with them really when I use them unless they just run away. But I'm very rarely disappointed in that they can mix it with most things.
Yeah.
And actually possibly are slightly better against things like Nurgle Warriors of Chaos.
Yeah, so they're level 6.
Because that weapon skill 6.
Although they do only win them on 3s.
Yes, yeah, but they do have double the attacks on the front rank, so that helps.
They have the flex shots as well, situational.
Yes, so this is... Go on, Max.
Models with this special rule are 6-up wall save against non-magical shooting attacks that do not use templates.
But basically they can chop handgun bullets out of the air, which I quite like.
Ridiculous.
With a massive Zweihander.
Yeah.
But this is good because when we talk about the high magic lore attribute, it stacks on top of existing ward saves.
Yeah.
So you can buff this up like that, which is really cool. Look, it's not a great special rule.
No, it's not.
But they definitely don't pay for it.
It's not stubborn.
Because these guys are also 13 points, which I've given them a 3 for cost. I think I could have just as easily given these a 4 for cost with 2 strength 5 attacks that go at initiative order at weapon skill 6. There's an argument to say 13 points. They're the same as a Grave Guard. Which there's a big argument to say that they are too cheap as well.
Again, they can take 50-point magic banner and 25-point magic weapon on the champ.
I do think though, looking at Swordmasters compared to White Lions shows you just how undercosted White Lions are. Because there's an argument that Swordmasters are undercosted.
Yeah.
White Lions are alright, they've got 1 less attack, they've got 1 more strength, and they're stubborn, and they've got a better arm save against shooting.
If you put the two of them into 90% of combats in the game, like the same combat, they will do about the same damage because the extra strength makes it easier to win for the White Lion, and the extra penetration from the armor modification. But the Swordmasters come with the extra attacks,
and the pip of weapon skill.
So you look and say to yourself, but most things they'll both hit on 3s. That's the frustration. You look and say in almost all situations they will be about as good as each other, but one's stubborn and one's not. So I'll take the stubborn one. Yeah. And that's where it all comes back to.
One's got a 3-up arm save against most shooting.
Yeah, these guys...
One's got a 6-up ward, which isn't as good as an
extra
2 points on you.
6-up ward. Yeah, it depends what you're shooting at, I suppose. Depends sort of where you're at.
Yeah, organ guns that aren't ruined.
Yeah. Well,
The Swordmasters are slightly better.
That's
Elves
the
are
thing.
volley
It's probably going to be that you err on the side of the lions. But to be fair, both of those saves are not really going to come into play very often because you're probably going to use your spells really as your survivability. But this is all it comes back to all the time. They cost the same as wild lions.
One bad misplacement.
They aren't stubborn.
One bad misplacement, one bad charge. They're sort of out there.
Yeah, they aren't stubborn. So, and that's a shame because they're actually ace. And they're a really good unit, so you can take them. I ran the list for quite a long time with Phoenix Guard, White Lions and Swordmasters. That's pretty scary. You don't get any birds or any phoenixes at 2/5, but you do get the kind of
scary blocks.
And you can sort of go, this one will smash that block, this one will smash, you can kind of play that game, so they're quite cool. Talking of Phoenix Guard, we'll move on now to our final of the 3 elite infantry units, which is them. Now, they definitely give the other 2 something to worry about, but they do only come in with a 15 out of 24. So we are going to need to unpack this. So they get a 2 for their strength, their attacks. They're only strength 4. They get a 1 for their number of attacks. They get a 3 for their special rules, a 4 for their command options, a 2 for their survivability, and a 3 for their cost. So these guys are similar stats to the other 2. Their weapon skill 5, their strength 3, toughness 3, 1 wound, heavy armour. But they do have Witness to Destiny, a hideously good special rule, which gives them all a 4+ wall save.
Yeah.
They've seen how they're going to die. They ain't going to dice that golem. They're going to dice that Manticore.
2 points of survivability on that alone. Yes. So
good.
Yeah.
It makes them cause fear as well, doesn't it?
No, they just cause
They just cause fear.
Oh, they just cause fear.
because they don't ever talk. Even when you stab them, they make no sound, which is pretty cool.
So they're unknowing when you see this regiment march across the ground.
Yeah. The only noise is the drum that they walk in time with, which is quite cool. Look, 15 probably doesn't do these guys justice, but if you look at them in isolation, that's probably about right. Because they are quite tough to get through, but with only 1 strength 4 attack each, they're gonna struggle. Yeah, they are gonna struggle. Now, if you start putting Razor Standard on these guys, which they can take, I think you can start looking at that 3 for special rules and saying, well, maybe actually with martial prowess, tight frontage, maybe there's an argument there now for a little bump there. Similarly, there's a lot of magic that these guys benefit from. The survivability, you can push their survivability up with high magic. You can push up their strength with things like Law of Beasts. Really good.
Yeah.
If you're doing that end times list, bit of Power from Darkness again. I think realistically, there are 15 here, but a bit like if you watch the Dwarf Deep Dive and we talked about Ironbreakers, when you actually play them out on the tabletop, you're going to build in some of this synergy, whether it's magic, whether it's beast magic, whether it's taking a bit of stubborn in there, which makes them really scary with a Crown of Command character in there.
Shadow.
Yeah.
Your opponent's toughness.
Or Occam's them. Really horrible with the always strikes first and the 3 ranks. So when you do that, realistically, these are going to perform more like a 17 because you're going to buff them. But in their raw state, this is right for them.
They're definitely the best of the 3 at just holding a sort of position, which seems weird because the White Lions are the ones that are stubborn. But generally, the White Lions will go into something and probably just kill it.
Yeah.
Even if they take loads of casualties in return, they'll probably just kill it.
It's upsetting because when you think about it, if this unit runs away against run down, that means all 30 of them have seen that they die from running away. So decide at that point in time to turn around and die anyway.
Yeah, it's a bit weird.
It makes no sense.
So don't forget, they're not necessarily dead when they flee like that. They just do formation breaks.
Oh, it's scattered.
So, they scatter to the winds, don't they?
No, they're dead. No.
They might die.
All 30, so you know.
That standard bearer knows. Standard bearer knows that his mates are going to run and leave him,
and he's going to
die fighting.
And the champion knows he's going to trip over that root and die. How ignominious.
No, that champion knows it is his destiny to fight a grey demon in a challenge.
In a challenge, yeah.
You son.
So
no, don't speak.
They are I like these guys a lot. They're initiative 6 randomly, which is really
which
rare.
does mean that they do keep their rerolls against.
Yeah, there's just basically always.
There's basically nothing.
Unless it's like
keep it against.
unless it's like
a character, an elf character basically, or a vampire.
Yeah, vampire lord hero. They'd get it against.
Yeah,
chaos characters, all that sort of stuff. Demon Prince are the big ones I don't get against because the Demon Prince will go before them as well. And such. I won't go before them.
The thing is, when you get them in a couple of ranks and a banner, they start on 3 static combat res. They'll grind a couple of wounds out, and they won't actually take very many back.
No.
So this is why I think your point about them holding ground is so good.
They might not be steadfast, but they'll probably they might not be stubborn, but they'll probably be steadfast.
Yeah, and they'll
Unless
probably
it's a
not
huge
lose
drop.
the combat by a lot. And they are leadership 9 base as well, which is really nice.
As a rule, I feel I actually like them to have like immunized psychology. As a rule.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you take an Anointed Azurian, who's the sort of character version, he gives
them?
immune psychology to any unit he joins.
He's better in other units rather than...
I agree, I
Yeah.
think he is. I think that something that's stubborn is probably really strong with these guys.
Core
And yeah, or something that gives them... Core Hill's pretty good because he gives them strength 6 as well. It's just a shame he himself isn't all that survival.
Yeah, not great.
He's just as survival as a white lion.
But I like...
Yeah, but he's a lot more points than one.
Yes, yeah. I like these guys and one of the others. These are probably, weirdly, these are probably the ones that are my more fixed choice if I'm playing like a block build, because I like the reliability of having a 3+ ward saver. I know that's what I'm going to play for on them.
Yeah.
And I like the fact that I can kind of, like you say, I can park a unit with them and know that they're going to kind of be there and be dependable.
Yeah.
And then I can either take some Dragon Princes with them to sort of come through smashing, or I can go for some White Lions for that strength 6, or those Sword Masters for the Mince-a-thon. So either way, yeah.
Will it blend?
Will it blend? Yes. But they're good. 15, maybe surprisingly low, but as we said, when you actually play them out on the battlefield, that'll get bumped. And that's Battleline. We've gone through it.
That should be the end of just units.
Yeah, but it's okay because we've got 6 more in the flanking slot.
It feels like also going into
Too many chariots.
Nice balance. You see, 6 battle line now, 6 flanking. Everyone should.
Most times I've got to try and find the page where we got to go.
We are going to start with Silver Helms again. He's going back. Then we are going to take a look at the Lion Chariot of Trace, the Dragon Princes of Kelador, the Lothern Sky Cutters, the Tyrannok Chariots, and the infamous Frostheart Phoenix. If you've seen the first one, there's no way you couldn't have heard what we said about him. So let's start with those Silver Helms again. So it's exactly the same rating as in the Battleline roll. It's a 14 out of 24. So we get there with 3 for their strength of attacks, 2 for their number of attacks, 3 for their special rules, 2 for their maneuverability, 2 for their survivability. You took shields, and 2 for their cost. Some may ask if this was pointless.
This is the traditional role of a heavy cavalry man.
If this was pointless to do them twice because they have exactly the same score.
Let's just sum up here. Everything that's in battle line translates to flanking.
Pretty much, yeah. But I think probably with just the one character version rather than the lots of characters.
Well, you also thought it was pointless. You've put one line.
Yeah.
I also probably wouldn't run like 15 of them in like a sort of flanking roll.
No, I might run 14 in the character in the flanking roll. They're not, because they're core. This is the fun with core. But maybe not. I think I'm always tempted to do that because I've got martial prowess. Yeah. And I'm like, I want to get the most out of my special rule. And this is when I was saying earlier about that prescription that you kind of start to get. But actually, like you could just say, well, if I was running Empire Knights, I'd run 11 and a character, and I'd go 6 by 2 flank.
Or one thing you can do, which I've seen some people do, is take, what would it be, 8 and a character and run them 3 by 3.
Oh, like a Bretonian lance.
The High Lance is quite popular, to be honest.
Yeah.
I mean, they all get to attack. They don't break ranks, though. And they're not steadfast, which is
scary. But cavalry just don't break ranks as anyone.
Yeah, generally they don't.
It's all about, in that way, they're really good with the battle line block, holding it. The Phoenix Guard holds it in. These guys, troop.
Yeah.
I mean, the better choice for the High Lance is Dragon Princes.
I disagree. I think Scott's
really? Oh, you lose more. You lose
so many attacks. Yeah. We'll go on
cheaper on their core.
Yeah. I think overall,
Dragon Princes are cool.
What this conversation is showing you guys at home is that these guys are pretty versatile.
Yeah, they're not good, but they're versatile.
Well, they're okay.
They're not horrendous.
Yeah, they're not an Empire Knight, which is frustrating. That one less armor and one less strength is really rough. But they do reroll hits without the addition of a Warrior Priest, which is nice. And like you say, we've talked about 3 different formations in the last 30 seconds. So there is a lot you can do with these guys. I also had a dart that I had a really fun name for that was like 2 by 2 by 2. Do you remember when we was looking at this ages ago for an event? Yeah. I can't remember what I called that, but the Love Train. That's what I called it. That was the Love Train. It's only 50 mil wide. It drops out 6 strength, 5 attacks. Really good for decking enemy chaff and getting through gaps.
Rather than playing games, so we just make up names for army lists and everything like that.
Yeah, it's great fun.
I've got 2 names for 2 Gas Dwarf army lists.
Yes, you do. Land, air, and beef. You love to see it.
SBS.
So let's move on to the Lion Chariot now, which comes in with a competitive rating of 15 out of 24.
Solid.
Yeah, middle of the pack. Talked about that earlier, about that sort of score being takeable but not setting the world alight. 4 for strength attacks for this one, 4 for number of attacks, loads of dice, 3 for special rules, 1 for manoeuvrability, 2 for survivability, and just a 1 for cost. This is a common problem for the high elf units. They're either really good for cost, like 3s and 4s on your elite infantry, or they are in fact 1s because they're really expensive and not very good.
0 helms or 2.
Yeah, it's not a lot that gets the kind of mystical 2.
No.
They're kind of the benchmark score of 2. It's very little. So let's take a look at how this one is set up. So the good is strength 5 chariot.
Yeah.
Excellent. It's got 2 white lines on the back, which we waxed lyrical about earlier. Weapon skill 5, strength 6.
2 white lines on the front.
It's got
pulled
2
by 2
war
white
lines.
lines.
Yeah.
Are they war lines?
They're called war lions.
Which are ace. They are weapon skill 5. They are initiative 4, which is actually quicker than your average bear.
Yeah.
They're strength 5 with 2 attacks each.
Because they're not a bear.
Yeah. But
They're a lion.
yeah, okay. All right,
I put it to that bear will beat the absolute brakes off a lion.
I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe not a weapon skill 5, strength 5 line.
You try and fight a grizzly.
Yeah. One like swipe of that paw and the lion's head's just caved in.
So it's the
That's HKB, baby.
it's the 2 attacks per lion that makes these chariots particularly
Yeah.
scary.
Yeah.
Because you're rocking out
4 strength 5, 2 strength 6, plus your
D6 strength 5
hits.
impact hits. Nice.
Not scythed, unfortunately.
No, not scythe. No, none of the high elf ones are scythe. Bit annoying.
Are any of the Forces of Order chariots scythed?
No, I want to say
No, I
no.
think it's all.
It's only only baddies
yeah.
get
Because
to
you
do
know,
that.
scythes are a bad guy thing.
Yeah.
They're not. Sorry, just your face. Scythes are a bad guy thing.
You telling me that for like death with a scythe was that's a good guy right there.
So another
Khan race, there you go. Literally.
year as a scythe.
Yeah.
So another thing that is a bit of a controversial one with these is they are stubborn. So it's a bit controversial. We talked about the fact they're only toughness 4 with a 4+ armor save and 4 wounds. It's all the 4s.
It's all 5s and 4s in this thing.
Yeah. So that's a bit rubbish to be stubborn with. But I have had a lot of success where you kind of chip them on the edge of a block or chip them just on the edge next to something. It runs, they don't. And things like steam tanks, it shouldn't work, but it kind of does because they only drop the grinds in the movement phase of following turn and stuff like that. So you can kind of, they're good for kind of frustrating in that way.
I mean, it's a 1 turn hold up.
Yeah.
2 if you hit the right stuff. Against strength 3 stuff, they can park it for a little while.
I saw a lot of time strength 3 stuff.
5.
A lot of time strength 3 stuff also has like strength 4 or 5 stuff in it, a character in it to help them out.
Yeah.
But ultimately, we are still talking, as you guys said earlier on before we started filming today, you know, we are still only talking about a toughness 4 model, aren't we? And I think, you know, the stubborn is really situational on these guys. To really get the most out of it feels really hard.
They call sphere as well.
They do, yeah. Which is nice.
Yeah, it's because the lions, isn't it?
The big
actual
lions,
war
boy.
line.
How
How many points are they though?
140.
120.
Ah, okay.
There's still too many points.
Yeah, that is a lot.
They're still basically 20 points
Yeah, I
more
was
than a
gonna say,
cold
they're
one
probably,
chariot.
yeah, they're probably 20 points too much.
100%. That is, for me, that is the benchmark. They are 20 points too many.
I always base any sort of chariot against my personal experience.
The Chaos chariot.
Chaos, which is up there with the best chariot.
Yes.
Which is better toughness, better armor save.
For 10 points less.
Yeah.
And core.
And
And
core.
core for 10 points less.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can take a mark and be the same or less points still. If you take Slanesh, you can be less. I mean, they're just frustratingly slightly too expensive for me. I've had some good results with these. I can't completely knock them. I
Yeah.
came third place at a GT a few years ago with 2 of them in my list.
Hey, they are still a chariot.
Yeah, they're alright. They're just okay. I'm really sorry. They're no better than okay. They're no worse than okay. They're too many points.
That's why I think stubborn doesn't really work for them, because you don't want them to sit in something and hold something in place. You want them to do their impact hits, which is why I just think it doesn't. It's a bit of a to get the most out of them. You want to hit stuff all the time, but you're then not getting anything out of the stubborn, which you've definitely paid for.
And the rest.
Yeah.
I think you're right, and this is what I was saying. I just think the stubborn for me is situational. There will be times where you look at the stubborn and think, I've actually managed to get something really good out of that stubborn, but you can't treat them as in the same way you treat a stubborn regiment, like you were saying earlier. It's a really frustrating one. I'm also annoyed about the fact that I don't get the Lion Cloak on these guys.
Yeah.
Just reminded myself of something else that annoys me.
Yeah, well, it's because they shoot against the chariot, not the riders.
But the lion's pulling it.
Yeah, but they don't shoot the lions, they shoot the frame of the chariot.
What's a bow going to do against the wooden chariot? You can stick all the arrows in the wooden frame till the cows come home.
I only wound it on a 5.
You've got to kill the riders. Why'd you wound it? It's wood. How'd you wound wood?
You bow in the axle and then nothing.
Oh,
the axle comes off.
It rips the arrow into pieces. It's a moving chariot.
Or the arrow goes through the little harnesses that are holding the lions on, and then the lions run off, and the chariot's just there.
Lions don't run off. The lions don't run off because they are loyal, like a griffin.
Loyal lions.
The lions don't realise.
They do.
The lions don't realise.
They
don't realise that it's been cut. They just keep going.
Look, I'm going to argue this way. If you hit my lions, they've definitely got a lion cloak.
Well,
That's
the cloaks are made out of their skin.
It's not a cloak though. It's their skin.
Yeah, it's
not.
The cloak is made from their fur.
Ah, but I think you gives +2 arms as a lion cloak.
And the riders have the cloaks. I'm sorry, it irritates the life out of me. They don't get. If they got it against shooting, I might even think about.
Do the riders have the cloaks though?
Yeah.
I mean, the models might, but rules-wise, they haven't.
Well, no, they don't give them to them.
Well, then they don't have a cloak, do they?
But that's what I'm saying. They don't give them the cloak.
Well, they don't have a cloak.
It's stupid.
That's why.
The equipment crew are greater than they got armour.
Yeah, they don't even got armour on. I mean,
They're in their pyjamas.
They're literally in their pyjamas.
They've been pulled out of bed.
Terrible.
Jump on the back of this chariot.
I'm
What
sorry.
am I doing?
I don't like to. I don't
Do
like.
you have an axe? What's going on?
That's why
Which one is left?
That's why they're stuck. They don't know what's happening.
I don't like to be too critical rules writing wise and stuff, but I do think this is a big miss. I think certainly for 120 points, if they had the +2 against shooting, I might think about them as being a bit more interesting because at least they get there.
Yeah.
I lose them vast majority of the time I've taken them against bow fire. They've only got 4 wounds and 4 armour saves.
Well, yeah, we're talking about handguns.
It's not like, oh god. not a handgun, not like this. So let us move on now to the Dragon Princes of Kelador, which come in with a competitive rating of 16 out of 24. So again, in the solid bracket without being in the kind of crazy bracket. They get 3 for strength of attacks, 3 for number of attacks, 3 for special rules, you see a pattern, 2 for manoeuvrability, 3 for survivability, and 2 for cost. There are 2 for cost.
So it's the cavalry.
Yeah, I mean, you could. I've seen people arguing. I've chatted to people at events, but they're like, I think you're a bit harsh on them. I'll give them a 3 for cost. Because the dragon armour and because the fact that you can put a high magic wizard in there and stack the ward save up. So there is an argument to say, if you want to at home, you could say, I think the Triple Crown card's been a bit harsh. Give them an extra point on the cost because you can kind of stack up the ward save on them to exploit them. So you could say 17. We're going to say 16 because I don't think it's that optimised to do that a lot of the time. But you could say that. Now,
these arrogant dudes.
They're amazing. Only unit in the book that won't, only sort of unit in all of Elvendom that won't lower their banner when the Phoenix King walks past. Their banner always stays aloft because, as far as they're concerned, the kingdom only stands because of them. If being cool was one of the brackets on here, they would get 24
cool.
points.
They're arrogant.
They're cool,
They're
mate.
arrogant.
They're cool.
Arrogant.
They used to ride dragons. They have to dress the horses up as dragons now because there's not enough white dragons.
So
I love it.
This is the worst case of LARPing and cosplaying.
Basically, I love the fact they put little dragon heads on the horses.
Yeah.
The models are great.
That's all that Stockholm syndrome.
So let's talk about there's 2 ways that you're going to see these run, all right, or that you should be running these competitively, as far as I'm concerned. I don't often come across that kind of hard prescriptive, but I do think there are 2 ways to run these. I think you take a 7-man regiment and you run them like Wild Riders if you're a Wood Elf player. They don't have to fast cavs, they're not quite as manoeuvrable, but they aren't frenzied. But you want to run them 7x1 and chuck them into stuff and just let them blitz their damage. Just over 200 points like that. You might want to invest in a champion and look at a Star Lance.
Yeah, because for whatever reason, these guys can take 50 points of magic, weapon and or armour on the champ, and a 75-point banner.
Yeah.
The 50 points of and or armour and weapon is pretty spicy. You can make a dude in there that can really challenge out and fight.
A mini noble.
Well, you can give him an enchanted shield and a sword of
Lance.
+2 strength, or the Star Lance. I mean, with the Star Lance and enchanted shield, he is a pretty deadly boy in a challenge.
Yeah.
Deadly boy.
Yeah.
Strength 7, no armour saves, 1 up save.
3 attacks per model. Yeah. Weapon skill 5, initiative 6 again, back to that big initiative 6.
Are they weapon skill 5?
Yeah.
I thought that weapon skill 6.
No, it's only Sword Masters and Chosen. They're the only 2 units in the game.
Oh, interesting.
But So they're really good like that. You put them in, they blitz their damage. You'll have seen me use them like that if you've watched battle reports where I've got them, because that's a really good way to use them.
Have you used them in a battle report?
Yeah, you used them against Nick.
At least twice, yeah.
Big boy beat down number 1.
Ah, yeah, of course.
And against Nick.
Yeah, they'll take out a wide range of threats like that. They can threaten monsters like that. Like toughness 5 monsters have got a problem with that unit. They'll threaten enemy chaff comfortably. They'll go in the flank and deliver absolutely awesome damage like that. They're a great unit.
I'd like them to be strength 4.
I think we all would.
Wouldn't everyone?
But I do think, in a way, if they were strength 4 with 2 always strikes first attacks, a weapon skill 5, I think they'd probably be too good. I know there's going to be people at home saying you're wrong, but I think they might be too good.
Strength 5 just not enough, in my opinion.
They're good. They are good. They're decent. But the other way to run them is, in my opinion, is to take the bus, the Dragon Prince bus, which
that's a lot of points.
I will do at some point. Yeah, but it just doesn't give them away. You put a wizard in there with the high magic to up their ward save, because they start with Dragon Armor, which we'll cover later, but they start with a ward save. 2 up armor, 6 up ward. You can boost that up then with the law. You get them in there with the stubborn. You put a prince in there and a noble in there, and you can 75 point magic banner. These guys can take Banner World Dragon, really strong.
Ranger standard,
which
Rampager standard.
lets them reroll their charges. That's scary, that one. So again, there's a lot of good stuff here. You take Rampager standard and say the botwood on the BSB.
Yeah,
that's quite good. He goes in the second row if you want him to.
You put your prince in level 4 in the front row.
No, you put your prince and your other noble in there. It's a 4 character.
This is a 4 character
bus,
problem.
mate. It's a 4 character bus. There's no question. It's a bus.
Yeah. So you only need to take like 11 dragon princes.
And against a lot of stuff, I would take 15. I'd take 14 dragon princes and I'd run them 6 wide. Sorry, so that you had to put the extra character in the front row, because against a lot of stuff, a noble with a 2 up armor save and a 6 up ward save that's going to be improved by the
high magic.
He can take a magic banner. Because he can take a lance and a 2 up armor. Yeah. He's going to be survivable enough to just go, have some. He's solid. So, this is a really scary unit. You have to take the Crown of Command. I know I always say I hate the item, but you have to do it if you're going to do this. And just show me how you kill that 1,000 point unit. It's got a 2 up armor save. It's really fast. It's movement 9 because of the barding. It's got a 2 up ward save against flaming. It's got a 2 up ward save against magical attacks.
Arms of Paul's Black Horror.
Yeah, that's basically where you're at. You're at you're now at a really finite number. Dwellers, Arnspool's Black Horror, these big killer spells.
Final Trans, but that's the same against everyone.
Yeah, which when you look at the speed and the kind of ferocity of that, that speed and ferocity of that unit.
Well, Dwellers, you've got a turn.
Yeah.
Final Trans, you might have 2.
And you're probably going to stack some Frost Hearts in there as well, which we'll talk about later. Another fast, aggressive unit. So there's 2 ways to rock these guys. I think that most of the time you'll run the 7 unit, the 6 or 7.
I would like to see the bus.
I've run the bus before. I just haven't got enough of the bus painted to bring it on the channel. I just need to paint a lot of Dragon Princes, basically.
Maybe it's time for Max to crack out the wallet and start a new army.
Oh! You will have to remortgage your house to get those Dragon Prince models, mate, these days.
Printing, baby. I watched 5 Beginner's Eye.
Yeah, you did. Excellent. You've seen the lovely models on there. So
I did. Yeah.
They're a good flanking unit. I really get excited about these. They are up there with my favourites. I don't use them anywhere near enough. But the big problem with them, again, is we talked about earlier. White Lions, Phoenix Guard, Swordmasters, Dragon Princes, Frost Hearts we'll talk about later. So much competition in this book.
And Special has such a competitive sort of slot.
Yeah, it is. And you can't... you're relying on the characters when you get countercharged. Because they are just strength 3.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, your characters, your prince and your noble, they've got to have sort of plus 2 strength, sort of plus 3 strength, maybe.
Yeah, 100%.
I think that's where you might want to look at level 4 and Law of Shadow, if you want to go for the Occams and try and prevent that sort of thing.
But then you're not buffing their war.
Stick with the high magic, mate.
Yeah.
You can take level 2.
The characters
you can take level 2 high.
Noble with the Ogre Blade, Prince with the sword, Giant Blade, that one, yeah. And you've now got those 2 guys are kicking out.
They're your consistent strength.
Yeah, 7 strength, 6+ attacks every turn. And you don't take casualties back, so they grind it out and they get the break result back if you do get.
Because you will nick some wounds at strength 3 because you've got decent weapon skill, you've got lots of attacks.
It's always funny when you strength 3 wounds a steam tank, isn't it?
Yeah, you love to see that. So they are, they're good in the bus. I like them in the sprays as well. They're a good unit. They're a solid little unit. Just competition. Here's another unit, Lothern Skycutters, that doesn't have that problem. Doesn't have the problem of worrying about competition.
No.
It's such an elite level, 15 out of 24. I cannot believe it gets a 15. And we get there with 3 for strength of attacks, 4 for number of attacks, 2 for special rules, 3 for manoeuvrability, 2 for survivability, and 1 for cost. So let's be clear, the 3 for manoeuvrability is because this thing flies.
Yeah.
It can't march, so it loses a point and gets a 3. If it did not fly, this would be a shockingly bad score.
Yeah.
And if we're going by real world physics, this thing should not fly.
How dare you?
Well, no, though it's made of like some special wood
No,
from
no.
Lothern that floats.
I don't think it is. I think that was something they talked about in White Dwarf. Like, why would it fly? But I think they're like, oh, it's like wood that's from like high up in the mountains. It wants to return there or something. I was like, that's a shocker. But I think that it's just lightweight or something like that. There is an explanation. I'm not sure it's a very good one.
No, there isn't.
No?
No.
Oh, excellent. Even better, there's no explanation as to why it flies.
Also, I rest upon a cushion of magic and are drawn into battle by swift feather rocks. A cushion of
A
magic!
cushion of magic. Arguably worse. So let's chuck the
It's
stat line
trash!
out. It's weapon skill and ballistic skill 4 on the
That's
crew,
the crew.
And 5 on the swift feather rock, which is helpful. The weapon skill 5 because it means it's a bit harder to hit.
Strength 5 on the chariot, so its impact it's our strength 5,
Yes,
which is good.
which is massively helpful.
Strength 3 on the crew, 4 on the rock.
We're back to our good old friend toughness 4, 4 wounds, 4 plus armor save as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the rock.
Yeah. So the rock is a bit disappointing. I always find the weapon skill.
Whoa. He was quite good in Jumanji.
Oh, well done, mate. I thought you was going to say no. It was a good film. Sean Connery was excellent.
Do you not remember Nick Cage with the flares going, ah!
What's that Elton John song? The reason I say that is he's weapon skill 5 good, 2 attacks bad, strength 4 poor.
Yeah.
In mythology, rocks are absolutely humongous.
They eat elephants.
Yeah,
In mythology, rocks eat elephants.
I wanted strength 5 on him, but he isn't.
It seems got
Elephant's evidently a toughness 3 in the Warhammer world.
Yeah, what do you want me to? I mean, what do you want me to say really about this?
It's trash.
It killed Manfred once.
It did. There was a character on it. I put the character on it.
It's worth saying.
It's
It didn't
amazing.
kill him, it crumbled him
It
to
crumbled
death.
him
It
to
charged
death.
him in the flank.
Yeah, and did like a wound, I
Yeah.
think, which was enough to beat you on the
Yeah.
rest. But
It can take the eagle eye bolt thrower.
it can, which I think.
But it can't take it if you put a character on it, is
No.
that right? Yeah.
No, it doesn't swap a crew for the eagle eye bolt thrower.
It does, yeah. It goes from 3 crew to 2 crew with the bolt thrower, and you pay points. But don't forget that the crew are only Lothern Seaguard, which means they are fundamentally a bit rubbish.
How many points is the... Oh, my word.
25 for the eagle eye.
Do each of the crew have bows?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so you've got
So-
3 bow shots off there.
They've all got spears as
2
well,
and
which is nice. They're strength
Strength
4 on the charge.
Yeah, that's not bad.
The bolt thrower is strength 5, multiple is D3, 24-inch range, no arm saves.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like
And you
poor
can
man's
move and
bolt
shoot
thrower.
it as well.
Yeah.
Doesn't fire... Oh, it is a bolt thrower.
Yeah.
So it does
Yeah.
pierce ranks in as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
But look, it's 120 points with the bolt thrower on it, which is too many points. It's 95 points without the bolt thrower on it, which is still too many points because it's
Yes.
crewed by
Seaguard.
Seaguard.
Yeah.
It does have a place, I think. I think in the
As a character
Templars
now.
type build, it can work because it gives you more kind of range threats, if
Yeah.
you like.
Yeah.
It being a plus in our comp pack, I think helps it.
As well as a doorstop.
I think it's a good model as well.
Nice.
I think it's a really unique model. I think it's really cool.
Yeah.
How fun is it to paint?
Oh, nightmarish. I've got 1.5 painted, and it's just there was.
How long has that been? 1.5
Oh,
painted?
don't. The first one took me about 25 hours or something stupid like that. I got a bit excited with it. Started individually highlighting feathers. It just all went wrong. But
Doesn't it give you a save if you mount a character on it?
If
you
Give 'em a
put-
ward save.
Yeah,
If you put the sea helm on it, it
Yeah.
gets a 4 at ward saving and shooting.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Riel's failed down strength tests.
yeah.
Because he's a wind rider.
Yeah.
Mm.
So you pay an
Magical wind
exorbitant
rider.
amount of points for the Lothern Sea Helm, though. So if you
Mm.
don't put him on the mount, he's too many points. If you put him on the mount, he's probably about the right points
Because you get a 4
because you get a 4
against
up
shooting.
ward against shooting.
Yeah.
But he's still not very good.
How many points is the sea?
I don't mind the ring on him actually, Kane's Ring of Fury. We'll talk about that later because that improves
Yeah.
that 4+ ward save against shooting. But I mean, we are clutching. These are not great.
I do like the fact in these ones you do get to position the wings, so you do like sort of cinematic stuff like that.
Yeah, they've got different heads as well. They've got like an armoured head and an unarmoured head, and I think there's one that's got an open, maybe with an open beak as well. I'm not sure they've used it.
Yes, the armoured head.
So they've got like a couple of different heads. You can put the wings up or the wings down.
He's a nice model.
You've also got the legs changed. You've got legs with the claws down, and you've got legs with they're tucked up. So that's nice. You get nice variation.
It is a lovely model. Just in game, it's trash.
Yeah, I've magnetised mine as well, so you can swap the bolt throwers on and off.
Yeah,
which is quite helpful because you don't want to paint more than you need to. Trust me. So let's move on then to another chariot now, which is the sort of score that you'd get if you weren't a flying chariot, and that's the Tyrannok chariot, which comes in with a competitive rating of 13 out of 24. So pretty poor for this deep dive. If you're not core infantry, this is pretty low for you. So we get there with 3 for strength attacks again, because it is a strength 5 chariot, 4 for number of attacks, 2 for special rules, 1 for manoeuvrability, 1 for survivability, and 2 for cost. It lucks out by the fact that it's pulled by movement 9 horses.
Steeds, yeah.
Think of a lion chariot, but worse.
No. Think of the Sky Cutter that doesn't fly. That's probably a better car, and that's the best thing about the Sky Cutter, because you can put it behind your blocks and charge over the top with the impact it's to protect like fragile shooting units. That's why I take the bolt thrower. I think they're all right like that. These they don't do that. They're 70 points. I mean,
you take them in units, we're up to 3. I think.
Yeah, they're okay. Cost wise, 70 points is not awful because they do strength 5 impact hits, so we're giving them a 2, which helps them. And like you say, you can take units of them.
I mean, I probably wouldn't.
1 to 3, yeah.
Yeah.
Which you know is nice.
3d6 strength 5 impact hits is nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, but for 210 points.
And guess what slot they come out of, baby?
That special slot.
I think again for me, if I was going to do them, I think I'd avoid the units. I'd just take 3 individual ones if I was going to take 3, and just because then at least you can always point them all at the same thing.
Yeah.
But you can't, at least protects them from magic.
Does mean a high elf completionist does need to buy 9 Tyrannok chariots.
I've got 3. That's enough.
Plus any that they want for mounts.
Yeah, you can actually mount stuff on them. Which is shocking. You can mount wizards on them, which is amazing. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can mount mages on them.
That's amazing.
Yeah, that's amazing. Hey!
Tyrannok chariot, 70 points, replaces one of the chariot's crew.
Yeah, I'm not sure that the cost of 70 points alone is enough to save these guys from being trash tier for me.
No.
They aren't great. I'm sorry.
I don't even think they're undercosted. I think they're just an alright cost.
Yeah, they're probably the correct cost.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, that doesn't make them good. It makes them the correct cost. Which is an improvement on the last 2 chariots, which aren't the correct cost. But I mean, that we are clutching. The other 2, amusingly, these are the correct cost, and I'd still take the other 2 over these, because at least they've got kind of the strength 5 crew, the strength 6 crew, and the strength 5 lions, or the fly ability. So, but let us bring ourselves to the final.
I don't want to do this.
Flanking. Oh, I do. The final flanking unit. I've got such a lot of stuff to talk about him. We need a fanfare, so we'll get Max on the editing with something exciting.
You say this every time, and I just don't do it.
Please do it. He deserves it. He is the only one in all of the deep dives to score this.
No, what we're going to get, now you said that, what you're going to get is #Chieftain wins flashing above your head.
Yeah, okay.
The flanked by a phoenix?
Yeah. If you haven't heard someone moaning about the legendary Frostheart Phoenix, I don't think you've played Warhammer in this edition of the rules. We've already heard some right now, like 30 seconds ago we just heard moaning. I could put that on the cheat sheet because I knew that someone would moan before we started. So here he is, the Frostheart, the Frosty, and he comes in with the whopping competitive score of 24 out of 24, ladies and gentlemen. The only thing to get it. Even units as broken as Terrorgeist and Steam Tanks could not reach this lofty height.
Not quite.
So he scores the maximum points in every single category because he is, quite frankly, a powerhouse.
He's just ridiculous.
Yeah. I'm just going to read this because, to be honest, this looks like it's reasonably well formulated and we can just destroy it later.
Not to blow his own trumpet.
Well, no, this looks like I thought about it. So they can hold up entire units. They add massive punch to any combat and more besides. So let's take a moment to boil down what makes them so strong. They are weapon skill 6, strength 6, toughness 6. Which is amazing in itself. That is a gold stat line for a monster. That's Dragon's stats, right? Which is, top tier monster stat line. They are hard to hit because of that weapon skill 6, and they are even even elite enemy units.
That makes no
They are
sense.
hard to hit and hit.
Apparently,
Even,
this was a well-formulated paragraph.
yeah, and hit back even elite enemy units on 3+. You think like executioners,
Yeah.
white lions, they are hitting them on 3s because they're weapon skill 5. Then factor in the fact that they give any enemy unit in base contact with them always strikes last and -1 strength. That's from their Blizzard Aura special rule.
So good.
Now we do FAQ that in our events to say it doesn't stack because there's some ambiguity over whether that would stack. One or more Frost Hearts is just -1 strength. Okay. I mean, so now effectively toughness 6 is not really toughness 6 anymore, is it?
It's toughness 7.
It's toughness 7 basically.
And all your elves are pretty much toughness 4.
Insane. Then factor in that those debuffs benefit your elf units in the same combats as well.
Yeah, it's not just attacks on him, it's or even models in base contact with him, it's the whole unit that's in base contact with him.
And that has a twofold effect, ladies and gentlemen. Number 1, it makes the elves harder to wound because you've lowered the enemy strength. And number 2, it means the elves keep their rerolls for longer because you've lowered enemy initiative.
I mean, load it, you just give them one strike.
Sorry, you've given them one strikes last.
So it
Easy
means
reroll.
they'll go first against other elves.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we'll
Crucially.
get a reroll.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is great. So, good stuff. Yeah, sorry, it's not an issue, is it? It's the ASL, yeah. Excellent.
Well formulated.
Well-formulated paragraph.
It was, I just didn't read it properly. Yeah, I've just got ensuring they they keep their rerolls to hit. Don't even get me started on the spell synergy you can build with this guy as well. There is a ton of stuff. Obviously, Law of Life, obviously strong because of the attribute.
Yeah.
High Magic has a spell called Apotheosis, excellent to give him wounds back. And we've not talked about upping its weapon skill, which you can
Yeah.
I
do.
don't think you need to.
Lowering enemies, it's just really unpleasant. So that would put them into any list alone without the raw damage. They're Thunder Stomping at strength 6. They've got 4 attacks, and they have a walled save as well, just in case you were wondering if they were, going to survive being hit by a cannon or something.
Probably.
Yes, they will, because they start with a 5+ walled save, which can be changed or improved by their attuned to magic rule. So I'm going to ask Max to read that out.
Tuned to magic, a model with special rule has a 5+ ward save. And its close combat magic attacks are magical.
Yeah,
There you go.
that's a shame, isn't it? Botwood.
Oh no, it's
Good
only
against
for
Safe
it's
Drawback
armor.
should lower his score, shouldn't we, really?
In addition, when rolling to determine the strength of the winds of magic in the controlling player's magic phase, compare the highest d6 roll to the table below to determine what effects the Phoenix will have. The effects roll will last until the start of the controlling player's next magic phase. So, if your highest dice is a 1, you get -1 ward save. If your highest dice is a 2, plus -1 strength. If your highest dice is a 3, +1 initiative. 4 is +1 attack. 5 is +1 strength. And 6 is +1 to your ward save or increase the ward save to 4+.
Now, it is also worth pointing out that this chart has some proper statistical problems with it.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, unlike if it was a straight D6 roll, I think a lot of people look at this chart and say, well, I'm as likely to get -1 ward save as I am to get +1, but you're not.
Near.
Because you throw 2d6 and you always pick the highest, you're basically twice as likely to score the top result than you. In fact, it's a lot more than that. Yeah, it's a lot more than that. A third of the time, I worked this out once properly. 1/3 of the time, you will score +1 ward save.
And
statistically.
1/36 of the time, you will score -1 because you have to roll a double one.
Yeah, so you have to think any combination that involves a 6 is +1 ward, which means that you've got a lot of opportunity to score that. You've got 1/3 of all of the combinations on 2d6 will include a 6, whereas to get the bottom one, as Scott said, you have to roll double 1.
Yeah,
to the highest dice rolled. It's insane. It's insane. You will very rarely have a game where you don't have probably 2 turns of 4+ ward save.
Yeah.
It's just
Upsetting for anyone playing against it.
they're just really strong, and they fly because they're a flying monster.
They also 5 natural armor save.
Yeah.
So you can give them scaly skin as well.
Yeah, you can. Back to that spell synergy. They also cause terror, just for the bant. Flying terror causing units, as we
Leadership
know.
9 as well.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, really, for a monster.
Yeah.
Absolutely outrageous.
Absolutely ridiculous.
Cries in Chimera. And 5 wounds.
Yeah.
No slouch. I mean, just that 6th wound is about the only thing that they're not.
You don't need it.
No, you don't. That's what I'm saying. That's just about the only thing they're missing out on.
Yeah.
When you factor in that horrible ward save and that ability to lower the strength of the attacks that hit them, like you say, you just don't need it. They're absolute machines.
Yeah, they are, and everyone's best defense against a monster is the cannon, and really even 2 cannons, you've got to be reasonably lucky to kill one. to get through the ward and to do 5 wounds, one will probably be saved by the ward, and then you've only got a third of chance of actually killing it. 3 cannons, realistically, then you'd feel pretty confident.
I'd say so, because you've got the chance you can roll 1 to wound. You've got to actually be able to place those cannonballs and actually hit the target. You've also got the misfire percentages and all that. So they are difficult, and they're going to shut down your artillery
very
quickly.
Yeah.
That's what they're all about. And high elves are not short of units in the chaff slot that can do that as well.
Nope.
So, I don't know what to say. There's not really anything more to say. I've tried to give them a real hit up.
Undercosted than anything else.
By a country mile, at least 50 points, probably 60.
So undercosted.
They're a 300-point monster for me.
Yeah.
And they're what, 240?
240? Yeah. They're at least a 300-point monster. They store really well in a figure case as well because they're totally flat. It's not even like you go, well, at least it's all good for me to get them to the event. It's not easy. I just drop them in there. They're flat.
Yeah, that's what would make people completely okay with all their rules, is if they're actually a nightmare to transport.
I'm just saying, like, when I take like a Hurricanum or something like that, I'm like, okay, it's really good and I'm definitely going to take it, but God, what a nightmare to transport it is. No. I know guys that don't take Terrorgeist because they're just so awkward to get to the event. I'll just take like Hex Race and stuff. Never a problem with a Frost Dart, he's easy to transport.
Stick him in a sandwich.
Basically.
Then with two slices of bread, you're good to go.
They're just really strong. They're not.
And you always called a cheese sandwich.
They're not undefeatable. If they can't thunderstomp on something and they go in unsupported, or if the enemy's got a lot of poisoned attacks, they can still fall foul. It is worth saying that. Don't think you've just bought an indestructible game piece and chuck it in single-handedly into a big block of white bearers or something like that.
This unstoppable force does have its immovable
Crypt Ghouls are really Crypt Horrors are really rough.
Horrors, because
they can't stomp on the horrors. They'll get like 6 horrors worth of attacks on it every turn. It's unpleasant, but that we're talking about finite pools of weaknesses for something that's incredible. And like you said, if you chuck it into a combat with a block in the flank or just touching on a corner, just incredible.
Yeah,
it's hard not to be positive about them. They have literally defined the meta in Warhammer in a lot of ways.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, after all of that excitement, let's come back down with a bump and take a look at the ranged units for the High Elves. So we have Archers, Shadow Warriors, Eagle Corps Bolt Throwers, and Sisters of Avalon. So it's going to get progressively better. Yeah.
This is going on far too long. Now I remember I was getting so miserable the last time we did the deep dive.
Be positive. Archers are our starting point, coming in with a competitive rating of 8 out of 24. This is why they are now plus to us. They have a 2 for threat range, a 1 for strength of shots, a 2 for accuracy, a 2 for versatility, nothing for survivability, and 1 for cost. Again, so expensive. The High Elf range units aren't amazing in general, but these guys are a disaster.
How many points are they?
8.
No.
Oh, you said it was 8?
No.
Oh, the score was 8?
8 is their score. They're not. If they were 8 points, I'd think
10.
10.
Oh.
11 if you give them light armor.
You can give them light armor.
I don't know why you would.
10. Oh.
I've got here 11 points with light armor for no appreciable survivability or killing power.
Don't worry, your champion gets Blissical 5.
When we first did this deep dive, I had someone send me a message afterwards, and they were like, "I just think you're wrong about the Archers. I think they're really good." And I'm like, I like genuinely, I'm really pleased they work for you. I just don't see it.
No. 10 points is mad. Even compared to a Spearman, who we said is overcosted.
Why would I not just invest in a Sea Guard?
Yeah.
I know it's like 6 less range because they're not a longbow, but why would I not?
For 2 points more because you are going to take the shield.
Yeah, but I would, wouldn't I? Yeah. I think I would.
I don't get it. So against the Spearman, you lose the spear, you lose a shield, you lose just Spearman come in light armor as well.
Yeah.
So you lose light armor.
Yeah, you lose
That's
2
3
points.
points, easy.
You lose the standard. You lose the magic standard.
Yep, you can't take the magic standard. If they could take the magic standard, they'd have a place. They'd be so useful because you could put the Banner of Eternal Flame on them, use it to strip regen and all that exciting stuff there as well. But you can't.
But you can't do that.
They're just competing.
You could put it on the BSB.
Yeah, I mean now we are clutching.
Now you're wasting points.
Yes. They are competing with Spearmen for the award of the worst core, and in addition, in an addition of the game when shooting is generally a more moderate threat.
Yeah.
They probably win the unwanted title of worst unit in the book.
Yeah, probably.
You know,
Probably.
Sad times.
I don't know what they bring to the table. Or if you're going to take them, always take a musician. There you go. That's my hot piece of advice. So you can split freeform and shoot. You know, and the Triple Crown dog's doing his little bit of bargaining in the background as well for you all at home. So you all got. I think there was barking the very first time we did this video as well from the dog. So it's just art imitates life. It continues. So let's move on. Let's get slightly better. We're going to move on to Shadow Warriors now, coming in with a competitive rating of 10 out of 24. So
Marginally better.
It's better, but it's still not good.
25% better.
We are getting there with a score of 3 for threat range, 1 for strength of shots, 3 for accuracy, 2 for versatility, nothing for survivability, and 1 for cost.
These guys are in their pyjamas.
Now,
Yes.
I've got here, they look reasonably costed compared to their core unit cousins, but don't assume that makes these guys worth their points.
Yeah.
So, these guys, I think, are 14.
Yes, they are.
Yeah. So, for those 4 points, they come with some light armour, I think.
Yep.
So that would be 3 points difference if you paid for
Yep.
the light armour on the archers.
Yeah.
Longbow.
They have a same bow.
Yeah, same bow. Yeah.
But they do have BS5.
Mm.
So that's a chunk of BS. I think they are still leadership 8, yeah?
Yep.
They do have scouts and skirmish though, and they hate Dark Elves for the bants.
Yeah, cause that's where the hatred Dark Elves comes into play then.
Yeah.
Obviously.
And you can take a magic weapon on the champion.
25 points!
You could take Reaver Bow on him. He's BS6, I think.
No,
He's still 5.
he's still 5.
Why does he not get...
Because he gets additional attack.
What? Why? You love to see it.
Gets additional attack.
So I have seen guys take blocks of like 10 of these and stick them on the back line and just use them as archers. Because they're basically better at shooting and they're harder to hit back.
It's a waste because
Yeah.
because bow fire does nothing.
They can march and shoot, which is helpful.
The goggles, the bows, they do nothing.
Yeah, the bows. Yeah, oh, what can I say about them?
Nothing.
Yeah, I think they're too expensive. I think they're way too expensive. I think if I was to run them, I'd probably give them additional hand weapon, I think.
Can't buy them.
Oh, can you not?
Nope.
I thought they had the choice of additional hand weapon or great
No,
weapon.
you think of shades.
You're thinking of Shades.
I think
Yeah,
the
they're
Shade's
good.
the better version.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they come with crossbows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they came from Warhammer Armies Dark Elves.
Yeah. Yeah, in which case I probably just wouldn't take them at all.
Don't worry, they have martial prowess.
So I've got
Worth
here
it.
the better BS and skirmishers means that they are at least threatening and hitting more regularly.
Yes.
The low number of and low strength of shots means that, as we discuss,
Might hit more often, but you're not going to do that many ways.
he's only going to hit like 4 times.
Yeah.
By the unit. They are best employed as chaff, and we'll cover that
Yeah.
shortly. And that's actually
Well, I like War Machine United is Chaff, yeah.
Yeah.
yeah. And 75 points.
75 or
70 points.
Yeah, 70
Yeah.
points of getting in the way.
Getting in the way, yeah, absolutely. Ace.
And flinging 5 bow shots while they're getting in the way.
So let's improve. Let's feel better about ourselves, guys. Let's get some positive stuff happening. We'll start with we'll carry on now with the Immortal Bolt Thrower. The staple of Elvish gun lines up and down the nation.
Where is this thing?
Comes in with the Sea Guard stuff. Defenders of Lothan.
Why?
Because they go on boats.
Because they go on boats.
They come in with a whopping 19 out of 24. We're back to good scores! Yay!
Yeah, very good.
Yeah, it is good. So 3 for threat range, 3 for strength shots, 2 for accuracy, 4 for versatility, 4 for survivability, and 3 for cost. Now, it's pretty impressive, that 19. It is worth cautioning that when you charge them, their survival rating goes from that 4 to a 0, because they are toughness 3 with 2 wins.
They're manned by the Seagull.
Have no armour. I think they've got 6 up light armour, that's it. But in general, they shouldn't be getting charged. They should ideally be being hit at range when they're toughness 7, which is ace. They're 70 points each, which is a great investment in my opinion.
Take up to 4.
You can take up to 4. They are in rare, which is really annoying because they're up against
Frost Arts
and Sisters that we'll cover in a minute, which are also
Yeah,
useful.
but I mean, you take 2 Frost Darts, which is what, 480 points. You've still got 140 points.
Yeah, you can
145
squeeze
points.
2 bolt throwers
Yeah.
and 2 frost darts
Yeah.
in if you do that, or you can take lots of bolt throwers and some sisters, which
Yeah.
is also good.
Take up to 8 to the Grand Army as well.
Again, I'm just
Yeah,
jealous because Dark Elves get them in the special slot, obviously.
And they get 6.
Because they're
Are they
all
not?
No, they still
They get the
4,
same,
don't they?
but-
Yeah,
but
they're
they-
all Hammer
they're just
Armies.
in special.
Dark Elves.
Yeah, I know, yeah,
They're
sorry.
all Hammer Armies. You're playing the wrong book.
Yeah.
They usually prove to be a decent investment unless I'm using them. But with the ability to apply a threat to almost every type of unit in the game, and quite frankly, a low cost for that. 70 points is really good for that.
Yeah.
They are the best shooting thing.
Yeah, the multi-shot option is very good.
Yeah. Strength 4, armor piercing, strips through kind of elite infantry, strips through low grade infantry, strips through even cavalry. You have to feel the threat of it.
Yeah. Chaff. It's good for clearing out some chaff.
Yeah. And then you get the big bolt, strength 6, penetrates ranks, no armor saves, D3 wounds. That can do monsters or cavalry.
Monstrous imp.
Yeah.
Very good at.
They've had to specify that the repeating bolts do not pierce ranks.
No.
Could you imagine?
I like the fact we both went there immediately. Could you imagine? This is the choice that every Wood Elf player wishes they could select.
Oh, so much. So much.
Guess what?
I don't know why you both looked at me. I don't have a Wood Elf army anymore.
No, but I do like rubbing it in.
Buy a real Elf army.
He has got Dark Elf
I've got Dark Elf army. I've got the best.
Does he? I've only heard about it. I've not actually seen it.
I don't think it's still,
I've got a lot of Dark Elves.
still technically fictional.
It's a myth.
But,
I've got a lot of Dark Elves that were built, and have then sat in a case.
yes.
He's got a case for him. Dedication.
Yeah, they came with a case. I didn't buy the case.
So to get back to the point at hand, bolt throwers are good. You can't really go wrong with these guys.
No.
We did, I did a 20-0 tactics on using artillery. So I'd check that out because it's helpful in terms of just getting the most out of your bolt throwers. And they are worth taking. And our final shooting unit are Sisters of Avalon, which come in with a competitive rating of 13 out of 24.
My most recent nemesis.
I like these. I think they're good. 13, again, is that raw form versus...
A bit like the Phoenix Guard.
Yeah, it's that raw form versus the kind
Sort
of
of against
in-game
the synergy.
evolution, if you like, of them. High Elves do like synergy, don't they? They're very much
so.
into that jam. So they get 2 for threat range, 2 for strength of shots, 3 for accuracy. They're really good ballistic skill. 4 for versatility, 0 for survivability, and 2 for cost. They are a great unit that suffers from low survivability and their price.
Does she have any armour? Or are they in the pants?
No, they're in the pants.
Oh, maybe light?
I think they're in the pants.
So they're in the pants.
Yeah.
They have light armour.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I mean, you might as well be though, because basically they don't get the save against anything.
Anything that's a decent value.
And I think they're 14 again.
40 points, yes.
Yeah. So
I think
pricey.
Yeah, 14, yeah, cool.
14 points. So
They're strength 14.
Yeah. Now they are the unit that has the arrows of Isha that we talked about earlier.
No,
So
they don't have the arrows of Isha.
No,
Their bows.
their bows
Yeah.
have the
The
arrows
bows of
Isha.
Avalon have the arrows of Isha.
Um,
Get it right, scrub.
so the bows of Avalon, which I think we'll probably discuss in a different section. But
Do we have to? Because it's the only thing that can take it.
Let's discuss them now very quickly. Then why not? It makes
They're a
sense.
30-inch bow.
24.
24.
Oh, they're only 24. Okay.
But they move 5 and still shoot, so
Yeah.
29-inch threat. Their strength 4, they are flaming. They have the arrows of Isha and they volley fire. So they're alright. They shoot in 3 ranks because of martial prowess, which is really solid. The strength 4 is
very good.
very good. The ballistic skill 5 plus the strength 4 is really, really good.
That plus the arrows of Isha, very, very, very good.
Yeah,
if
and,
you're against force of destruction.
and that's why they get that impressive versatility score of 4, because they really can threaten just about everything. The flaming element as well is so good against monsters, monstrous infantry,
Not
like
so good
trolls.
against demon princes.
No, not so good against demon princes. Fair play. But
Good against Noble Warriors, they're being over by Festus.
excellent
Yeah.
in that sense.
Terrifying.
The extra, as we said earlier, you know, things like enchanted blades where you can strip like three points off the armor of targets. That's basically against most things. It's going to be little to no armor left.
Yeah.
Which means they can even cause things like knights a big problem if they're forced to destruction.
Yeah.
Certain builds really elevate the unit as well, which we will talk about later.
One elf in particular. So weak.
Yeah, he is, and he kills 30 gore in a turn with the unit.
So good.
Then he gets smeared by the dart.
So great, yeah, because I didn't remember the lore attribute. Oh, I'm still not over it.
Yeah, well.
So the other
yes,
thing with
you
these
probably.
guys is they have a character option, which is called a handmaiden of the Everqueen. Now, she is like a hero choice, so we won't really talk too much about her here, but you'll have seen me use her in any of the videos where I use these guys, and if she joins their unit, they get quick to fire,
Very good.
which is ace.
Yeah.
It means they can always stand and shoot, and obviously don't suffer that penalty for moving and firing. When you're BS5, that means you're looking at targets in hard cover.
Yeah.
They need all the help they can get, don't they?
Yeah, so I would take one of those if you're planning on using these guys, and certainly if you look at Flaming Sword of Ruin, if you've got access to that, which you can get through the Dragon Mage or Teclis or just a Fire Wizard if you get lucky, you honestly, these guys will deck like artillery pieces.
Mm.
Because you're like, well, it's just 5 to win, isn't it, with Flaming Sword?
Yeah.
And
I'm
gonna hit
Yeah.
because I've got loads of ballistic skill. So yeah, they're in of themselves, got some issues in the synergy. Watch the battle reports, you'll see that they're worth taking. Them and the bolt throwers. That's where your shooting power comes from for your high elf armies.
Not from your core archers.
No, so let us move on once again, and we're going to take a look at our chaff units now. We're not far away from finishing the unit section. We've just got chaff and support to go, and the sections are getting smaller. Chaff, we've only got 3. Just the 3 for you guys. Illyrian Reavers, Shadow Warriors are back, and we've got Great Eagles.
I thought you said a bat then. I thought you said Illyrian Reavers, Shadow Warriors and a bat.
No, Shadow Warriors are
just a bat.
and Grey Eagle, just a solitary bat. Now, lots of other units can be employed as chaff with varying success. And we know lots of you like to do this. I've, in the past, been known to run sticks of like 10 infantry from core even because, I've got to use them for something.
Silver Helms.
Yeah, Silver Helms can also do it. But we're going to focus on those units that we see as the proper dedicated chaff elements of the army book. Otherwise we'll be here all day. So, Illyrian Reavers coming in with a competitive rating of 17 out of 24.
Very good.
I've really wanted to find 18 for these guys, but it's just not quite there for them, unfortunately.
We don't always get what we want.
No, I know. It's just not quite there for them, unfortunately. So we get 4 for manoeuvrability. They are swift. We get 3 for number of attacks, 3 for special rules, a big 4 for the slot, 0 for survivability again, and
well less than down.
3 for cost. It's where
Only
the
they were a Dark Rider.
Gets the extra point for survivability. You love to see it.
Yeah, but Dark Riders are just stupid.
Yeah.
These guys are definitely the gold standard of chaff for high elves. Their fast cavalry rule, not only upping their manoeuvrability score, but also their special rule score due to the feigned flight ability, where you can sort of fall back away and then come back next turn. That's a really underused ability, I think, that one.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
I don't see a lot of people take the advantage that can bring.
Especially combining it with a musician, so you've got the extra leadership for rallying.
Absolutely, yeah.
Look, we just sacrifice the chaff straight off the bat just to redirect.
Yeah, these are really good in a double flea style list.
Let's take your entire core just full of Reavers.
I've done it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's about, depending on if you take commands and stuff, it's about 30 for 625 points.
Yeah.
I've definitely done it. You've seen the Silver Helm bust now. You've seen the Illyrian Reaver bust now, so you've seen everything. So
don't rule it out.
They aren't undercosted, but they are very cost effective, which is where they get that 3 from. For certainly when they inevitably die, so that you can win the game.
What are they? 95 points, 3 out of 5.
Yeah, I would. They have the option for I think it's a spear or a bow, or bows and spears. And I think it's a point or.
No, so they don't come with bows.
Right. Okay.
So if the bows themselves are 3 points a model, or you can replace your spears with bows for a point a model.
Take the bows. Don't even mess around. Take the bows.
Don't replace your spear. Just
buy the bow.
Yeah.
They come in at 95 points at that point, which is more than happy to sacrifice 95 points.
Yeah.
And the bow just means that they can offer you more threat all the time. They can shoot at enemy chaff and then charge enemy chaff the turn after and finish it off. They're just a nuisance like that. There's just not a lot of reason not to do it in a chaff role.
The champion's got a really good name as well. The Harbinger.
Oh, that's quite a good name.
He certainly does, yeah. He's very cool. So, I think these are slightly in the wrong order, so let's sort that out. But our second helping of Shadow Warriors is coming next. And their competitive rating has been improved, ladies and gentlemen. It has gone up to a 12 out of 24. Hold tight.
Gone up 20%.
Yeah, again.
No, it went up 25 from.
Oh, did it? Oh, that's a shame.
It went up 2 again.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's nice.
We're incrementing it.
We get there with 3 for manoeuvrability, 2 for number of attacks, 2 for special rules, 2 for slot, nada on survivability, and 3 for cost.
Lots of 2s.
Nil point.
So these guys have got better every time we've kind of dropped them in. This is probably where I see their role being sort of topped out.
Yeah.
The scouts and the skirmish means they can threaten war machines early. The 70-point price tag for 5. Don't buy the magic weapon for the sergeant.
Do it for the
Don't
memes.
do that.
Don't buy a sergeant.
Yeah, just don't do that. Yeah, there's
Well,
no
you
reason
don't
to.
want the Shadow Walker?
Do you know what, I might? Yeah, I probably might.
Why? There's no
Extra
difference.
attack in the war machine
You
hunting.
don't need the extra attack.
But
the War Machine crew aren't going to kill you back.
You'd hope not. They might kill me back.
Yeah.
Yeah,
See if it's a Hellcat, it will.
That's not a war machine, it's a monster.
But I mean, like, ultimately, only dropping 70 points to block an enemy off, redirect something important, and potentially dropping 70 points to kill an enemy war machine is way worth it. Just wish they weren't special, but you know, there's no other place for them.
Well, where would you put them?
Well, you'd like everything in core, wouldn't you? Let's be honest. But
I don't mind them being special.
no,
because
it's the right
you
slot.
basically, but I don't even think it really restricts what you take, because no one ever really maxes out their special allowance.
No. Well,
This
book is the one book that
If
does
you're going to do it, then
sometimes,
you might do it here. But really,
I think the problem is the core units just aren't very good.
yeah. So you take as
You
little
take
as
a
possible.
chaff out of there,
Yeah.
because we just talked about how great Reavers are. But they do have this option, and they are cheap. So if you've got a plan for your core, you want to do Laura Shadow in that big unit of Spearmen or Sea Guard or something,
Seaguard, yeah.
then maybe you take these guys to support that.
Maybe.
They can work. They're a plus choice.
Or the Silver Helm Bus.
Yes. And on to our final chaff choice now, which is our Great Eagle. It's his first appearance.
And
only
only appearance.
It is, yeah. The one and only, if you will. And he gets a 14 out of 24. So, not bad.
Not terrible.
We get there with 4 for manoeuvrability, 3 for number of attacks, 1 for special rules, 1 for slot, 1 for survivability, and 4 for cost. So, there's a bit to discuss with these guys.
Is this assuming that it's just a single eagle?
Yeah, so this is
Because you can take them in units, can't you?
single 50-point eagle. Yeah. I don't see the attraction in chaff to take more than one.
Not really.
If I'm honest.
No. Units are 3+ or a plus.
I can see the attraction taking 18, but that's just me.
Is it just 1+?
Yeah.
It's quite funny.
The Italian can be given an Aura Strikes first.
That's-
That's
they-
terrifying.
That's 9 boxes of Lord of the Rings Great Eagles. Because
Yes.
that's what everyone uses as their eagles.
Yeah.
That's big. That's,
So
they're not ranking up together.
No, they're not.
So they do have some choices and some options. 4 for manoeuvrability, obviously, because they fly. And on a 50mm base, that makes them excellent chaff.
Yeah.
They get where they need to be, which is amazing. I think they're too cheap at 50 points in that sense. I've given them
Possibly.
a 4 for cost, and
Yeah.
I think you'd pay. I think
Yeah.
if I said to you, got to pay 60 for them, or
Oh, yeah.
you'd go, yeah, I'd pay that.
Yeah.
Which is my measure for, do I think they're a bit cheap?
I think I think they could be 15 points more, and
You'd probably still buy them.
Yeah.
And they can be 15 points more, because there are 2 upgrades available to these guys, and
There are.
I believe that
Swift
they...
Sense and
Shredding
Shredding
Talons,
Talons?
yeah, and they are 10 points for Swift Sense and 5 for the Shredding Talon. So Swift Sense gives them,
Aura Strikes first.
and Shredding Talons offers them
Armor
piercing.
piercing.
So,
Let's have a look. There's a third one here, but I'm assuming that's only for the Griffin.
yeah, it's the Griffin's one. That
that the
So,
Swooping Strike. Heavy charge plus for strength.
Yeah, that'd be well good if you could give
yeah.
it, but you cannot. So this is the great debate for a raw sacrifice for battlefield advantage. I wouldn't give them
No,
the
either.
upgrades.
No.
But their stat line, I believe, is initiative 4, couple of attacks.
Yep. Initiative 4, 2 attacks.
Weapon skill 5.
Yep.
So I'm now attracted to the Aura Strikes first. It's only 10 points. Good for fighting like the War Machine crews. I'll probably get a reroll there. They're going to struggle to kill me with T4 and 3 wounds.
Yeah.
So there's an argument here that would up their special rules score as well if you take that
Building
on.
the case for the unit here, boys.
We're not building the case for the
Building the
unit.
case for the unit.
Look, they're fast. They're cheap. They're just rare. That's probably the worst element of them. Really, is they're
that's
rare.
what really
Means you
lets them down.
means you can only take 10.
And in fact, they go on a 40mm base. I've got here, so
Yeah, I was gonna, they're not on 50. Are they?
even better.
Yeah.
You love to see it. They're good. They're good. They are really good. You can't call them out really. You can't really. You
can't
can.
add them.
It's just whether you go for the upgrades, and I always find myself not sure, and then usually leaving it because I need to shave some points somewhere.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
I honestly think it's not worth it for the upgrades because they are going to die.
Yeah.
2 attacks is not worth it.
So it's for the War Machine element or killing enemy chaff. They're really good like that as well.
The healing on 3s, running on 3s with War Machine crew, and then stomping them. I don't think it's needed.
Yes, yeah, that is true. Are they cause? No, they don't cause fear. They just fly.
That big old eagle.
They can't stomp on a War Machine. Can't stomp on a War Machine.
Can you not?
Nope. Fun fact. So it specifies what you can stomp on. War Machines,
It's
one of
like infantry, war beasts, swarms. I think is it.
them. Yeah, bit weird.
Yeah.
I've checked many times, and the War Machine crew have the War Machine unit type, not infantry,
no
so it's a
infantry.
bit weird.
Yeah, the crew themselves don't have infantry.
So we've just got one battlefield roll to go, guys, before we take a breather and bring you the special character element of this video.
And are we ending on a good one?
Let's say no. So it's our support unit, and the only one is the Flamespire Phoenix. I know you've all been waiting to see our glorious write-up of this
If it
boy.
can live up to its cousin's dizzying height.
And
of
it
24.
is a whopping 10 points short of that. It's a 14
I
out
thought
of
you were going to say
24.
he scored 10 points, and I wasn't shocked.
No, 14. It does have some immutable facts that you can't ignore. So it has a 4 for manoeuvrability because it flies. It can't get away from that.
Yeah.
It has
It'd be funny if it just didn't have fly there.
It has a 3 for special rules because
It still has a tune to magic.
it does still have a tune to magic.
Yeah.
It's also fireborn, so it gets a 2 up ward against flaming.
And
It
flame
has
attacks.
flaming attacks, which these are all useful little
Yeah.
things. It
Terror.
does also cause terror.
Mm.
So we normally
Fly
fly
and
and terror. We normally give the 4
Yeah.
for that gold standard on, but with this guy, he's not really going to go in combat all the time, so we didn't go for that one. 1 for synergy because he can do damage over one enemy. 1 for risk because he's got to get close to do it. 4 for survivability though, and just the 1 for cost. He is expensive.
What points is it?
225.
He's
15 points
Yeah.
cheaper than a Frost Heart Phoenix.
So shall we start with that appalling cost? The Frostheart is clearly. The Frostheart is clearly underpointed, and
Yes.
the Flamespire is clearly overpointed. The Flamespire probably needs to drop 40 points, I would argue. I think he's a 175, 180 point monster. I think he's Hydra sort of level of monster. He himself only has 3 attacks in combat.
Yeah, it's poor.
Mm.
Weapon
that is
skill
poor.
5, so he's
Yeah.
not much of a fighter. He's got this kind of wake of fire thing
Yeah.
going on, which we'll cover in a minute.
Which doesn't actually do a lot of damage.
No, and what it does, it crosses over so much with other stuff in the book that he's not bringing you a lot that you don't have elsewhere. That's tough.
Yeah, I could maybe see him at 180 then.
I'm not,
180, 185, something like that.
I could swallow him at that. He'd probably be workable at those points for me, which is a huge dunk. And as we said, the Frosty needs to come up probably
Like
60 points.
50, 60 points.
So they should be a lot further apart, and they're not. And that really is the bottom line on the score issue. 15 points. It's just comical to me
Yeah,
that you would consider this guy over the other one.
drop like a white lion and a shield on a character and upgrade your Flamespire to a Froster.
Yeah, drop a Phoenix Guard and add the Frosty.
Mad.
So keeps the attune to magic we talked about with the Frost Heart.
Yeah.
So we won't bore you with the
Yeah.
chart again. As we said, he can go up to a 4+ ward save, which means he does often hold on to his points for
Yeah.
you.
He can come back, can't he? as
He
well?
does.
Here we go.
He does, and that's part of his.
Phoenix Reborn.
Yeah. Do that.
Okay.
I couldn't remember what the name of the rule was. I was just sort of on the tip of my tongue, like start Phoenix Reborn. I'm like, okay, let's do that.
Phoenix Reborn. So as soon as a Flamespire Phoenix loses its last wound, including unsaved wounds that are killed in the monster as a result of heroic killing blow at multiple wounds special rules, remove the model and place a Phoenix Reborn counter. A small coin would do.
Or if you're James, a 50mm round base with some painted fire on it.
It's a 40mm round base with
sorry.
3-dimensional fire on it. I'll
So-
take some photos at some
so
point
it's-
for you guys, but it's about that tall. It's got all fire on it.
It's the fire off of the Phoenix, isn't it?
But it's
Yeah,
not.
it's all cut down and put together. It's
It's
cool.
not a small coin though, is it? So it's bigger.
Yeah, I don't mind if someone says to me, "Oh, it's a bit too big." I'll be like, "Okay, we'll just knock we'll knock 10mm off the range." Do you know what I mean?
Measure from
Like,
the centre.
yeah, what does it matter? Like, it's a cool thing, isn't it? Honestly, mate, if you want to call me out on taking this, you go large, mate. If this is where we've got to in the game, that the size of my marker for that Phoenix is causing you a problem, I think I could have a medal for taking the Phoenix and making the marker.
To the centre of their death spot. If your army contains several Flamespire Phoenixes, you will need to place a Phoenix Reborn counter for each one.
If you've completely lost your mind.
For each one that is slain. And a way of telling the counters apart. I thought I had an explanation.
What? Why? Well, they're exactly the same. Why
Well,
is
because
that?
one Phoenix can't. Oh, yeah, I suppose.
They're exactly the same.
They
Model.
don't have upgrades, do they?
No.
Can they be mounts?
They can. You'd have to mark out a mount one
Yeah.
different. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
At the end of the turn, roll a d6 for each flame Phoenix Reborn a counter and consult the table below. So 1 to 2, the Phoenix is dead. Literally, the Flamespire Phoenix is dead. Never to return, remove the Phoenix Reborn counter from play. And that's called Dead Embers.
Yep.
3 to 5 is Flame Kindled. Centre the large round template over the centre of the Phoenix Reborn counter. All models, friend or foe, hit by the template suffer strength 4, hit with flame attack special rule.
I'm going to be honest. I thought that the size of the counter was going to matter. Now I've realised that because you placed a template over the centre, it literally doesn't.
Yeah.
So all of your critiques of my counterage,
No, mine
Unless
unfair.
it depends when the Phoenix comes back. If he comes back within like 6 inches of
it
it.
does or the centre.
of the
Oh,
centre.
okay.
Yeah.
Well, then no, it doesn't matter.
The Phoenix Reborn counter remains in play. Roll again at the end of your next turn, yours and your
okay.
opponent's.
Yeah.
That's for the
Okay.
Flame Kindle.
Yeah.
6+. Don't know how you get plus, but 6+.
You'll see.
Can you get plus?
Yeah.
Ah, okay. I see. Place a Flame Spire Phoenix anywhere that is within 6 inches of the centre of the Phoenix Reborn counter and at least 1 inch away from any enemy unit, or any unit, sorry. Then remove the marker from play. If it is not possible to place the Phoenix due to the aforementioned restrictions, treat this result as a Flame Kindled result instead. Reborn Flame Spire Phoenix is returned with D3 plus 2 wounds. The reborn model suffers no bonuses or penalties incurred from its former existence.
So if it died with a spell on it, that's already lost.
I.e., if the model was fleeing or affected by an augment or a hex spell at the time of its death, the
Yeah.
reborn model will not be. If a Flamespire Phoenix has a rider when it loses its last wound, both monster and rider are removed and replaced with a Phoenix Reborn counter as described above. However, add once when rolling on the Phoenix Reborn table for a Flamespire Phoenix that had a rider when it was removed.
Oh, okay.
If the result is Dead Embers, both monster and rider are slain, never to return. However, if the result is Rise from the Ashes, the character returns to life with its starting number of wounds, riding atop the reborn Flamespire Phoenix. Note that if the rider was slain before the Flamespire Phoenix, a Rise from the Ashes result would not resurrect the character.
This is just a comedy of errors, right?
At the end of the game, remove all Phoenix Reborn counters from the board. These Flamespire Phoenixes and any riders they had count as casualties. The rider shouldn't come back full stop because it's not a Phoenix.
Yeah.
No. This is the least of my concerns. Game mechanics right now. It just makes me so angry. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's the point. Yeah.
How does it work? You kill my bird and he crashes into the earth. My dude's walking off, mate. You've got to kill both of them at the same time. So basically,
Catch
if
them
he
if
gets
they flee.
cannoned or you catch him when he
Yeah.
flees, then this works.
So that's
Otherwise,
Yeah.
it doesn't work.
Does the guy walking around crumble to dust and then get reborn with Flamespire?
No, he jogs on.
So do you get another character then?
No, because
That's
he's
it.
not on it. Because he's off of it.
But how happens?
I mean, rules as written, it doesn't say the character has to be dead.
No, it's
It has
just
to be killed when the Phoenix
it's
is
just
killed
a
to
car
come
crash.
back.
He doesn't get sucked into the ground with the dead
So,
Phoenix.
no, but what would happen if I killed the
Oh,
Phoenix?
no. Here he goes, right. If a Flamespire Phoenix has a rider when it loses its last wound, both monster and rider are removed.
Oh, right. Oh, okay. So you kill the
Oh,
bird
so that's
that gets
worse.
the rider
Yeah.
too.
And replaced with a Phoenix Reborn counter. So if you kill
That's
the Phoenix,
terrible.
You kill the Phoenix, you kill the rider as well automatically.
That's terrible.
Oh, it's lucky he's toughness 5. Oh, wait. That's rubbish. Oh,
yeah, so
Oh,
no, there's no game mechanics there.
Yeah, no,
the
it's
rider would just die.
The rider's... Oh, dear, right there.
There you go.
Well,
At least you get +1 to your table result.
yeah, then you roll a 1 and then nothing comes back.
But it doesn't. They just don't come back. I've messed about with this. The other comedy of errors is that this is not a combat monster. It's weapon skill 5, good. Strength 5, decent. Toughness 5, okay, yeah, decent.
5 wounds.
5 wounds, yeah. 3 attacks. Initiative
Rubbish.
4. No rerolls. Rubbish. The Frosty we talked about being a combat monster, having 6s for all those stats and more attacks.
Does
And it's debuff.
Sorry.
Then
it's
the
debuff.
Frosty's debuff.
Yeah, but again, the character on the back of this wants to be in combat. This thing wants to do its Wake of Fire ability.
Can it only take like an anointed on the back?
Yeah.
That's rubbish.
This thing wants to do its Wake of Fire ability.
So, Wake of Fire. If a Flamespire Phoenix moves over one or more unengaged enemy units in the remaining move subphase, choose one of those units. That unit suffers D6 strength 4 hits plus an additional D3 hits per rank after the first. These hits are flame attacks.
So you want big, long units of Skaven slaves.
Yes.
My
Yeah.
frustration with these rules, and it's not the only one like it, but it is probably the one that typifies it best, is you've got a horde with 50 models in it, and I do D6 plus 3D3, or 4D3, because you're four ranks beyond the first, yeah? You've got a unit of Skaven slaves with 35 models in it, and I do D6 plus 6D3, because you're 5 wide and 7 deep. Like,
Yeah.
not 8 deep. This is...
It should be you pick whichever's more, the ranks or the files.
The ranks or files,
and then
yeah.
you roll a d3.
Or it
for
should
that.
just be D6 hits plus D3 for every 10 models in the unit, or something like
Or
that.
5,
I know that
yeah.
I know that doesn't make it very easy for, from a thematic looking at it point of view, it doesn't make a lot of sense. But from a balancing gameplay and
Yeah.
making it kind of feel like it's worth having, it does.
Yeah.
Hordes are common. These aren't very good against
Yeah,
hordes.
and that's
It's
the
annoying.
thing. Like they're
Yeah.
although those effects aren't common, it's another thing that incentivises people to take hordes
And-
rather than
A bus.
deep blocks.
And it's another thing that incentivises me not to take
Not
this.
to take them. Yeah.
And when we look at spells like Fiery Convoke, when we look at the shooting damage we can do, and we look at like the fact that our core units, as you so eloquently pointed out, don't really have a role beyond decking rubbish enemy blocks. What is it this guy brings me that I don't have everywhere else in stuff I'm going to take?
A flying war machine hunter.
And he costs...
What, you mean like the Frostar Phoenix?
Or an
Great-
eagle.
Or an eagle.
Yeah.
And he's gonna... So he just costs me Frost Hearts, Bolt Throwers, Sisters. All the good stuff.
Is he rare as well?
Yep.
Oh, shocking.
Again, if he was special, be a big help.
Shocking.
Be a big help.
Yeah.
It wouldn't, because special has everything else in it.
But at least I'm probably not going to have to like choose from a points point of view, from a slot points point of view.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to choose from an army spend point of view. But yeah, I mean, it's just I can't. He's a really beautiful model as well.
I'm not a big fan of the Phoenix models.
Oh, I love him.
I prefer the Flamespire Phoenix model to the Frostar.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I do. Yeah, I've
But I
got
don't like the model
one I
as a
spent
whole.
hours painting, and I'm really, really pleased with it. It's one of the best models I've ever painted. I used it once, and it
I've-
came on the channel.
I've never seen it.
Yeah, yeah. If we play, I used it when we played the Big Bird Beatdown.
Did you?
Yeah, it was rubbish.
Was it in that game?
Was it?
Yeah, it died. Hellcannon charged it and ate it. It's great.
Classic.
Beautiful. They're not very good in combat, we just discussed this.
Especially not against a monster.
Yeah, they're
like a
rubbish
Hellcannon.
in combat. But that piece of art, I want to point out, is my favourite
Yeah,
piece of
it's
art in the
very
whole
nice.
book. I
Very
love
nice
it.
bit of art.
They shouldn't be near each other according to the Frostar Phoenix fluff. That'd be causing agony in the Flamespire.
Wouldn't it?
Yeah, that's why they have to leave their homes.
Well, as if the Frost Art Phoenix's stat line hasn't caused enough agony in the Flamespire.
This thing trash, don't take it.
Oh, I'm really
Good
sorry,
summary,
guys.
Max.
I wanted to leave you positive, but I can't. We'll come back to positive moments.
It gains the chieftain's seal of approval. Trash.
Trash. So that is it. That is all of the units. We're going to move on now to the special characters. You've fought through Ulthwan with us. It has been a slog at points. We have had a good laugh along the way, though. I certainly have, anyway. So grab yourselves a Coke.
Other beverages are available.
Excellent. Wasn't sure which one of you was going to say it. Take 5. You've earned it. We'll see you very shortly to start eating up some special character action. Well, we trust you are as well rested and excited about the next section as we are, as we take a look at the 7 special characters found in Warhammer Armies High Elves.
The biggest section.
Biggest single section.
Number of units wise.
So we've got quite a few.
The Battleline had 8.
6.
There's 6.
Yeah.
With 8.
No,
We've got
6.
Tyrion, Teclis, Eltharion the Grim, Alithanar, Alariel the Radiant, Corhill, and Caradrian.
I can't
So,
believe they've only got 2 special character heroes, but 5 special character lords.
yeah.
Oh,
Because
that's
when you live for
mad.
like 1,000 years, mate,
You get pretty good.
You get that 3rd wound on about the 900 year mark.
That's what you get with being snobbish and upper class, isn't it?
Yeah, it is,
You'll
yeah.
think you're a lord, when
Yeah.
in actual fact, you could all probably be heroes.
A lot of them could be.
First up is the defender of Ulthwan himself, Tyrion, who comes in with a competitive rating of 15 out of 24. About right, I'd say.
Yeah.
So 4 for output, 3 for special rules, 1 for synergy, 1 for risk, 4 for survivability, and of course 2 for cost. Now Tyrion is an impressive general. He's hard to kill and he does have pretty good combat damage output, certainly for a high elf. So shall we go over what's good about Tyrion, Max?
So, weapon skill 9,
Very good.
4 wounds,
Yes, that
Very,
full wound
very
is
good.
very good.
initiative 10, 4 attacks.
It's good for a high elf.
Yeah.
It's good as it
Strength.
gets.
Strength 4, which is really good. Toughness 3 is a bit of a letdown.
He's an elf. Everything's
He's an elf.
tough and
Yeah. But that's his stat wise. Leadership 10, obviously, because he's a half lord. Malandir is pretty good man himself. Movement 10. And he's probably got Ithamar Barding. So, that'd be movement 10.
Yeah, I don't think he actually has any barding. I think he's just the dragon armor just gives him like his
one-up
save.
save.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Then
Then, yeah, Malandir, strength 4 as well.
2 attacks.
2 attacks.
Hello.
Initiative,
2 attacks!
and initiative 5, mate.
Dear Lord.
He's
Lord of horses.
Yeah.
He's almost like a demonic mount.
Yeah.
He is the sire of horses, isn't he? He's like
Yeah.
the greatest horse in Elvendom.
So that's stat wise. Rules wise, obviously, it's always strikes first. Martial prowess and valor rages,
All the good ones.
if you ever need it. He's the defender of Ulthwan, so Tyrion's army's general. His inspiring presence has 18-inch range.
Okay.
That's he's 1 for synergy coming in there.
Yeah.
Gets a buff up on the inspiring presence.
That's his only unique special rule. Everything else is now just equivalent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he has Sunfang, which is a magic weapon. Hits from Sunfang are a result of strength 3 A +3 strength, sorry.
Strength 3?
Not
That's
strength three.
rubbish!
Disappointing.
He's strength 4 basic.
Strength +3 strength with a flame attack special rule. In addition, Sung Fang's bearer can make a strength 4 breath weapon attack once per game. Hits from this attack are magical and have flame attacks.
So, this is the sword that Kelador Dragon Tamer made for an area in the Defender to fight demons. That's cool. Rule of cool, right there.
So he's strength 7.
Strength 7, 4 attack.
Flaming.
4 attacks. Well, probably always reroll initiative 10. So you can't not reroll unless you're always fighting something else.
What's ASF? That's it.
Yeah. An ASF Bloodthirster? No,
They're
an ASF
initiative 9.
Keeper?
Well, you wouldn't reroll anyway, would you? Because it's only the being ASF that would matter.
Yeah.
Because ASF stops you rerolling. But anything that's not ASF in the whole game,
Yeah.
he rerolls against.
Yeah.
Which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Um,
He's got the Dragon Armour of Anarian. So, magic armour, the Dragon Armour of Anarian, grants Tyrion a 1-up arm save that cannot be improved by any means. In addition, it grants Tyrion a 4+ ward save and the Fireborn special rule.
so cheeky 2-up ward against Flaming as well.
1 up, 4 up, 2 up.
Treat yourself beast.
Yeah. And then he has the Heart of Avalon, a gift from his Boothang, Alariel. It's an enchanted item, the Heart of Avalon, that grants Tyrion... I'm not wrong though. Gives Tyrion the magic resistance 2 special rule. In addition, if Tyrion suffers an unsaved wound that would kill him, including unsaved wounds that killed him as a result of heroic killing blow, or multiple wounds special rule, roll d6 before removing as a casualty. On the 2+, Tyrion negates the wound and the Heart of Avalon is destroyed. Otherwise,
Does lose his magic res then.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Otherwise, Tyrion is removed as a casualty as per normal.
So on a 2+, he has a 5th wound. And the interesting thing here is that technically you could have given him a 2nd point of synergy for the magic res, but I didn't. I think I was
That is.
buffing a unit.
Yeah.
Overall, he's alright. He's a beat stick. But that's just as bad as it goes, really, with
Yeah.
these sort of characters.
I mean, I've got here, he's 410 points. He's the big kicker with him. It's not that I don't think he's worth it. He probably is about the right points.
I wonder where they got the 10 points from.
Yeah, I don't know either. He probably is about the right points. He's cavalry, so he can get a lookout, sir, which is helpful.
Yeah, he's not monstrous cavalry.
He's still on the 50
even
mil.
though he's on the 50.
Yeah, on the
Yeah.
50 mil base.
That's just because he never got a new model, though, isn't it? Really.
Well, to be honest, he had a model before that was on a cavalry base.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
But it wasn't as cool or ostentatious.
Yeah, it wasn't as cool. He was like, it's good.
Yeah.
The classic pose. But the thing is, in
You mean
most...
the Atharian pose?
Yeah, similar. Most, but actually more compact. In most armies, that means no Wizard Lord if you take him.
If you're playing 50% Lords and Heroes, you can take him, and you probably just take Deckless as well.
And I think the problem with him is that means he'll probably feel like he's doing you a lot of harm to your quality of your list.
Yeah.
When it comes to like combat characters like these, you really only take him if you really like the character.
Yeah.
In my opinion, like some of them do actually do.
If your name's Kyle.
The thing with combat characters, I always think, is that because they don't have reach, they don't have the ability to sort of grow out and grab points from a distance like a wizard, or affect a combat, 20 inches away like a wizard can. You're always stuck with just the raw damage they'll do in combat, which means there is a very small number of combat characters that really do feel like they justify
Like
their
they're
kind
worth
of
it.
value. Yeah. And unfortunately, with 4 attacks, as much as they are very high quality attacks, he struggles to feel like he's worth it.
I reckon he does need a 5th attack to make sort of it felt.
Yeah, I think he should have 5. I think that would. Just
But then-
Princes have 4.
But then he.
So he's no better than a normal one,
Yeah,
basically.
well, I
But you
mean,
do-
he's Web School 9 initiative.
Yeah,
10.
I mean, he's no better to like
And strength
attack
7.
wise than a normal one.
If you look,
Yeah.
so I'm going to enter. He does get a 5th tag in end times because he combines profile Malan and do it. But that's about it.
Yeah, he gets a bit better then.
Well, surely you should get 6
So
tags.
he does have 6 tags.
Oh, fair enough.
Either way, guys, he's a middle of the
I
road
know.
choice. That will probably cost you a wizard. If he's not costing you a wizard, if points are no object, he's a contender, I think. But,
Points are no object. If you're playing a game that doesn't have a points limit, sure.
Seriously, this puts the object. I'll probably just take a Prince and Star Dragon.
yeah, yeah.
Points no object. Why not both?
And like 5 level 4s, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Points no object.
So you're playing end times.
All right.
I'm playing a game where points no object.
No, you know
what do you mean?
Well, if the fact that he's not going to cost you a level 4 wizard, he's not
Right, so if you're
on the
playing
table,
3K.
if you're playing a bigger game, yeah.
Okay.
Right, we're going to move on. Teclis, Tyrion's sickly twin, comes in next, and he has a competitive rating of 19 out of 24, which would suggest that he is, in fact, very sick.
He's also known as the Defender of Wolf 1.
They're now the defenders of all the
Yes, come on.
That was a change. That was a change for this book, I think. So we get there with a 4 for output. He is one of the most outputty wizards in Warhammer, I would suggest.
Yeah.
3 for special rules, 4 for synergy, 4 for risk, 1 for survivability, and 3 for cost.
It really is his survivability that lets him down.
Yeah, there's a balance to him, isn't there? And it's that low toughness and that lack of survivability. So
lack of any sort of save.
So he's a wizard stat line, but worse. He starts at strength and toughness 2 instead of strength and toughness 3.
Which he's subject to change. Magic wise, do you want to do his magic or do I mean to say his magic?
Do you want to do stat line first? He's leadership 10, which is better than a normal wizard. So that is good.
Still has 3 wounds, still weapon skill 3, movement 5. It's average stat line for a wizard apart from the
Are
strength
the wizards
stuff.
weapon skill 3?
I think there might be 4. The
I reckon
higher
they're
ones,
4.
yeah.
Same as core.
But
No, they're 4.
they're just he's not a fighter basically.
No.
Is what we're saying.
Well,
Guys.
he has a very good sword.
He does.
Yeah.
But as Max alluded to, his magic is where he scores all of the output points in the world. So let's see what the fuss is all about.
So Teclis is a level 4 wizard. He does not generate spells following the normal rules, but instead he can choose to either know all the spells in the Law of High Magic, pretty good as it is anyway, or choose one spell from each of the 8 laws of battle magic in the Warhammer rulebook.
So good.
Oh, yeah.
The blend.
The blend.
That's even that. It's just that. That in itself is pretty good. But then you combine these items as well. So obviously he has Always Strikes First. The Laius Blessing, he has +1 to cast on the Law of High Magic.
Yeah.
Prowess and Valor of Ages, as normal. As Scott said, his sword's really good. The Sword of Teclis. All hits on the Sword of Teclis, wound on a 2+. Arm save are not permitted against wounds caused by the Sword of Teclis.
What a shame he's only got 1 attack.
If only there's a spell.
But wait, there's more
Until you
later.
give him 3 more.
Yeah.
And he also has the Moonstaff of Lelaeth. So it's an arcane item, 1 use only. The Moonstaff of Lelaeth can either be used at the starts of any of Teclis' magic phases, in which case a bonus power dice is added to every casting attempt Teclis makes that phase. You still need to use at least 1 dice from your power pool for each casting attempt. So you can use that at the start of the magic phase and just devastate everything. Or the Staff of Lelaeth, or you can use the staff. If he suffers a miscast, declare you're using the Moonstaff of Lelaeth before rolling on the miscast table. In which case, the result of the miscast is ignored. Just poof.
Forget that miscast.
Yeah. In either case, Teclis' strength and toughness are both immediately reduced to 1 for the rest of the game.
Yeah, that's life.
Yeah.
And that's
He
that.
wasn't passing a strength test anyway.
Probably not, no.
So
That's when he gets answer balls and you roll a 2 and you're like, no!
So, he's got the War Crown of Safari as well, which will make sense to announce in this section.
So War Crown Safari is an arcane. Another arcane. Yes, 3.
Doesn't care.
3 arcanes. It's an arcane item. While Teclis has War Crown Safari, his wizard level was increased by 1.
So level 5.
Level 5.
He's the second level 5 in the game.
Yeah. So if he goes on High
Arcane
Magic,
was first.
Oh.
Arcane.
Arcane Black was the first one.
If he goes on High Magic, he gets +6 to cast from the Laius Blessing.
That's going up to the Gelt level.
Yeah, it's pretty scary, isn't it? But I think we
It's almost
know
horrifying.
how powerful we think the blend magic is.
Yeah, we've all seen it.
So I've got here his ability to take a mixture of spells from 8 laws of battle magic, combined with his minimum +5 to cast, and 3 power dice option from the staff. I've got all miscast protection is incredible. Now personally, if I was taking the 8, you'd have seen me talk about it on 20 Nil Tactics and on videos I've used him on. I take Throne of Vines. That's a must take for me. I don't want to use that really juicy staff to ignore a miscast. I want to use it to devastate my opponent with those 3 power dice, because there's not a lot that gives you 3 power dice like that in 8th edition.
No, not
We
really.
also missed that one item.
I know.
Yeah,
I'm saving that for later.
roll.
Now he will offer you meaningful buffs every single turn if you build your spell deck correctly.
Yep.
And we've done videos on advice for building your spell deck with him.
There's a
20
battle
Nil
report
Tactics
as well.
Teclis.
Yep. And the battle report shows you the sort of it gives you a real practical show out, if you like, of what that looks like when we were joking earlier about blasting those gore off, but
Yeah.
that is phenomenal. That is something else to just go, yeah, cool.
Imagine if you'd remembered the lore attribute from Shadow.
I know, and he was still alive at the end of the game. It would have been an absolutely crushing victory for
Rather
the
than
Lord
devastated
Master.
by the pig dart.
Yeah, rather than the pigs getting him. And but that is brilliant. Actually, it's a fantastic example of what we talked about with his. Why does he get a 1 for survivability?
If you can get into him, he's dead.
Yeah.
His only point of survivability comes from the fact he can restore wounds upon himself during the game.
Yeah.
Whatever way you play him, if he takes the blend, he'll have
Or-
a life spell
yeah.
that can give him an attribute wound back, or apotheosis. He'll know from high.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he is not point and click. You've got to know
Yeah,
what you're doing. You've got to be careful. You cannot miss a beat. You cannot forget your shadow lore attribute. You
No,
cannot
you can't.
leave a gap. You cannot, you know, like in that game, the two options would have been to cast the vortex through my own unit or to use the shadow attribute. I did neither, and as a result, my wizard died. Like, that is the level you're playing at now. That's the bar. That's the skill cap, and that's what makes him. Brilliant, but have a lot of problems.
He's not point and click. A lot of people compare him to Alariel, who we'll get to in a second.
Yeah,
she's the point and click.
She is the point and click.
Yeah, and I've got here a poor player will perform poor things with him.
Yeah.
In the hands of a skilled general, you know, what can you say? He's devastating when you get him right. And as Max said, if all of that output, all of that horrid ability to kind of have all of the right spells just at the right time and have all those free powers wasn't enough, then we'll wrap him up in a little bow, shall we?
A little
with
scroll.
this item.
A little scroll of Hoeth. So another arcane item.
Just why not?
I believe there's a Beastman special item as well. You can blow up arcane items.
Yeah.
For each arcane item, you sort of D6 straight 4 hits.
That's a very good tech list.
You should have took that.
So, Scroll of Hoeth. One use only. When an enemy spell has been cast, provided it was not cast with a resistible force, Techless can read the Scroll of Hoeth instead of attempting to dispel the spell using the spell dice. This automatically dispels the spell. No dice roll is required. In addition, immediately after the spell has been resolved, the dispel has been resolved.
Resolved.
Yeah, but why would you resolve a dispel? It's dispelled.
You resolved
So
the
you
dispel
resolved.
attempt.
Okay. Both Techless and the caster must roll a d6. If Techless' score is higher, the caster immediately forgets the spell, otherwise nothing happens. It's not worse than one of those, but see, he has to beat you. It's not equal or beat.
Yeah,
He has to-
it's approximately a 40% success rate, and that is a very rough percentage. Proper mathematicians out there will be screaming at me.
That was a jazz hand as well.
Approximately 40%. Crab claws. Who said that? Approximately 40% of the time you'll get that result. But it's another dispel scroll. So just in case the +5 to dispel, the offensively
Wasn't enough.
horrible magic phase output wasn't enough. Oh yeah, also we can have double scroll in this list.
Yeah.
And the botwood, which we'll talk about later. And other various frog creating scrolls that shield you, other unpleasant magic items that you can fit into this
Feedback
list.
scroll.
He is very good. And he's more expensive than Tyrion, but that's
But not a lot.
by 40 points.
450.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good price.
He's
Very
good.
exploitable for that price point. Not too cheap, I don't think, but certainly. you
No,
can do a
and
lot for those
unlike
points.
Tyrion, you're not missing out on having a wizard.
Not at
No.
all, and you still get leadership 10.
Yeah.
Yourself.
Yeah.
So speaking of leadership 10, I think we're going to stay in the vein of leadership 10 with the next 3 special characters have all got that.
Wow.
We're going to start with Eltharion the Grim.
No, flick back, Max. Flick back.
The Warden of Tor Ures.
He certainly is. And he comes in with a competitive rating of 14 out of 24.
That's not terrible.
No, he's again typifies him, middle of the pack choice. I'd suggest he gets a 4 for output because actually his output's pretty scary. He gets a 3 for special rules, a 2 for synergy, a 1 for risk, 3 for survivability, and 2 for cost. Now, tricky one here. We could have done the classic, we'll give him 2 for risk, because he is a spellcaster, this guy.
Yes.
And I think that is largely down to his Helm of Ivros.
Talisman of Hoeth.
Talisman of Hoeth, I lied.
We'll get to it in a second.
Yeah, do that first.
Should we
Let's
do this
start
now?
there.
Okay, what? With the stat line or?
No, Talisman, do Talisman.
Talisman of
I want to
Hoeth.
mix up the order,
Well,
apparently.
because I mentioned the wizard thing.
Okay. Talisman of Hoeth then, it's a talisman, obviously. This item grants Atharion the magic resistance 1 special rule. The Talisman of Hoeth also makes Atharion a level 2 wizard who uses spells from one of the 8 laws of battle magic found in the Warhammer rulebook.
So it's alright.
Yeah.
Level 2 is not the greatest, but
Yeah,
better than level 1.
but he picks from 8 laws, which is pretty good.
Yeah, those sort of items, they usually do lock you into sort of a certain
Or it's
law.
random.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a 100-point wizarding hat without the random.
And without the stupidity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's pretty good. When you
And
look
with
at
MR1.
Yes, yeah, it's a pretty good item. That,
It's
isn't
not
it?
bad.
So he is a wizard, but when we go for his stat line, which is why I did it in this order,
He's a combat machine.
We will see maybe why. We haven't. We've said he's always going to be a 1 for risk, realistically.
So stat-wise, he's pretty similar to Tyrion in terms of stats. He's weapon skill 8 instead of weapon skill 9. Blitz skill 7.
Useful.
Yep. Strength 4, toughness 3, 3 wounds, initiative 8, 4 attacks, leadership 10.
So he's a step up from a prince by a point of weapon skill, and he is a step down from Tyrion with some initiative and some weapon skill. Yeah. So in the fluff, he is sort of Tyrion's right hand man a lot of the time, and he is, you know, realistically probably the number 2 go-to warrior on Allspan after the big man Tyrion.
The Grim Warden.
Yeah.
Then he has Stormwing. It's an optional mount for him. He doesn't. Well, people always think he comes on Stormwing.
Yeah, and this is something we can really dive into with this
So
guy.
Stormwing is 195 points. So you may be mounted on Stormwing and take a lance as well.
Yeah, he gets a lance.
Gets a lance for that.
That's not bad.
Which he can't use, which is great, unless he's got a rule that says he can, because he comes to magic.
Oh,
sword.
ban.
But Stormwing,
Stormwing.
he's 295 when he's not on Stormwing.
Well,
so
if he gets Arcana Forged, he's got a lance.
he's got a lance. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
So Stormwing itself is a beast, realistically. Weapon skill 6.
He's a griffin, isn't he?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he is a griffin.
A griffin. The griffin's griffin.
The
Yeah.
griffin's griffin.
Weapon skill 6. Strength, toughness 5. 5 wounds. Initiative 7.
What?
4 attacks.
He
Leadership 8.
just doubles the output of the character with 4 attacks.
But don't worry, Stormwing, special rules wise, he has always strikes first.
He does, yeah.
Initiative 7 always strikes first.
Let's go
Griffin.
6. He has the always strikes first stats of a high elf noble.
Yeah, so special rules wise, so that's the stat line. So Stormwing, he's actually really good.
Yeah, he's
He
a
is,
good monster.
yeah.
He's a good monster. And then he has items that buff him as well. Special rules wise, Arthurian always strikes first. Hatred orcs and goblins,
He does.
in case you.
That's
Grom the
isn't
Paunch.
it? Yeah.
No, well, it's because of Grom the Paunch, but unless something's taken like ASF, the sword, there's no reason to ever use hatred.
No. Is it Grimgore? His sword gives him SF? Or
Yeah.
is it
Gorbad
Gorbad.
and Grimgor.
And Grimgor.
They both have it.
Yeah.
So okay, it says that. Martial prowess, valor rages. Blood Oath, in close combat against Grom the Paunch of the Misty Mountains, Eltharion gains +1 to hit.
Hilarious.
It's on a 2.
Yeah, with a reroll.
If you ever fight Grom, because I've never seen Grom beat used.
No, he's a cool model though. I've got one somewhere.
Then Storming, as I said, always strikes first. Fly, large target, terror.
Forces Terror as well.
Flying Terror, always good.
So magic items wise, we have the Fang Sword of Eltharion. The magic weapon, attacks made with Fang Sword are resolved at +2 strength, and armor saves cannot be taken against wounds caused by the Fang
Very
Sword.
good.
So strength 6, and ignore an armor save.
Weapon skill 8, 4 attacks, always strikes first, strength 6, no armor saves. Beast.
Yeah.
This guy fights. He's a really good fighter.
And then you got the Helm of Yvresse. So magic armor, the Helm of Yvresse adds +1 to Eltharion the Grimm's armor save, and grants him and his mount, if any, a 5+ ward save.
That's good.
So that's a massive kick for him, because the big problem, as we all know, with mounts like Griffins and Manticores,
No saves.
similar, no save.
Yeah.
Well, 5 ward save. Really strong.
Better than nothing. And then with 5
What armour does he have? Does he come with heavy armour?
I think it's heavy armour. I don't think he has a shield. It's just heavy armour and the helmet. So I think
So
he gets a
4
4 up, 5 up.
Eltharion the Grim has... He has a longbow. So Abyssal Sin actually comes in
He
use.
has a longbow.
Yeah.
Why?
Because he's
Why
like
not?
he's like almost like a sea. He's not a sea helm, but
No, he isn't at
No,
all.
he's from Everest.
yeah, longbow and heavy armor.
Heavy armour.
So
okay.
5 up, 4 up,
So
3 up.
3 up if he's on
3
the
up
mount.
is on Storm.
3 up is man on Stormwing.
I like him on foot a lot. I like Laura Shadow on him
Yeah.
a lot because I like the lore attribute swapping.
Yeah.
If you watch the 20
Yeah.
Tactics on Shadow, I talk about having like a wizard's bodyguard for Laura Shadow, and he can actually kind of weirdly function as the entire thing on his own. Because you charge my wizard on high magic, say Eltharion, he's alive on a wound. He's just about toughed it out. Eltharion's like, I'm going to cast Miasma this turn, and now swap places with the wizard you're trying to kill, and now you've got to contend with the
Now I'm
Fang
gonna cut
Sword of
your health.
Eltharion. So
Yeah.
that's pretty scary.
Yeah, overall he's actually alright.
Yeah,
How
You
many
don't
points
see-
is he off of?
295.
Oh, okay, that's not too
so
many.
you can get him and a wizard in, but
Yeah.
it is
A push.
yeah. You'll get him and a sort of Talisman of Endurance, Book of Oath wizard. I don't know the points of that.
So you're the best wizard.
So yeah, well, it's not a Talisman of Prez, but you'll get a decent wizard and him in under the. In fact, you can probably fit the Talia Prez wizard in, but that's not the point.
Well, with ease.
Yeah, they're not too. He's not too bad, and I think we've given him a conservative rating, as we try to do a lot of the time with these sort of characters, because he's got such a good stat line. I want to fight with him. I don't want to try and use him as a caster. So realistically, he is a 1 for risk. And again, we've said he's probably only going to be buffing like 1 unit whilst he's on the table because he's a
Probably.
level 2. But in theory, he
do
could
two.
buff or debuff 2. If we were to say Shadow, he could miasma something and then withering something else if you wanted, if you're lucky. Or we've talked about Beast.
That's the
before.
issue with Shadow, isn't it? I know it's sort of getting a little bit off topic. Shadow is fantastic on a level 1 or a level 4.
Yeah.
No real in between.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I think he's really good on light if you want to do the light council thing because he just adds to that whilst giving you a real chop character.
Yeah.
I've got here, he's a jack of all trades, but unfortunately a lot of the time that'll end up feeling like he's a bit of a master of none.
The 4 bomb save on foot, I don't think is enough. The 5 ward save is nice, but I don't think the 4 bomb save is enough.
He's 20 Phoenix Guard basically in cost.
Yeah.
So, you know, like that's the thing when you look at high elf combat characters, they're not that common in competitive builds, and a big part of that is because you start looking at what do I drop for it, and you know, 20 Phoenix Guard is basically what this guy costs on foot. Now, you know, does he bring me what 20 Phoenix Guard bring me? I don't know as he will. But the ward save for Stormwing is good. He's certainly a very workable combat character, and you do see him crop up in competitive lists.
Yeah, I'm surprised you don't see him more, actually. I didn't realise he was that good.
It's 20 Phoenix Guard, mate. It's always comes back to that. It's the
How much are your special section?
High Elves are a proper brutal cut army because they're one of those armies that doesn't want a lot of characters.
Yeah.
You know, when you look at armies like I'm trying to think of a good example now. Empire probably the best
Orcs and
example.
Goblins.
Orcs and Goblins.
Yeah.
They want lots of characters to anchor their army.
Correct.
Yes, yeah. High Elves don't. The quality of their units shines
They have
through.
like 3.
They want a BSB, they want a level 4, and they might want another wizard, or maybe like Caradrian, or maybe this guy if you want to stretch to it.
Yeah.
But they don't want to spend more than like a quarter of their points top whack on characters, really, if they can avoid it.
I can see his use. It's just...
Which I think is where he falls out, is just, you know, I don't have to find much to have 24 Phoenix Guard off of him.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, he is decent though, and we've given him a firm rating. I think we could have been more generous at points, but yeah, he's underrated. Someone who is not underrated, in fact,
he's just poor.
I would argue he's overrated by the 14 out of 24 he's about to receive.
Yes.
Is Alithanar, the Shadow King.
Shadow King.
He gets 3 for output, 3 for special rules, 4 for synergy though. A lot of synergy with this guy.
Yeah.
4 for risk, 3 for survivability, and that's the wrong rating. I've read the one below it. Sorry. He gets 2 for... I was looking at that thinking, there's no way he can get 14.
There's no way that adds up to 14.
Apologies. So 14 out of 24. He gets a 2 for output, 3 for special rules, 2 for synergy. I was thinking he's got a lot of synergy, but he ain't got 4, surely. 3 for risk, 2 for survivability, and 2 for cost.
That's more like it.
So, let us investigate this man.
Yes, let us.
So, he is a high elf prince, basically.
With a
He
bolt
has-
thrower.
With 1 less weapon skill, but 1 more
No,
initiative.
same weapon skill.
Prince?
7.
He's 7.
They're both 7, yeah. But he has 1 more initiative.
Yeah.
So,
So is he 9?
Yeah,
nine, yeah. The thing is, with princes, is that then they're only an alright combat character because those 4 attacks. And they're only alright. They struggle to have a meaningful impact across a game. Then imagine if you had one, but he didn't fight.
Didn't want to be in combat, wanted to shoot.
And he came from the lamest region of Orphan as well.
Oh, come on.
No,
Nagariff's not I'd say Illyrians were lame.
How
they have Reavers.
19 out of, what is it, 17 out of 24, those Reavers.
Good,
Good
yeah.
quality choice.
Well, Nagariff is
Cathedral.
cool, it's emo.
Cathedral.
Tyrion's from Cathedral.
Yeah, I know, but he's
the dragon of Cathedral.
Yeah, but he's better than that now, isn't he?
Tyrion's
He's
from
moved
Cathedral.
past Cathedral.
No,
he isn't.
he's
His
from
aunt is
Cathedral.
from...
His
or
aunt's
he's
from
somewhere.
Atane.
He's
Tell
from
what
Atane.
lies to me.
No, his family
Yeah,
are from Cathedral, and then when
Long
he came
story.
of age and became like part of the kind of political sphere and became the defender of Orphan and all that, he's now based at Lothern, where the Phoenix King is.
Tell what lies to me.
No, Total War didn't. He is commander of the armies of Atane now.
No.
But he is from Cathedral.
Avalon's lame. Let's
He
put it
is
that
the
way.
dragon. How dare you?
Avalon is lame.
Avalon's cool, mate.
No, it's not. It used to be cool when the trees lived there. Not
The
anymore.
trees still live
Tyrannoch.
there in the fluff, just not in this book.
Tyrannoch.
He's got a point. It's still no Tyrannoch chariots or Shadow Warriors. Come on now, mate.
Shadow
I
Warriors.
think I'd rather the chariots, actually.
The
Nah,
chariots.
Shadow Warriors are cooler than
lame,
chariots.
No.
Shadow Warriors are
Lame.
cooler.
All lame.
Right, back to topic.
Lame end time stuff for them as well. Right, back to the topic at hand. He's not a combat fighter, which is really frustrating because
actually
I've
said
paid
who
the
he is?
points for the
Yeah,
combat
have
stat line.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, we've gone through the stat line.
Yeah, I don't remember James saying his name.
So, Max, special rules for this guy.
Special rules. Always strikes first. Hatred Dark Elves. Martial prowess, scout, valor rages.
Excellent. So
So that's his special rules. Scout's good. He means he can scout with his shadow warriors if he really wants to die. But apart from that,
well, and that's the only way you'd use him. By the way, you'd only ever use him really scouting. I've seen people put him in their unit. I just don't get it.
see.
Yeah,
I see
don't
it because of this special item.
Is this the one that lowers
Yeah.
movement?
No. Stone of So magic items wise, it's Stone of Midnight. Talisman. Stone of Midnight grants Alephanart 4 at ward save. In addition, enemies suffer -1 penalty to hits when shooting against Alephanart or any unit he's joined. Saves your sort of law. Saves your sword masters, sort of stuff.
Oh yeah.
But seriously, how much is there out there that shoots that isn't a template and doesn't just ignore modifiers?
250 points to put a
Yeah,
-1 to hit.
I'm
on my
not.
sword
I'm not saying it's worth it. I can see.
Like seriously, how much is out there that you're worried about? Really, it's war machines.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's it.
I mean, I'm not saying it's good. I'm just
No.
saying I see it.
Let's see what else he's
So
got.
he's also got the Shadow Crown, which is an enchanted item. Alephanart and his unit have the Swift Strike special rule. That's
okay.
alright.
That's alright.
That's, again though, we've got a comedy of error character appearing, like we had with the Phoenix with the rider on it.
Yeah.
We've got that coming now. So we've got a rule here that makes you better at charging. We've got a rule there that you probably want to use to get
Stay
in
out
combat.
of combat.
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, you might be thinking, well, I'll use the -1 to hit against shooting heavy armies to get me in.
Yeah. Okay.
And I've got the Swift Stride to get me in, and he is completely rubbish in combat.
Yeah, he doesn't actually have a magic weapon. He has a hand weapon and
Yeah.
light armor.
Hilarious.
Yeah.
And then
Before I've
lastly,
all his orders saving him.
Yeah.
and then lastly, he has the Moon Bow, which is a magic weapon. It's a moon bow is a bolt thrower with the profile given below. Alephanart can shoot the moon bow even if he moves, but not if he marches.
Rubbish.
36 inch range, strength 7, multiple wounds D3, quick to fire.
You can always stand and shoot him, which is quite funny.
Arm save is not permitted. Any unit Dark Elves that suffers 1 or more casualties from the moon bow also suffer -1 penalty to leadership until the end of the phase.
So I quite like his model.
I
One of the
don't.
positives.
I don't think I do.
Oh, I don't think I've seen it.
I quite like the model. It's got like a moons on the bow, hence the name.
Hence the name.
Yeah,
the
the
moon
moon
bow.
I
bow.
can find him.
But look, this is the issue with the fella.
Not a fan.
He's
2D task.
He literally has 2 moons on either end of the bow.
yes.
That's awful.
This is the thing. Where I've seen him used and moderately successfully is in a unit of say 9 or 10 shadow warriors on the backfield with your bolt throwers. 4 bolt throwers. This guy as well. He's another bolt thrower. Have a lovely time.
That's like -2 to hit.
And cost
Shadow
you the
Warriors,
price of-
skirmishes.
Yeah, and cost you the price of 3 bolt throwers.
Yeah.
Which doesn't feel worth it. And this is it.
That was a
I'm
big sigh.
Giving him a 2 for output because he's got the bow. He's an expensive bolt thrower. You hate to see it. That's literally
Yeah.
what I've got written down. I've actually written, you hate to see it.
If you could march and shoot his bolt thrower, it'd be a lot better.
Yes, he would be a start. Well, I mean, this is the other problem, is that he doesn't really work in Shadow Warriors
No,
that way either, because
he
they can
stops them
march and
marching.
shoot.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Maybe a unit of 10 archers then.
yep, if you want him to
If
panic
you want to
one
waste,
off,
yeah, if you want to waste even more points.
just leave him at home. He's literally the worst Lord Choice special character in this book. His rating is tied for the worst with Eltharion, and I think we were too hard on Eltharion.
Oh, way too hard. He's a lot
I
better
think
than
we've-
Alephanart.
Yeah, I think we should have been a bit nicer. We could have given him a 2 for risk and split the diddle, and we could have given him a little more on synergy
diddle.
potentially. But let us move on now and get ourselves back into a good place. We've got 3 to go, guys, and 2 of them are absolute world-beating characters, some of the best in the game. Our highest special character.
Under your breath there.
Our highest rated special character comes now, and it is none other than Alariel the Radiant. The final Lord Choice comes in with a competitive
Ever-Queen.
rating of 21 out of 24.
Ever Queen of all farm.
She is a machine.
And this is not Alephanar's
no,
ratings.
this is Alariel's ratings, which I was reading a moment ago, which is 3 for output, 3 for special rules, 4 for synergy, 4 for risk, 3 for survivability, and 4 for cost. She is one of the best special character wizards in the, well,
just
in
one of the
game.
best special characters in the game, if
Yeah,
not in my opinion.
without a doubt. So what can we say about her? We saved the best Lord till last. The biggest compliment I can play her is something that really skilled, experienced players hate to hear. She is plug and play.
Yes.
You pick her up, you chuck her in. I've not used high elves before. Don't worry, buddy.
I've not used Niles before. I've won 18-2.
So,
It's easy mode, baby.
so let's talk through her. So this is. I want to just start by saying this is a wizard stat line. Please read the wizard stat line.
Weapon skill 6.
6. I know.
Weapon skill 6. Ballistic skill 5. Strength 3, toughness 3. 3 wounds. Initiative 6.
Yeah.
1 attack, leadership 10.
Leadership 10 as well, another
Yeah,
leadership
another
10
leadership
character.
10.
I mean, all your special characters, leadership 10.
It's outrageous.
I suppose it's because they're like the heads of their provinces, aren't they?
Or yeah, or like their departments, like Teclis.
Their departments. Yeah.
He's like head of the Tower of Hoeth.
It's Safri.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
he's
not
not-
the
he's
prince.
not the prince.
He's not the prince of Sabri.
yeah.
No.
That's a good point. Yes, that's that one. And then we got her magic.
Let's just do her magic. Talk about
So
that.
Alara the Radiant is a level 4 wizard who uses the spells from the Law of Life, Light, and High. She can generate all of her spells from the same law, or from 2 or more of the above the laws in any combination. Declare how many spells she will use from each law before the spell is generated.
That's the start of the game if you play in our events, and to be honest, in the most vast majority of events, they will allow you to
You
do
don't
that
have
at
to
the start
write
of the
it on
game.
your list or anything.
Yeah,
like
No.
she mixes how she wants,
Yes.
which is ace.
Yeah.
that. So
It's worth saying, just quickly jumping back to Teclis, at least at our events, all you have to do is declare if he's on high magic or blending.
Or
You
battle
don't have
magic,
to.
yeah.
If you blend, you don't have to pick the spells on your army list. You pick those at the start of the game.
Some-
Obviously, if you're high magic, you're a lawmaster, so you know all of them.
Some events do that differently,
Yeah.
but we think that's what part of what you're paying for is the customization on here.
Yes.
yeah. Anyway, so
Cool.
on to her special rules then. So she has Always Strikes First, Lelea's Blessing, Martial Prowess, and Valor of Ages.
Nice.
All of them the above. Boon of Arsha. All attacks made by models in the Everqueen's units are magical. In addition, all models in her units are immune to fear and terror.
Excellent. So we're clear. We get the good stuff from immune psychology, basically,
But we can flee.
but we can flee.
You also
Beautiful.
don't need to worry about ethereal units either.
No,
Yep.
because we've got magical attacks.
Then she has Chaos Bane. At the start of each of Alariel's magic phases, before rolling for Winds of Magic, every unit with the demonic special rule within 12 inches of Alariel, the Radiance, of D6 strength 4 hits.
Your Furies, this is horrid.
Yeah.
Distributed as per shooting. However, Alariel suffers minus D3 penalty to her casting attempts if there is one or more models with the demonic special rule within 12 inches.
Ooh.
This everyone forgets.
Yeah.
Everyone forgets this rule. And it isn't great for her to lose those
D3
casting
off of her
points.
casting,
It's rough.
no.
She does get helped by the fact that she gets +5 to cast if she's on
Yeah.
high magic,
Yeah.
but it doesn't help. But the free hits against any of those fast cavalry type units, Hellstriders,
Yep.
Furies,
Try Seekers.
Seekers, yeah, sorry,
Yep.
Seekers, Sinesh, Furies, things like Flamers if you've gone with Zinch and like Screamers and stuff.
Screamers,
Those
Nurglings,
hits are unpleasant.
Fleshhounds.
Fleshhounds. Fleshhounds.
Toughness 4.
Toughness 4.
Yeah,
Force to wound.
it's not bad.
More
It's
so
3 damage.
Nurglings as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They've probably got quite a lot of wounds, but yeah.
But it's all
we'll
free
read them.
damage, isn't
Yeah.
it? That's the thing.
And then her final special rule is Touch of the Everqueen. Alariel's close combat attacks have heroic killing blow special rule is directed against models from the Forces of Destruction.
Now look, this doesn't come up very often. So when it does, you'll remember it.
It's
and you'll love
I'm
it.
sorry, the only time it's
We
ever
all
come-
we all remember when it
Every-
came up and John, your brother, heroic king blowed a Gorby's chariot
Yeah, so
in an
he,
event.
he borrowed my army to go to Reading Warfare, took it, played a guy in like game 3, flanked a Gorby's chariot with his white lions. When I've got to do Alariel's attack first because she's where strikes first. He's like, yeah, it's a 6 to wound, mate. John's like, yeah, I know. Rolls the dice, rolls a 6, and just went, oh, that's a right killing blow, mate. He's like, what? He's like, yeah, she's got a right killing blow. You're forced destruction. It's dead, mate. I mean, it was just like everyone at the table was just like, what? We're all just flabbergasted by what we'd just seen.
Like, I don't think anyone was in any doubt that the white lions would have probably killed that Gorby's
Yeah, it
chariot.
was
But the fact it was just Alariel that went,
Just stand back, lads.
yeah. She just booped the snoot of the Gorbeast and it just went.
You're it.
The white lions are there about to swing their axe like, oh, it's gone.
It's a ridiculous special rule.
It's great.
Yeah, it's
Especially when you give a +3 attack.
Do you know what?
Yeah.
It's not easy to be fair, but it is
No.
possible. In previous editions of this rule, if I remember rightly, if she hit, you were removed from play if you were a demon. That was how it worked. So it wasn't destruction, but it worked against chaos and demons only, I think. And if I remember seeing a guy play a game and he had a bloodthirster that just ran rampant around the whole army, and he charged Alariel out of a unit, hit
On her own.
it's like 6th ed or 5th ed, rolled the attack, hit her, and went, your bloodthirster's dead, mate. And this is when bloodthirsters were like 9s on every
Yeah.
stat. It was like idiots.
I need a 4.
Jesus.
Are you dead?
Very funny.
Yeah.
So,
So that's her special rules. They're all pretty decent. That Chaos Bane's a bit of a mixed bag, but
Yeah.
the boon's decent. The boon, the fear and terror
the
one,
boon is what
Yeah.
everyone remembers.
and the magical attacks is
The heroic-
decent.
right, everyone remembers the boon because she gives you a bonus. No one remembers Chaos Bane because no one wants to remember the fact you're going to lose D3 cast
Uh,
man.
Yeah.
yes.
Everyone remembers Touch the Everqueen because it's bloody funny.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
it's great. Now, what I will say is, from a casting point of view, unlike Teclis, what we saw was a casting powerhouse with that extra to cast, the dice manipulation.
Yeah.
She's not like that. She isn't a particularly prestigious caster.
No, she's as good as an Archmage.
She's basically as good as an Archmage without any arcane items.
Yeah.
So she's not bad.
Yeah, she's not terrible.
Yeah.
But
So where's all of the benefits come in? Let's go through them now.
yeah, well, this is why she only gets a 3 for output, not more, because she is better than a regular wizard, and it comes out of these magical items.
Yeah. So, magic items, she has the Shield Stone of Aisha. Talisman, the Shield Stone of Aisha grants Alariel the Radiant and her unit a 5+ ward save against any non-magical attack.
And her unit.
Yeah.
That applies to characters in her unit as well.
Yeah.
It's absolutely
You
outrageous.
just save points, spend all your points on killing weapons and stuff like that.
Oh, it's so good.
So, and then you obviously got the benefit of high magic.
Yeah.
Which we'll get to later.
Boost that ward save up.
Yeah, it's really powerful.
So, Star of Avalon is the next one. It's an enchanted item. At the start of your movement phase, nominate a single friendly character within 12 inches. That model immediately regains a single wound lost earlier in the battle. Alariel can only restore her own wounds if there is no other viable target within range.
So again, those friendly characters she's given a ward save to, she can also help to keep them alive.
Yep.
It's also worth pointing out with a shield stone that it's a 5+ ward against non-magical attacks, and there's an item that will solve that problem for you
Yes.
as well. So the Alariel Star, as it's known,
building.
we're building it for you now.
It's snowballing.
Yeah.
It certainly is.
And then our last one is a Stave of Avalon. It's an arcane item, one use only. When the Stave of Avalon is used in a magic phase, when used, it allows Alariel to immediately attempt to cast a spell she's already cast that phase, even if the casting attempt failed or was miscast. The spell is otherwise cast according to the normal rules.
This is really horrible.
Oh, you're taking the Dwellers Below. Let's do it again.
Yeah. This is. I have been known once to score a double 6 magic phase, throw 6 at Fiery Convocation, hit a unit, toast it. The guy fails to dispel it, toast the unit, drop the staff, toast the second unit.
So you can put 2 fire combos in 2 phases then, in 2 units.
Yeah.
In 1 phase.
But it wouldn't remains in play, I don't think.
No,
Not
the
on
first
the first
one.
one, because
Yeah.
it still follows the rules for normal casting. So you'd have to cancel it on the first unit to drop it on the second.
Oh, okay.
But let's be clear, that's hideous.
Yeah.
Where I've had all of my joy with this, however, is not that. It's the magical spell of win that is drain magic. It's beautiful. You go to start something really important, you drain magic it, your opponent's like, absolutely not, mate, I want those 6 buffs on my unit. And
Cool. 6
throws all his dice,
6 dice, cool.
and then you go, 2 dice, I'll do it again. And it's game winning. That is game winning. This is really what her output comes down to.
I think she's really good on high magic.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's really good on high magic.
There's no question. And if you're fighting demons, that's probably when you change over to some other magic.
I do like life on her.
But I don't go mad. I would take maybe 1 on light and maybe 1 on life to go for restoration of wounds and things like that. But again, this is the beauty of it, is it's that pick and pluck, or you go double on light.
Yeah.
The thing that's good is that she can kind of be quite a versatile wizard, because you can go for the magic missile signature on light, and then the magic missile signature on high, so you can make her a bit of a bombarder, or you can go light and high and just try and pick out all the buffs.
All the buffs.
Yeah, there's lots of good options with her. Now she unlocks 2 additional magic items, which I think we'll discuss in the magic item section.
Yeah.
I think if you've watched the original version of this, we didn't do that.
Did we not?
Did we not?
I don't think
pretty sure we did.
I don't think they ever got talked about. I will check in the cheat sheet because it's the same sheet, but I don't think they ever got covered. So if they didn't, we'll do that then. She is ridiculously pointed as well. I have to say this. She comes in at 350,
50, yeah.
which is a clear 100 points less than Teclis, and for that you
You get a lot.
It's a shame you can't quite get her and Altharion.
yeah, that's a shame.
It's not far off.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, what's
15
a
points,
regular
20
Archmage rocking at basic?
295. No, not 195.
No, 195.
185.
Right, okay, so, and then you've got to pay for the 4th wizard level.
So that's 210, 220.
220. So you're paying 130 points. The ability to cast twice. Like a spell twice.
You
I
can't
don't even know
even
how you
calculate.
point at. Let's say 30 to be generous.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Let's say that.
Yeah.
I don't know how you'd point it, but so now we're now up to like 90 points to spend to kind of catch the numbers up.
5 plus ward save, which is 30.
Yeah.
Giving it to the entire unit.
How do you factor giving it to the entire unit? If it was just on her, I'd pay 30 points for it. So now we're down to 60 to spend.
Then the Boon of Ice, you're giving her magical attacks or unit magical attacks.
An immunity to fear and terror. I'd pay probably 20 points for that.
HKB's 40 points to Britonia.
So if you...
Yeah, but it does only work against half the armies.
Yeah, so even if you halved it and said 20, you're now looking at spending about 40 points for restoring lost wounds on characters.
Right? Blending her magic.
Blending her magic spells. And... Yes, and leadership 10. And weapon skill 6.
And initiative 6.
Yeah. The weapon skill 6 is really good because it makes her harder to hit as well. Almost like nothing hits her on like better than a 4. It's getting very hot in the studio.
It is, isn't
She's just plug and play. She's really, really strong. I can't really say a lot with her. She's really hard to kill. You've got to basically get her in one because there's so many ways for her to get wounds back on herself. And she's got really good saves. When you put her in with the Banner of the World Dragon in a unit of White Lions, you're stubborn, leadership 10, you have magical attacks, you're immune to fear and terror, you have a 2+ ward save against magical attacks, you have a 5+ ward save which you can improve through high magic against non-magical attacks, and you can add characters to this unit for a BSB reroll. Why not treat yourself? And then restore characters to those units as well for the banter. Is there anything I've missed? Oh yeah, cast Fiery Convocation twice.
Just any of those spells. Fiery Convoke, Dwellers Below.
I'll tell you the other one that he's got a lot of potential is doubling doubling your bubble on Arcane Unforging.
Yeah.
Because once you've done the first one, you know what magic items they've got. You can just go again.
Yeah.
She's a 21 for a reason. She is very plug and play.
Yes.
Let's drop down.
Let's drop down. So on to our heroes now. Core Hill is up first, and we have come down the ladder, as Max suggested, quite a way. He is there with a 13 out of 24, so less
He's
than
the worst
stellar.
rated character?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
dear,
Although
okay.
I think we probably should have done, should have just
docked Alephanar
just
points
done
for being
Alephanar dirty
Alephanar.
for being Alephanar. Yeah. So he is coming in with a 4 for output though. He is pretty outputty. 3 for special rules, 1 for synergy, 1 for risk, 2 for survivability, and 2 for cost.
I just want to point out, on his picture, his head looks very small.
Yeah, it does, yeah.
It does, yeah.
Yeah, it's a cool picture though. It's really old art.
So it's the bulk of his line cloak, to be
Yeah.
fair.
So shall we go for the stats?
Stat-wise, yes, say he's a noble.
Good. Thanks, Max.
No,
he is literally
Is it the same as a noble?
a noble. Yeah, it's
It
great.
is literally the same. So movement 5, skill 6, skill 6, strength 4, toughness 3, 2 wounds, initiative 7, 3 attacks, leadership 9.
He's always strikes first. He's Forest Strider, like the White Lions, which we didn't mention that.
Yeah, they are forest riders also.
helpful.
They're going to be killed off by,
Venom thickets.
by benefits from Wood Elves.
Yep. Martial Prowess, Stubborn, Valor of Ages.
So that's the stubborn is the reason people take him.
Yes.
Stubborn
Yeah.
on this model.
Yeah.
It's just you
The
stick it.
issue is, it's stubborn on a model who is not particularly survivable.
No.
Ah!
His survivability is heavy armor plus the pelt of
Charandis.
Charandis. Yeah, would you like to?
The pelt
Hit us
of
up.
the pelt of Charandis is a talisman. A core hill counts as armor save as being 1 point higher against close combat attacks and 2 points higher against non-magical shooting attacks. In addition, poison attacks cannot wound the wearer of the pelt of Charandis automatically. They must always roll to wound.
Just have to attack his toughness 3 instead.
Oh no.
So he's got a 4-up armor save. That's his defense.
You have got the options to give him if you stack the Law of High Magic on these units.
Yeah, but it starts at 6+ for him.
Yeah, you have to put a lot of work into it. I'm not saying it's the best thing. You have to put a lot of work into it, but you can get him.
His best use, if you're going to take him, the way you should use him is with the Immortal line. Core Hill issues a challenge every time you go into combat, and the reason is because of Chayal, is it?
Chayal,
yeah, which is his axe.
No, it's just the one axe. He has Chayal and an additional hand weapon, I think.
Go through Chayal, Max. It will tell you everything you need to know. I think.
Chayal. So Chayal is a magic weapon, and close combat attacks made with Chayal are resolved at +2 strength and have the killing blow special rule. Furthermore, Chayal and Coil's hand weapon count as pair weapons.
Yeah. So he gets a 4th attack. He's strength 6. It always strikes first because it's not a great weapon.
And killing blow.
And killing blow. So you put him in the challenge, and he basically decapitates, hopefully, whatever you've put in him in the challenge with, and then doesn't die and keeps his unit stubborn.
Yeah.
If you're going to use him, that's the way to do it. So
Yeah.
I've got here reasons to take Core Hill. He confers stubborn.
There you go.
He has good strength and has 4 attacks. I like how basic this is. Reasons to leave him in trace.
Reasons to leave in trace.
Yeah, he is very squishy. He is a noble with a great weapon, a lion cloak. Sorry, I've got here a noble with a great weapon, lion cloak, dragon helm, and crown of command. Is 127 points, and they will both probably die in one round of combat. But the noble comes in at 127 like that,
150 points.
and
for
he's
it.
150.
Don't worry, Coil can be mounted on a lion chariot.
He can. Don't do that. Please don't do this. So this is it does up his armor stage to 3+. This is the thing, right? I'm a bit harsh there when I say about the noble being 127, and sort of having he is quite similar. But for those 23 points, I do get the always strikes first and the fourth attack, which I lose out on with the great weapon. So I think he probably still is slightly better than that.
The noble does have a 2-up armor against 2-up ward against flaming.
He does, and a 6-up ward save.
Yeah.
He'll take dragon armor, won't he?
Obviously.
So, no, he can't take dragon armor. He's got lion cloak, so he won't have that 12 ward save against.
That's
He
what
will
dragon
get dragon helm. Yeah. So I mean, overall, I think his problem is he's really good if your opponent is not that great. I'm sorry to be rude. But
or hasn't maybe played against Corhill or High Elves particularly. Doesn't know him very well. Doesn't know that he's actually very squishy. Because if they don't attack him, your unit's just stubborn. Fantastic.
Yeah. And I do see a lot of the time when we're playing games, particularly at events, a lot of people don't go, I think I'll throw some attacks on the character. They go, I'll stick it on a unit.
Yeah.
And a lot of the time, there is a lot of mileage to be had in allocating a few attacks. And someone like Corhill, he's like the other one that you see a lot of people talk about is the vampire character, Comrade.
Yep.
They're like, his output is so phenomenal, it's prestigious, he tears through he suffers 4 of a 5 armor save.
And 2 rooms.
Yeah, that's it. And I've lost count of the times I'm like, I'll stick like 4 Seaguard on him, mate.
Oh, he's dead.
I've killed him. Because he's not that hard to kill, and Corhill is basically 1 less toughness, 1 more armor. He's just as easy to kill. You've got to actually throw dice at him and try and kill him. If they don't, you'll find he's really good. I've had people come to me and say, I swear by him, he's amazing. Like, no one attacks your characters, do they?
But then the thing with that is, generally you have obviously your characters are going to be probably on the sides of the units to minimise attacks against them. With High Elves though, you're probably not going to have particularly wide units, which means any unit that your opponent has that is wider, some of them have to attack your character.
And they'll overlap on him,
Yeah, and that's the issue.
Yeah, so I think overall, mixed bag. If you're going to take him, challenge a lot.
Just don't challenge something you can't win.
Well, don't do that.
Yeah.
But I mean, he's got killing blow, so anything that's infantry or cavalry, he could just kill.
Yeah, that's the idea, isn't it?
Yeah.
So we're going to finish the deep dive competitive ratings for special characters with Caradrian.
We're going back up the ladder.
We certainly are. Who comes in with a competitive rating of 18 out of 24.
For a hero.
This is a big one, but I want to say that I have put him on Ashtari for this.
Yeah, which is his frost off.
Okay. What's he off? What is he off Ashtar?
That would involve me having some notes that covered him when he was off Ashtari.
Did you do that?
I do not have.
No, well.
Has he got the same stats as a noble?
Yes.
He does have the same stats as the noble, so he gets +1 for having strength 5 from the halberd and multiple wounds D3. You might be able to give him 2 for output instead of 4. His special rules probably stay the same. His synergy drops considerably to 1.
Right, overall he's not as good as he's not on Ashtar.
Yeah, he's gonna be somewhere around like a 14.
Yeah, he'll drop by about 4 points, maybe 5 points. So he'll be 13 or 14 instead of 18. I should have noted that down. Apologies. But putting him on Ashtari is the gold standard of use for this character. It is a flying. It's a Frostheart Phoenix from your hero slot. I don't know what more I can say.
No, it's better than that because Ashtari has a 5th attack.
He does, yeah. He's a 5 attack Frostheart Phoenix from your hero slot. You saw how good the Frosthearts rules were. Imagine having that, but with a dude on the back who is sick. So 4 for output, 4 for special rules, 3 for synergy, 1 for risk, 3 for survivability, 3 for cost. You do have to put this guy into combat, and at 420 points,
Yeah,
he's a lot of points for a hero.
The thing is, he is still technically. I think you could still argue he's a 4 for cost because the Frostheart is 250. There's amount. It's way too cheap.
So it's 10,
40, isn't it?
No, 250. 10 points more because it's got an extra attack. But
at least they up the points for
the
it.
opportunity cost on this is tough. It then becomes BSB or Hero Wizard, and him in a lot of games.
I think it's BSB.
And I think that means you don't have the hero wizard, which means a lot of the time you're probably writing off your scroll because the arcane items for the Lord are so good, or you took a special character.
Unless
that special character is Tech.
Who comes with a scroll.
So I think overall, with this guy, you do want to take him on the Frost Art, but that's why he's got a 3 for cost and not a 4, because I think you do have a little bit of opportunity cost at 2/5 with your hero slot.
3k, not so much.
Not so much, yeah. So we've put him on the Phoenix because that's the most competitive way to use him.
Yeah.
So we saw earlier that the Frost Heart scored a perfect 24, and as you can get another one in through the hero slot with a rider who is quite frankly no slouch, I'm looking at my notes now, this is a good choice. So Quadrian really shines a light because of his weapon.
Do we do his weapon first or his rules first?
Well, his rules are just a noble. Oh, his special rules.
His special rules.
Okay, yeah, start with his special rules, sorry.
See,
Mixing it up.
Yeah,
special rules, so as always strikes first, causes fear because he's a,
He's a Phoenix Guard.
Phoenix Guard.
Magic Res 1.
Yeah, it's nice.
Martial prowess, Valor Rages, Witness to Destiny!
4+4 save, baby.
And he has a Mark of Azurium. So,
Okay.
if Caradhrin is slain in close combat, the unit that killed him immediately suffers D3 wounds and no arm saves allowed. These wounds are distributed as from shooting attacks. As for shooting attacks, sorry. Any wounds inflicted count towards combat results. If Caradhrin is killed in a challenge, then only his opponent takes these wounds. Any excess wounds caused by the Mark of Azurium count towards overkill.
So, in the previous book, it was exactly the same.
D6
But you took D6 wounds
Yeah.
instead of D3. And I remember playing a friend of mine who had a Bloodthirster who charged in. Quadrian always strikes first, got a wound through on the Bloodthirster, went to 2 wounds, and then he killed me and I did 6 wounds. And he took his will saves and took his Bloodthirster off. Which was amazing.
So that weapon that James on about is the Phoenix Blade.
Yes.
So, close combat attacks made with the Phoenix Blade are resolved at +1 strength and have flaming attacks and multiple wounds D3.
It's the multiple wounds, very good.
Stick him. Well, if you're gonna take him on foot, you can stick him on a unit of White Lions.
Yeah.
Strip the regen and then have the White Lions
100%.
chop it all down.
My literal next point.
Oh, okay. That's totally fun. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it's good. That's good because it just goes to show that that's the
Such a
competitive
powerful-
mind of the team, and it's right there for you to see. He's excellent on the Frost Art like that as well because he strips the regen for the Frost Art as well, which is
peck.
horrible to drop the big 5 attack peck. And
The amount of times I've heard you say, "I want to peck his head off."
yeah,
I want to peck Festus' head off. I want to peck your BSP's head off.
got a little chicken.
Infuriating.
So annoying.
So good.
Infuriating.
But yeah, I mean, this combo is really strong for any number of reasons. When you've got flaming attacks, they're really strong. Where he's good in a challenge because of the multiple wounds D3. He's so good against stuff like trolls because he just goes in and just. I've honestly had a game once and he's really spicy dice, but he went in and killed 3 trolls and his Frost Art killed another troll because it had no regen. And then you're like, oh okay, cool. And now I'll attack with the other unit, you know what I mean, sort of thing. Very unpleasant. He's really good.
He is good.
You've got all the goodness of the Frost Art, plus now you've got the ability to strip regen and do multiple wounds.
He is stuck, unfortunately, with just a 5 arm save, but then he has a 4 ward save as well.
Yeah.
4 up on the bird because he gets +1 for being
Yeah.
mounted, and the magic resistance is huge because
Yeah.
you're probably gonna a third of the time you're gonna be 4 up walled on Ashtari, which becomes 3 up against spells. He's got a 3 up against spells.
Yeah.
So stuff like Shems in him, which ordinarily are big Shems, D6 strength 6 hits, is a big problem. Doombolt, big problem.
Yeah.
They become a lot less problematic
Choir,
for
stuff
the
like
bird, and Choir's a huge one.
Warp Lightning.
If they roll a bad one on Choir, you could quite legitimately not take any wounds and not suffer the acquiesced
Yeah.
effects, and then that is a whole world of problems for the guy that didn't kill you. So, and you don't want to kill him because he's going to do wounds to you, and they're wounds with no
Yeah.
armor save.
That's only killing close combat though.
Yeah, but you're going to charge. That's what I'm saying. You
Yeah.
charge
Yeah.
in. Like, how do you deal with that? I don't want to kill him, but he's wailing up with his flaming attacks. That
You do.
18's right
You
there.
let him do his attacks, and you do your unit champions attacks first.
Well, no, because it just hits the unit. It's only if it's in a challenge. is it only?
That's upsetting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well.
But certainly in against characters like that and in challenges, it's really unpleasant. And ultimately, he fights like a lord.
He is a Warriors of Chaos worst nightmare.
Yeah. Well, he also lowers your strength because of Ashtari.
Yeah.
It makes you go last. It's just all kinds of unkindness. He's a great choice, guys. It's a lovely way to finish this section of the video. We really like him. I've got a painted one on foot and mounted, so I promise at some point I'll get him on. But there's a lot of good stuff in this book that we've had on. So I'll work really hard. We've had 6 high elf battle reports at the time of filming this.
Wow.
Yeah, and we've had quite different elements to each of the lists. We've had new units and different things in. So I will try and get him in, I promise. But let us move on now. It's time for us to get stuck in to the next section, which is all about high elf unique equipment and magic items. So let's get cracking, boys. We finished our analysis of the high elf units, but as you all know, I'm going to start by saying amazing units alone don't make an army, and to get the full picture of how you're going to play each faction competitively, we also need to take a look at their unique equipment, their magic items, etc. And we're going to start now with the mundane equipment before getting stuck into the myriad of high elf specific magic items.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Yeah, there is. It's a shame you only see 3 of them. So let's start with that mundane equipment that's unique to them. Now, they've got quite a few options, actually, the high elves.
4.
Yeah, it's not bad. Some armies get none.
One that we have already gone over because only one unit has it. But
yeah, to be fair, we've touched base on a lot of them.
Yeah.
So we'll start up with Ithilmar Barding.
Yes.
Said it correct for a change. All high elf heavy cavalry units have this one, which is your Silver Helms and your Dragon Princes. And any character who takes an elven steed that's barded also gets this type of barding. In short, as Scott said earlier, it works exactly like regular barding, except you don't get the -1 movement penalty.
Except Max said it.
I said
we
it.
should have said
No,
that.
I said
No,
it.
it's Max.
Oh, sorry. Oh, apologies.
I'm fine. I'll take the credit.
Yeah, well, yeah, it was an excellent point
Yeah.
you made.
It's just
It's a good little buff, especially when you consider
Yeah, I
that...
thought so. That's why I said it earlier.
Yeah, nice. Especially when you consider that elven steeds are an impressive movement of 9.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, they all are.
can't complain at that.
No,
It
Or,
just-
or if you're Malandir, who's moving 10.
Who's 10. Treat yourself. But it just keeps you quick, which is great. Yeah, love to see it. Let's crack on straight away with Dragon Armour now. This is heavy armour, which also gives you a 6+ ward save. And it gives you the Fireborn special rule as well, which we talked about probably
Way back when.
an hour and a half ago, which gives you a 2+ ward save against flaming attacks. So,
So Dragon Princes come with that, don't they?
Yes.
yeah, Dragon Princes come with it
And
all
then
over.
you can buy it.
You
for
can buy
your
a few characters.
Yeah, you can buy it for nobles, for princes, and
Yeah.
Sea Helms?
Dragon mages.
Dragon Mages.
Yeah.
Not Sea Helms, no, but Dragon Mages is really cool because they're a wizard with armour then.
Which means they can take magic armor.
It certainly does. Now, when you look at it on the heroes, I think it's 10 points on a noble
Yes.
and 20 points on a prince. So I definitely feel like I paid
Yes.
for the 6+ ward save. The thing is, I don't feel like I've paid for all of it, whatever happens. I think heavy armour on a prince is 8.
6.
6. So I'm paying 14 points to get 5+, 2+ against flaming
Yeah.
and 6+ ward. So 6+ ward's 15
You're
in the
not
main
paying
rule
for
book.
something.
So something's for free.
Yeah.
I think the thing is, am I going to use the 6+ ward save? I might do if I'm going with a high magic
High
thing.
magic, and you boost it up.
And I boost it up. On a hero at 10 points, it's an absolute no-brainer on a noble.
Yeah. How much is heavy armor on a noble, Matt?
4
4.
points.
6 points.
So if I took
Yeah, 4 points.
a noble with heavy armour and a Dragonbane gem,
For
I
a
would
point
I would
more,
save
I
a
get
point
6 up ward save.
and I wouldn't have the 6+ ward. I might as well have the 6+
And
ward.
I'd have already taken my talisman magic item.
Yeah, why would I
Swapped
do
it.
that? Shocking.
Mm.
Yeah, so really, really good on a hero. I
Yeah.
find it really hard to not take it on him. The
Yeah.
only thing that makes me sort of pause is that we're going to talk about the Lion Cloak in a minute at the end, and it's mutually exclusive with the Lion Cloak.
Yeah.
Yes.
You're not a dark elf, you can't have many cloaks.
No, well, you can't have cloaks and armour apparently.
Apparently.
But
yeah,
You
we
can, you can have cloaks and heavy armor.
I think that's because they were saying, look, Chacharian nobles would have the cloak,
yeah.
and you know,
The what nobles?
Caledonian nobles would have the armour.
One's from Trace.
Yeah.
What did you say, Chacharian?
Chacharian, yeah.
Tracen.
No, Chacharian.
There's no other H. It's Tracian.
Yeah, I think it's Tracian, I'll be honest.
Chacharian. It's Chacharian, I don't care.
I was going to let him have it. I was going to be kind.
It's Chacharian.
No.
Tracian.
I get called out all the time every time I mess up a word.
Yeah.
So, the nobles come from different provinces, which I think is why they did
Where's
that.
that fiery convocation gone?
And I think it would be a bit of a no-brainer. You'd probably take both all the time on both.
Oh, yeah.
I still don't know whether I bother with the lion cloak on a character.
+2 plus
Well,
2 arm save.
When
Yeah,
we talk
cheers.
about the
And then
lion,
shooting.
when we talk about the lion cloak, there is a type of character it's really good
Yeah,
for.
yeah.
And that's really
Is it Dragon Riders?
Amusingly,
Well, yes,
his characters
but-
on things
yeah.
like that, yeah. But which is frustrating because I also want the other
You
armour.
want
So
the Dragon armor
it's really
theme.
difficult. But Dragon Armour's probably the better choice almost all of the time.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's an auto including a noble. It might be a decision on a prince because of the 20-point tag, but I think it's probably okay. Let's move on to the Bow of Avalon now.
Yeah.
We talked about that when we talked about the sisters. I've got here, sadly, only available to sisters.
And handmaidens.
Handmaidens.
Handmaidens have it as well.
So it's a bow, 24-inch range, has a strength of 4, has flaming attacks, volley fire, and has the arrows of Isha that we discussed earlier on.
Yep.
We discussed this. We don't need to cover it again.
Good bow.
Very good bow.
stuff.
Good synergy bow as well because it's flaming attacks. You can strip regen and then blast with all your other shooting. Don't know if I mentioned
All
that.
that other amazing shit you got in your army.
Bolt throwers.
Bolt throwers. And how dare you, boat throwers, as I like to call them.
Well, Alephanar. He's got
Yeah,
bolt thrower.
I can have Alephanar, I can have 4 bolt throwers, I can have this unit with these bows, and then I can take three boat throwers. That's sky cutters with the eagle eye bolt throwers on them.
I'll retire.
Excellent.
And you say my list building is awful.
Yes. Finally, we take a look at the Lion Cloak.
No, it's good. For you.
For you. Now, this adds 2 to the armour save of its bearer against non-magical shooting attacks.
Exact same rule as a regular white line.
Yes.
Yeah.
Comes on white lions, although not on the chariot. I've got in brackets. Clearly, I'm not over that.
18 months down the
Although,
line.
it does come on Core Hill if you put him on a chariot.
Yeah, amusingly, how does that work? So if you shoot Corhill, he gets +2, but not his chariot, I guess, because you can hit him separately, can't you? That's
Yeah.
why.
That's exactly how it works.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, because you can hit him separately.
Yeah.
It is, however, the impact is a lot less on characters. Most of the time they'll be in a unit, and so won't be getting shot at specifically. Plus, it's mutually exclusive with the Dragon Armour, which is really, really strong, as we talked about a minute ago. Has good synergy with spells, gives you great buffs to the points.
Yeah.
I've got here, full disclosure, the only time I found any real use for it outside of White Lions is on a character on an eagle.
Yeah.
Flying sort of solo around, and getting a 1-up armour save against shooting.
Yeah.
Or getting a better armour save against shooting. Can it be 1-up? I think it probably can because you can take Enchanted Shield.
5 up, 4 up, 3 up, 2 up. 3 up. Yeah, it can be 1 up without an Enchanted Shield.
Yeah, so you can do it. I've had some joy there with it. But again, I always find myself thinking, even in the Eagle scenario, if you Searing Doom me, that's what my Dragon Armour gives me that protection against,
Yeah.
which is
Yeah.
really strong. But
How many points is a Lion Cloak though, Max?
6.
It's only 6 points.
so it's 4 points less
Four
than
points.
the Dragon Armour.
4 points on a noble, 6 points on a prince.
Oh, sorry, so
So
4
it's
points
14 points less than Dragon Armour
on the Prince.
on a Prince.
Yeah.
Okay.
See, but when you put them on a dragon, I always want to take Dragon Armour because if I had Searing Doom, I'd definitely Searing Doom a dragon because their toughness is really high
Yeah.
and 3s to wound is pretty good.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's a tough
but
call.
you could just save the points and go Lion Cloak, Dragon Mage Gem.
You could, yeah, and you would
Or Dragon
save
Helm.
points, yeah. That is
You
an
would
option,
take
and that's
points,
when I say on the Eagle, I think that's strong because you get the 3rd wound and the toughness 4 from the Eagle because it's
Yeah.
monstrous cav,
Yeah.
and then you kind of combine up for a good shooting armor save, which is nice. And you probably would take Dragon Helm or something like that anyway to keep your regular armor save up.
Yeah.
That's it. That's really all I've got to say about it. It's all right. It's just
Good on white lines, alright on characters.
Yeah, it's probably going to fall short everywhere else.
Yeah.
So, let us move on then now to those army-specific magic items.
Which the High Elves decided, to have many.
Yes, they have
14?
a particularly impressive 13.
13.
Lucky for
I don't know
Skaven.
why they gave them 3 pages of it and every other army 2.
Doesn't matter.
Because
You
they're
only see
supposed to
3 of
have
them.
more than everyone else. In previous editions, they used to have cheaper versions of the common magic items because it represented that they had more access to magic items, so the common items were cheaper for them.
Is one of the 3 this one? I know James loves this one.
I have got here, in a very diplomatic way, there are 13 to choose from, although for many of them this will be the last time we describe them as impressive.
Firm but fair.
Let's deep dive. So first up is the Blade of Leaping Gold. Shall we just read them out? Probably
Read 'em
better,
out?
innit? Yeah.
So the Blade Leaping Gold is 70 points. Grants the wielder +3 attacks. In addition, any rolls of a 6 to wound made with the Blade Leaping Gold ignore arm saves.
It's actually the Red Duke's magic sword in the fluff.
Elsif.
Elsif. Yeah.
Elsif.
This is his sword in the fluff. But it's not in the fluff in the army book, I don't think. But it was in the Red Duke's original fluff. He had the Blade of Leaping Gold.
No,
It's really
no,
cool.
it's not the fluff.
So what do I think of this? +3 attacks is 60 points in the main rulebook. I'm paying 10 points to have 6s to wound, ignore armor saves.
Yeah.
It's the strength.
I'll get 1 a turn. I'm strength 4.
Yeah.
It's the strength. You need more
You-
strength, not
you've
more
got-
attacks.
Yeah. Well, I mean, really, you need both, but
Yeah.
more strength is better.
Yeah, particularly when you're ASF, you
Yeah.
want your attacks. You know you're going to hit a lot. You want to make sure the hits turn into wounds, and this sword doesn't help me do that.
No.
It's really expensive on a guy that isn't that survivable without spending
No.
some of his points on survivability. I mean, you definitely can take a 60, 70 point magic sword and a high elf because you can do lots of bussing stuff with the special characters and
If you
things.
got a Lariel.
Yeah, well, or even without her, if you take the dragon armor for the 6-up ward and build it up, as
Yeah.
we talked about earlier. But I've got here, realistically, you're going to trigger the no armor saves once per turn at best, and that's if you've put it on an elf prince, so 7 attacks.
Yeah.
Because you're going to miss at least once, even with your
Yeah.
reroll, I'd have thought. I've got, health characters struggle to make damage stick, they don't struggle to hit. The weapon doesn't help you make damage stick.
Not really.
No.
In a competitive take on all comers list, for me, it doesn't have a place.
No,
No.
it does not.
So let's move on.
Star Lance, 30 points.
Another high elf classic.
Mounted character only this time round. The Star Lance can only be used in a turn in which the bearer makes a successful charge. Attacks with the Star Lance will result in +3 strength, and arm saves cannot be taken against wounds caused by the Star Lance. If he do not make a successful charge on a turn or his man has been slain, he must instead fight using another weapon.
Yeah. So this is an item that's been in every high elf army book I've ever seen. I can't remember it not appearing. Basically, it's always done what it does here for different points
But
values.
now I've already never seen you use it, not on a character.
30 points, great points value. But yeah, I'm not sure it's a character one for me. It's a Dragon Prince Unit Champion.
Yes. Which technically they are mounted characters.
Yeah, they are. And they can take a 30-point magic weapon.
Mm.
So you give them this. They have to kill the entire regiment to get him off if you don't take a banner.
Or if you don't challenge.
Or if you don't, yeah.
If they-
Yeah.
I reckon you
Not unless they target him specifically,
Yeah,
but he'll be the last casualty.
Yeah.
But even if he dies, you don't lose his points and the
No.
points for the Star Lance unless the regiment's been killed.
Yeah.
It does feel a bit risky putting it on like a 1-wound T3 guy.
Yeah, but they usually only ever do like one charges anyway, so.
But he's got 3 strength, 6 and armor save attacks, which makes that 7-man unit incredibly scary against basically everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think when we did this, I've got it here. John always says, if you want to win tournaments, don't worry about what points your opponent might get off you. Only worry about the points you're going to go and get off your opponent.
Yeah.
So this is that type of item on the Dragon Prince Champion. I think you put it on and go, yeah, if they kill that unit, it's like 250 points. But don't worry about that. Just worry about what he might go and get for you, and get him out there and get the unit stuck in and do the damage. I think this is all
makes
right.
sense.
Yeah, it's
It's alright, it's just there's some uses that are better for it than others.
Yeah, you can put it on a hero and stuff, and maybe in the Silver Helm stuff we talked about earlier on a noble in there, it's pretty spicy item.
Yeah.
I wouldn't put it on a lord. I want something that's consistently giving me additional strength.
Yeah.
Then we've got the Reaver Bow. 25 points, magic weapon, it's a bow. 30-inch range, +1 strength, volley fire, multiple shots 3.
So, in most scenarios, the shots from this are strength 5. Because
Yes.
it's the shot strength is the +1 to the strength of the bearer.
But again, I've only ever seen this used in one build, and one build only.
Yes.
Do you want to explain? It's a favourite of yours.
So I've got here, it's a great item that was definitely made for the handmade hero. Now, I'm not sure, when we wrote this original script, this is the same script, so we didn't want to kind of cut you guys at home short. One or two of the ratings changed, I think, because we sort of refined our rating system better then. But this is actually the original script, so when we said we would reshoot it, we are literally reshooting it just at a much higher quality than we originally produced it for you guys at. So at the time I said, I'm not sure if this is common knowledge. I think it's a lot more common knowledge now than when I wrote this script. I see a lot of people doing this and talking about it now.
I'm going to kick myself for sharing it.
And I'm going to kick myself for sharing it because I really like this this spicy combo.
It's spicy meatball.
25 points this item. So you can combine it with a potion of strength, which is 20 points, which gives you 3 strength 8 shots from the handmaiden. She's ballistic skill 7 with quick to fire.
Yeah.
Gosh, you watch the Beastman video. She's an absolute machine. I used it against Nick as well on the Take the Crown that we played.
You did.
She was really good in that game for me with it as well. And I've got here, many a demon prince has felt the keen sting of what we affectionately call the cannonball run.
Is that my demon prince all the time?
Yeah, many times. Great item. You love to see it. It's the best magic weapon in the book. And it's really nice to have a shooting magic weapon that people look at and go, I can take that. That's competitive. That's good.
Yeah.
There's like 4 in the game, and most of them are rubbish. So,
Yes.
exciting stuff. I just love the fact that this is the original script, and so like.
I think the thing that really makes it stand out as a very good shooting magic weapon is the fact you can adjust the strength of it.
Yes.
The fact that the strength sort of is tied to the strength of the wielder, which you can then obviously buff with items or magic.
Well, you were the one that said to me, you can put Savage Beast of Horus on her, and she's got a strength 8 bow.
You can bust a potion and then continue trying to cast Savage Beast on her.
Yeah, and even things like Wissons
Yeah. Strength 6.
will do the job, which is great. And the base strength on this is 5, unless you lower her strength. That's hideous.
Yeah.
There aren't many base strength 5 items that shoot. So yeah, good. Yeah, really cool. I'm really pleased that we've enjoyed that item. I've really enjoyed it. Shall we have a look at the only magic armor? No, it's not the only magic armor. I lied. It's one of 3 pieces of magic armor.
So in a very real sense,
Yeah.
not
But the only
magic
piece
armor.
you might see is clearly what I was thinking. Yeah, it's really shocking. No.
No one, maybe.
Armour of Caledor?
Armour of Caledor.
Yeah, you used like the third one.
Oh yeah, like twice ever.
I like the third
You
one.
put it on your PSP with the L'Oreal.
No, I don't. I give him Sword of Anti-Heroes, and I give him Enchanted Shield for a 3-up armor save. And I give him a Luck Stone to reroll the armor save once. Because I love the Luck Stone, it saves me so many times.
Give him the luck stone.
Give him the little Luck Stone.
Armour of Caledor. Grants the bearer 2-up armour save that cannot be improved by any means. In addition, the Armour of Caledor grants the bearer 6+ ward save and Fireball.
It's Dragon Armour that gives you a 2-up armor save.
Yeah.
Dragon Ball Plus.
It's,
No, Dragon Armour Plus.
Yeah.
it's 5 points more than the Armour of Silvered Steel. For that you get a 6+ ward save and a 2+ ward save against Flaming. So
It's pretty decent.
in those terms it's a very, very points effective,
Yeah.
cost effective item.
I do think Armour Silver Steel is probably too expensive though.
Yeah, and I've got here, in many cases, you can build that type of saving throw without investing 50 points. Even on foot, like we just said, I mean, actually, what you just brought up is a really great example. Enchanted Shield, Dragon Armour, alright, he's got a 3-up, 6-up with a 2-up against Flaming. It's 1 point of armour less for a 10th of the points cost.
Well, you got to pay for the Dragon Armour.
Oh, yeah,
It's
fair,
20 points.
fair.
So
So,
it costs what, about
15 points instead of 50, so 35 point reduction to
a
get
third?
that.
Just under a third
and
of the
you
cost?
and you could take the Luck Stone and reroll one of those saves.
You could take Laura and Matt as well.
Yeah, and again, Armour of Caledor, if I'm on a horse, I'm easily going to score that sort of armour save.
Yeah.
It's very not very often that you feel like it's worth it. I quite like it on. If I had to pick a place for it where I think it does have some mileage, is on the Lawmaster of Hoeth character.
Okay, yeah.
We did a competitive character series video. We might not have done it yet. I'm lying, but I've wrote a competitive character series video. Have we released that yet?
Of
Lawmaster of Hoeth?
No.
That'll be released at some
Coming
point.
soon.
Coming soon, probably next month. I think it's due.
Is it?
Maybe the one after.
Maybe the one after.
Yeah, it's coming really soon, but I wrote a really exciting video. I thought it was good. And I used it in there, and the reason I like it is because he comes with Earthblood baked in, which gives him regeneration 5+. So the kind of fireborn element of this synergizes really nicely with that, and it gives him a good armor save and a regen, and then
Because he can't take a shield, can he? Yeah.
So
that's his only way of getting anything better than a 5-up armor save.
he just comes with heavy armor unless I want to buy
Don't
him.
like magic armor.
Yeah,
sort of
magic armor.
enchanted shield or
But
something.
I think that's
Yeah.
I like that. I think that's probably where it's got some mileage. And look out for that video, because when it comes out, you'll be like, oh, James mentioned that. Excellent. So shall we have a look at our second piece of magic armor?
Do we have to? Because I just read it. It's
The
trash.
shadow armor.
They see it in the seal of approval.
That's your favourite province, apparently.
No, so I say it's not lame. Like to think.
It's had it here.
So shadow armor, 25 points.
The man looks like a flying hellfish. Simpsons reference for you guys at home. Other cartoons are available.
Shadow armor, 25 points. Models on foot only. The wearer of shadow armor has a 5 armor save. In addition, the wearer has both scouts and strider.
Yeah, because it'd be too good if he was on a horse.
Well, I
It
don't know.
would be quite good
a
if he was
scouting
like a dragon,
horse
to
would
be
be.
fair.
A scouting dragon would be quite good, wouldn't it?
Yeah, to be fair.
Terrifying.
I feel like we might have talked about that on the first time we did this video.
Yeah, it's trash. Seal of approval. Seal of trash, dude.
Trashy dude.
25 points. I said it as an item I've seen used in casual and narrative play, especially if you're doing a Shadow Warrior themed army. But it doesn't have a place in a competitive army list.
No.
I'm sorry, it just doesn't.
No.
For 10 points on a hero, you can have Dragon Armor. I've got it. It's enough said, really. But I mean, it's gives him, gives one character Scout and Strider. see what I would. Why? It combines with the Reaver bow, so you can have like a shooty, scouty character for a themey army.
You can have Alaphanar, but not Alaphanar.
Buy a Wood Elf army. Is that one?
Yeah.
Final piece of magic
Move
armor
on.
is the shield of the Merwin.
Yeah, I quite like this.
This is 15 points.
Yeah, I like
quite like this actually.
Shield of the Merworm. So, shield, obviously.
Obviously. But it's nice that they point that out.
It's not Orc-Bane shield.
It's not the
It's not
Orc-Bane
Orc-Bane
shield, it's
shield.
just a shield.
The double shield. Unless he's fighting with a weapon that requires 2 hand special rule, the bearer of the shield of the Merworm has a parry save of 4+, even if he's fighting with a magic weapon.
So there are some things to like about this.
It's a cheap situational 4+ ward save.
Yeah. You can boost it with the counters from Lore High Magic to a 3+ parry save, which is nice.
Parries count as ward saves.
And you can combine it with Magic Sword,
Yes.
which is nice, because you can't do that for parry saves normally.
The parry saves do have the conditions you have to meet to be able to take them.
And that's it. You can't use it against stomps, can't use it against impact hits,
Can't use it in the flanks of the
can't
res.
use it in flanks or the res.
No.
So,
But I think BSB, which you have definitely run before, I'm sure. BSB, probably Dragon Armour, Sword of Anti-Hero, Shield of the Merwin.
yeah, I don't hate that. I've got here, my advice would be a good support fighter, not your general.
Yeah.
It's,
I wouldn't have it on
where I
planes.
want an unconditional ward save on those. But I suppose if you've got Dragon Armour, technically, if you get a counter, you've got 5+ ward, so, you could look at it that way.
Yeah.
I don't think it's terrible. I don't. I think that High Elves find it harder to build armour saves, and so I'll start by probably looking at stuff that builds armour saves. This doesn't.
Yeah.
And then if I'm going to take magic armour, do I want one that gives me parried? I don't know. I think that's the problem. I've got to get through a couple of items like the Dragon Helm or the Enchanted Shield probably first. But it's not a bad item. It's not terrible.
No,
it's just
I
like
like
you
it.
say. It's situational.
Quite cheap as well.
It is cheap. That
It's
is
very
good.
cheap. It's cheap size shield, give you a ward save 4+.
Yeah.
Hey ho.
So, time for our only talisman now, and that's the Golden Crown of Atrazar. And this I do love. This I have used many times.
This is quite good. So 10 points. 1 use only. Scott really loves it because Scott loves doing 1 use only magic items.
No, it's the one use only bounce
Bounce
spells
spells,
that he
bounce
has a
spells.
particular aversion to, and I've got to be honest, I'll make him right.
Why?
golden-
Don't get me started, Max.
The Golden Crown of Atrazar bestows a 2+ ward save against the first wounding hit suffered by the wearer, which cancels out not only the wound, but also any killing blow or more wound special rule the tech has. After which the power phase and cannot be used again during the game.
It's a really good hat.
It's a good hat.
Yeah.
The thing that I like about this is it's a talisman. I've got here, it's great on a level 2 wizard with a Dispel Scroll. That's where I use it all the time.
Yeah.
But I've used it on a Dragon Rider before, which is nice. Like on a Dragon Mage, because you can give him a Charm Shield and this. So he Charm Shields the first hit from like a cannonball, and then he gets the second dose of something big, and he Golden Crowns it.
So he pings the shield and he headbutts the cannonball.
Yeah,
I mean, his dragon's dead by then.
maybe. But
He's just on his own in the middle of a
But
field.
it does have potential, I think, in that big monster on the sort of monstrous, like if you've got to do an eagle again, talked about earlier, that combination there is really strong.
Yeah, I like
but it's
that.
just fantastic that I can drop this on a wizard. And it's really cheap.
Does take away your option to take a 4+ ward save though.
It does, but that's why I
That's why
like
you
it on
take
that
on a
support
hero.
character.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've got here 10 points for a 2+ ward save. He's really cheap, particularly when you compare it to Seed of Rebirth, which is not Seed of Rebirth. Opal Amulet is what it should be. Seed of Rebirth.
Yeah,
the
4
regen.
up against the first wound.
Yeah, 4+ ward save against the first wound suffered. That's the Opal Amulet. That's 15 points.
5 points
So
more
5
for a
points
worse
more.
ward save.
Yeah, so this is really good. And I've got here, it's the sort of item that really frustrates your opponent.
This
and
is one of those ones,
easy to find space for because it's only 10 points. I won't take that champion on that Sea Guard unit.
Yeah.
I'll just take this on my wizard, and then when you think you've got him, he lives. It's just annoying. It's a great little item like that.
Yeah.
I like it a lot.
Should we talk about another great item?
We've got 4 enchanted items. I wonder which one you could be talking about. 4 enchanted items.
None
They
of them
literally might as well have thrown 3 of these in the bin.
Yeah.
2 of these in the bin. I'll accept one of them as a half one.
Okay.
2 of these are definitely in the bin for
Is
me.
this first one a bin one for
This
you?
is a pure bin job, this one.
Pure bin job.
So we have Moranian's Wayshard. 50 points for Moranian's Wayshard. It's
50 points.
Yeah. Enchanted item, as James said, model on foot only.
Classic.
The Bearer of Moranian's Wayshard as the Ambusher special rule. You can just end it there, and we would just not have to continue it. He can also give Ambusher special rule to a friendly Archers or Spearmen unit up to 30 models in size and chosen from Warhammer High Elves.
Sorry, I'm just going to correct you there. He can also make a unit of up to 30 archers or spearmen worse.
Yes. Immediately before deployment. If he does so, he immediately joins that unit and cannot leave it until the turn after the one in which they combined unit deployed.
Right. So, boys, I just would like to just take a couple of minutes to just have a proper rant. If you'd all
Oh, what a surprise.
be so kind. I've played High Elves for 18 years. I had completely forgotten that this item even existed, is what I wrote when I first wrote this. How would you like to pay 50 points, lose all of your mounts options, to take a maximum of 30 archers or spearmen and put them into ambush, a terrible special rule? That's paying a premium to take the worst unit in the book and give them a rule that means they are unlikely to turn up. And if they do, they're still rubbish when they arrive.
Do you want the stamp of Trashitude?
Yes, please. What is going on? 50 points!
I mean, I remember back in the day when we first filmed this, you said, you said, I know we can take this. You can take it in your hand, put it on top of a stack of papers, use it as a paperweight.
It's so true.
I remember you saying
It's
that.
just so bad.
Yeah, it's not great.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Ambush is an awful rule.
Yeah, it really is.
It's just because it's so inconsistent. And then it's like, oh, and I can only do it with the worst units in the book. Treat yourself. Like,
Why would we want ambush archers?
and I paid 50 points. And what have I got? I've got a dude who's basically got a sword and a shield because he can't take nothing else.
No, he's got
Because I
dragon armor.
spent
Nah.
50 points on this
got
waste of
dragon
time.
armor.
You can put it on a prince.
You put it on a wizard.
You can put it on.
You can put it on wherever you want.
You can put it on a Lothar Sea Helm.
It's in the bottom of my bin, stopping it blowing away.
Shall we move on from Moranian's Wayshard?
Please do.
Because it's really annoying. It's rubbish.
I beg you.
It's not.
I
great.
just,
Yeah, it's
honestly,
terrible.
if someone can see a use for it, send us a message. But it's just dreadful. Please don't.
Moving on. What's next?
Kind
Yeah,
of-
this is your deep dive.
It is my deep dive, but you've got the book. So we move on from that terrible unit to what I think is probably
Unit.
that terrible.
Item.
Well, it's a terrible unit in there as well. The whole motley cast
The motley
is
crew.
terrible. Is awful. So we're going to move on to Kane's Ring of Fury. We are back on Terra Firma for high elf items. This one's good.
Yeah. Also, I like to point out that's all.
Yeah, I
that's
know.
all fluff.
So there
Oh,
is
wow.
there is my fist size of
Oh, wow.
of
That's all fluff. That's the rule.
2 lines of rule.
yes.
Amazing.
It's one sentence.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Right, Kane's Ring of Fury. 25 points. To make up some time, shall I just read out the fluff to make up the time?
Please don't.
I'm not going to do that. 25 points enchanted item. Bound spell, power level 3. Kane's Ring of Fury contains a soul quench special rule. Or spell, sorry. Sea Law of High Magic.
Yeah.
So actually it's 3 sentences.
2.
Bound power level 3.
Yep. Kane's Ring of Fury contains a soul quench
Yeah,
special
that's it,
spell.
that's it.
Sea
See,
Law
our
of High
magic
Magic.
is in brackets.
Oh, it's bracketed.
It's
Yeah.
bracketed in the
I'll let you
sentence. So this is really good. 2d6 strength 4 hits, 18 inch range. Gives you a Shield of Sapphire counter, which we'll discuss shortly.
Can't boost it 'cause it's bound.
No, but it is
No.
enchanted, so it can give it to literally anyone.
Yeah, and it's level 3.
Power level 3, yeah.
Yeah.
It's
One
one
dice.
dice, baby. It's one of the best bound
I mean,
spell items.
it must be.
in the
It does bring down the casting by 5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's ace. It's a really good item. I really like it. I like it for so many reasons. Like in different places, in different ways, but it's great chaff clearance, guaranteed.
Yep.
And it's that counter. As we said earlier, you can use it with the interacting with the ward save on the Sea Helm, on the Sky Cutter. You can use it to just bump up ward saves on blocks like your buses and things like that. It's just
Yeah.
really, really good. Really
Good with an anointed because he gives his unit a 6-up ward
He
save.
does,
is it?
yeah. So suddenly it's a
Buffs
5-up
out to a
ward save.
5-up.
Excellent. So lots of great choices there. So shall we move on? No, so 12. I've just got here as well. 25 points means that you can combine it with a lot of other items as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And for that.
Take that and a Ruby Ring Ruin.
No, they're
Oh, they're
both
both the
tried.
same. Ah.
But that would be finger guns, wouldn't it? So we'll move on now to Gem of Sunfire, 20 point, 1 use only item.
Enchanted item again.
Yes.
So during the turn in which the Gem of Sunfire is used, all of the bearer's spells, shooting attacks, and close combat attacks, and his mounts, if he has one, the guy that's going to be taking is going to be on a mount.
Yeah, I would have thought so.
Yep. Have +1 bonus to wound. Rolls of 1 still fail, provided they also have the flaming attacks special rule.
Yeah. So there's a picture of a dragon mage right next to this item, and I think that was very deliberate because that is really where this belongs.
That's a very cool picture
Yeah.
as well.
It's very cool art, isn't it?
Makes you want to think the Dragon Mages are good.
Well, do you know? I think they get a little bit of a bad rap. I think it's the
You've given them a
They
bad
are
rap
a
in the
terrible dragon, though.
Yeah, they are. It's the comparing them to everything else problem they have a lot of the time. But the fact they guarantee Flaming Sword of Ruin, and
That is very good.
he's good. But it's very good with this because that gives
Everything
flaming attacks, which then get the +1 to wound bonus because you cast it on yourself, obviously.
Which actually get +2 to wound, because Flaming Sword gives you
+1 to wound.
+1 to
That's a
wound.
really good point. Yeah. So this one, look, it's a mixed bag. The frustrating thing I have with this item is that I've got to actually cast it, and I have to declare I'm using the gem kind of before, unless I do it on my opponent's turn.
Doesn't say that. It's just during the turn, which gem Sunfire is used. Doesn't say when you got to use it.
All of the bearer's spells, shooting attacks, and close combat attacks.
I imagine it's at the start of the turn,
Yeah, I would have thought so.
but it doesn't actually specify start of the turn.
Yeah, I think the thing I would do with this is I wouldn't use it in my turn. I'd cast the spells in my turn and use it at the start of my opponent's turn.
Yeah, but then you're missing out on your things like maybe your Fireball
Yes.
getting the +1.
Where I've seen this used to reasonable success was actually with Fiery Convocation. Because it adds +1 to wound to all of those strength 4 flaming hits on those big units. So it is good, it is situational, but it is quite cheap. So
20 points ain't bad.
Yeah.
you're taking a risk on it, and I think this is why you don't see it, because people go, I can just take stuff I don't take a risk on and I'll save the 20 points. But if you do, you'll probably find that once or twice at an event it really comes up trumps for you.
Yeah,
you get a bit of something juicy. This one was the one I said I could sort of half leave.
Yeah, I thought it would.
We're going back to the bin.
Oh, come on, it's funny.
I tell you what, though, you could put it on an anointed on a Flamespire Phoenix, because that's always got flaming attacks.
Oh, it does, yeah, and then fly over a horde and do like 2 hits.
Yeah.
and then the flame spire dies and you lose your anointed of Assyrian.
Yeah.
You know, your lord level anointed of Assyrian.
Yeah, it's really
That is correct.
This is a meme. This next one is a meme.
So we have the Cloak of Beards to finish up our enchanted item.
Now this is an item I do remember from previous editions as well. This item's always been
This
there.
has been around in various different forms. Again, because runes worked. There was an edition where it made like the Anvil of Doom struggle and stuff like that.
Really?
I don't know if it works like that now.
No, it doesn't.
But it used to like make.
I love that you have no idea what it even
The
does.
striking on the bad runes, it used
Yeah.
to give you problems there. I think it just confers a lot of hatred and stops runic weapons working now. To my memory. 10 points this one.
You'd be wrong.
Okay, what did it do?
Cloak of Beards is 10 points enchanted item. The wearer of the Cloak of Beards causes fear. Against models chosen from Warhammer Dwarves, the wearer causes terror instead. However, all models from Warhammer Dwarves gain hatred special when attacking the wearer.
Gives out a lot of hatred. See,
In addition,
say for your troops.
at the start of each close combat phase, roll a d6 for each magic item carried by each model from Warhammer Dwarves that is in base contact with the bearer. On a 4+, that magic item is destroyed. So you were close.
Well, it messes up runic items.
Doesn't
gives out
turn
a lot
on.
of hatred.
Doesn't automatically turn on. It destroys them on a 4+.
Messes them up.
The magic item is destroyed, and I'm assuming because runic items are classified as magic items.
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
Note this has no effect on magic items that are magic items that contain bound spells that have already been miscast during the game, and any magic items labelled as one use only that have already been used during the game. Do not roll to see if these magic items are destroyed.
I've got here Call Against Dwarves and definitely fun for a narrative event.
Yeah.
But ultimately, they're one army. They're not the most popular army at competitive level either. You know, you could take this to. I mean, if I think of the last 3 GTs I've been to, I haven't played Dwarves once. So that would be 10 points. I could have. That's half a gem of Sunfire, which I could also struggle to actually get anything out of.
That's the Golden Crown of Atrathar.
Yeah, it is, and that's huge. So
What I do remember from last time we did this deep dive is that someone said, causes fear. Would you not be scared if someone ran at you with a cloak made of beards?
the cloak made of your friend's facial hair.
Someone said that, which is also cracking up.
Oh, that's physically amazing.
You would be terrified though if someone ran at you with a cloak that's made of just facial hair.
Yeah, it would be weird, wouldn't it?
Would be odd. I
So-
don't know if I'd be terrified. I would think
You'd
they
be
needed
scared,
to be in
though.
some sort of home.
No,
Yeah, but what if it was your beard and your whole family's beard? Everyone you know's beards.
See, you'd be off-putted, which is the fear. So you wouldn't want to hit him. Dwarves seeing their friends' beards, oh my.
That's
Maybe.
horrifying.
Maybe. Yeah.
They're gonna have to chop up their mates' beards now. That's literally sacrilege to these.
That's a beardling you just made there. That's a beardling. Anyway,
So yes,
it's cool. It's Femi, it's Mimi.
Let us finish up now with
Do we have to do these two?
the 2 absolute world-beating magic items in this book.
These are two you always see.
Oh, these are really good. These are two of the best magic items in the game, period.
Yeah.
And I think that the second one, in fact, I remember saying this from the first deep dive, I think the second one is the best magic item. You guys, I think at the time, and I reckon you probably still do, think the first one is the best magic item. So let's see. The first one is the Banner of the World Dragon.
I've done it in that order. It's not the order of the book.
Well, that's what I've got on my list. So we're doing Banner of the World Dragon.
So when we did first this, we said this was the best magic item.
You guys said it was the best, and I said I think the other one is the best. Maybe that's why I saved it till last.
So Banner of the World Dragon.
Yes.
Again, not a lot of crunch in this one.
Not really.
50 points, Magic Standard. All models that contain the unit of the Banner of the World Dragon have a 2-up ward save against all wounds caused by spells, magic weapons, and magical attacks. Furthermore, this second part that everyone always forgets, all dragons, friend and foe, within 12 inches of the Banner of the World Dragon have stubborn.
Okay, so the item is insane, obviously.
50 points is too cheap. It needs to be 55.
It needs to be 100.
No, it needs to be 50.
I'd accept 51.
Just to stop you putting on white lines.
That's the exact rate I said, 55.
Just put it on a unit. I don't mind Dragon Princes having it.
Yeah, it's almost like that's reasonable for them, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because there's dragons in it.
Yes.
I think the thing here is it's so insanely good, particularly because the FAQ for the main rulebook says that miscast hits magical attacks.
Why do the miscast count as magical?
Oh, because they do. It's amazing.
And
it does make sense that they're magical hits.
And any
it's
hits
filth.
from a magic item, like the Forbidden Rod.
Yes. Yeah. I just break a little forbidden rod in my own unit and take no damage. Amazing.
It's just...
I really want you to do it one day and roll 2 1s and kill the wizard.
It'd be well funny, wouldn't it? I once got, it might have been against you or one of you guys, I got death sniped on my BSB. He took 2 wounds from Spirit Leech and I double one the wall save and took him off. And I was really annoyed because I'd let it go. I was like, I'll let you have that, mate, treat yourself.
This is the item everyone bleats about. Everyone...
That's why people hate high elves.
Everyone bases their army, whether they're fighting high elves or not, to fight this item.
To an extent, yeah.
People don't take magic weapons.
Well,
People don't take magical damage spells.
And this is the thing, you've definitely seen a shift because of this item. It was a meta-defining item. I've got a few things here that I'll hit, and then if we don't feel like we're hitting it right, we'll add to it. But this is incredible, especially when you look at the options you have with Alariel, who confers ward saves to non-magical attacks. Talked about that earlier. Yeah. But, you know, she obviously gives you the protection from non-magic. This gives you protection against magic. It becomes like a superstar. It's a huge volume of additional protection, and most importantly, it can be put onto a unit banner bearer because it's 50 points, which is what you said. It's an auto-include unless you're worried about army composition when you're building a competitive army. That's literally the only thing that you might consider leaving it at home for. And
even then, I'd still take it. I'd take 3 units, 5 Shadow Warriors.
Yeah, or 2 units. Yeah, because you can't take 3. Can't get the same plus.
Alright, I'd take 2 units, 5 Shadow Warriors, and a Tyrannok Chariot.
Yeah, treat yourself.
It's the same points.
But again, I think you've got like, you know, you do still see it on a BSB very regularly if they want to save the comp points.
Yeah.
You very rarely see it left out. That's
you normally see it on a BSB if it's in, say, like Silver Helms.
Yes. Yeah, and
because the Silver Helms obviously can't take
and
it.
BSBs in second ranks, you see it on a lot, which is really good. It's difficult, really. I mean, look, Demons players will cry to the heavens about how unfair and broken this item is, and I totally get it.
But
I totally get it.
You have to play around it, though, don't you?
It nullifies so many good things.
Yeah.
It nullifies a lot of power out there. So I've just got here, that said, I want to stress to the enemies of High Elves in particular, which I don't normally do this in a deep dive, but I think it's important. It does have weaknesses, and I'm going to cover some of them briefly. Obviously, non-magical attacks, particularly in volume, are a great counter.
Witch Elves, Warriors, Chaos.
Witch Elves, Warriors. Trolls can be really good because they throw a lot of dice.
Halberdiers.
Empire, I've got more on that later. But
Savage Old Biggins.
Yes. And I think people miss the idea that these things are like out there and that there's like these hard counters. Wild Riders, we talked about them earlier. I honestly think they are the best unit in the game for decking white lines. So I think they're absolutely top tier. So that's the first one, right? Now there are certain spells that remove you from play, like Dwellers Below or Final Transmutation. Also, our Nizpul's Black Horror works here, because we've talked about this many times before.
We talked about it in the Dark Elf deep dive.
We did, but we'll cover it very quickly again. If you fail the strength test, you may take a ward save if you have one, or be removed from play. They don't have a ward save unless they take a wound. They don't take wounds because they fail a strength test and are removed. Have I got it right? Excellent. Yes. So they die. Have a lovely day.
The Arnspals doesn't cause wounds, it removes you from play. Yeah. Therefore, the condition of the Banner of the World Dragon is not met. They have not taken a wound from a spell.
And that's it. Now, I want to also point out that it gives you no protection against debuff magic or buffing magic on your own troops unless you give yourself magical attacks with Enchanted Blades. Don't do that.
It's not the Rune Maw in that sort of sense. You can't bounce the debuff.
Yeah. So, if the unit that's got it are Toughness 1, Strength 1, if they're Strength 1, if they can't deliver, look, Demons are Slanesh. If you make them like Strength 1, you're probably going to sit there all day with a block of Demonettes.
If you acquiescence the White Lions.
You can weaken them like that. And that's my next point, which is that they are also only one unit.
Yeah.
Good chaff play, good tie-up play, good debuff play minimises the power of this item, right? Mm-hmm. Now, none of that diminishes how broken the item is. It's absolutely sick, right? And if you're using demons or wood elves or probably Skaven, you're going to hate the item and you're going to tell me that it's the most broken thing you've ever seen in your life, and it really upsets you. If you're playing Empire or Lizardmen, you probably don't care, because your Empire and Lizardmen will beat the blocks to death regardless.
With the right buffs and
Halberdiers with a bit of hatred. I'd chuck them into White Lions all day long. I don't care how many I lose. They're Halberdiers. 6 points.
Orcs and Goblins with their famous lack of magical attacks.
Yeah. And again, they're not the only ones. Lizardmen are another fantastic example. Blockosaurus are terrifying for elf units. They do not want to fight strength 4 to attack each blokes that get extra attacks to their L6s.
This is just the lower end of stuff. You got the high, like the warriors and the witch elves.
Yeah. They will just that earlier.
They'll tear apart that stuff like that. Because I actually want my warriors to get into that White Lion block.
So I think the thing we're stressing is, this is a fantastic item and you will always take it, but if you're fighting against it, don't forget it is only magical attacks hitting it. And I know that's not to downplay it, but think about what you've got that does that stuff without being magical attacks.
Yeah, it's the combo of Alariel's ward save against non-magical, which she then buffs with high magic, which we'll get on to.
That's when it starts get obnoxious.
That's when it gets unpleasant, and that's when, if we talk about some of those counters we talked about, that's when the spells that just kill you come into play, and that really effective chaff play. We did a really great game with this, didn't we?
Vampires
September, October. I don't know if it won't show you the release times on the website, but it was Vampire Counts versus High Elves. And the picture is Alariel and a Neferata converted vampire, which we played just after we got back from Cardiff Crusade, didn't we? I was really keen in that video to show an army like vampires that have lots of magical attacks and really struggle to deal with.
Rely on magical effects and stuff to do their damage.
To win games. I wanted to show you guys how you can still play around the banner. And it went well for me in that attempt, which was good, because I could have made myself like a fool. But that's a really good video to watch to try and just give you a bit of a better picture of what we're talking about. But yes.
We had High Elves and Demons as well against my Nurgle Demons, which it was a loss for the Nurgle Demons, spoilers. But that was because I couldn't roll 4 on 2 dice.
Yeah, I mean, that was... You had absolutely had me on toast in that game, and all the wheels just came off, didn't they? So, I think that this is the thing to remember, is tying up, chaffing up. It does have weaknesses, but that does not diminish that this item is underpointed and absolutely god tier.
No.
Now, our final item in this section, we are going to go back and touch on 2 more items, but is our only arcane item in the main magic item section, and that is the Immortal Book of Hoeth.
Yeah, again, it's an item that keeps coming back from editions past.
It's changed quite a bit in this.
Because in the previous edition, if you're a double, you're Irresistible Force.
So 55 points, so Lord only this one.
Yep. The Book of Hoeth allows the bearer to reroll a single dice from each of his cast single spell attempts. Results of 6 cannot be rerolled. Simple, easy, effective.
Sick.
So good.
And this is, for me...
It's not even just once.
No, this is... So now, from the previous one, I have now flipped.
Yeah.
I now think the Book of Hoeth is consistently better.
Yeah. So I think this is the best magic item in the book, and I actually think this is possibly the best magic item in the game.
The game.
It's for me. It's definitely the best arcane item in the game, unless you maybe the scroll, maybe the humble scroll.
It's just there.
Because it's safe in it. But
I don't know. It's Sivajir's hex scroll.
oh yeah, maybe froggy. Froggy. But the reason I think it's better than the Botwood is that unlike the Banner of the World Dragon, this is good in every single game. No matter what I do, if I take this item, it is good. It means that I will cast more spells, and it means that I'll dispel more attempts. So, and people say to me, what if your opponent's not got a wizard? It still lets me do the first one.
Yeah.
Still lets me cast more spells.
So you've still going to have magic on the item.
And where I think it's so ridiculously strong is with high magic and a level 4. And I get +5 to cast, and 5 of the spells that we're going to discuss shortly are cast on an 8 or less.
Yeah.
Which means I need a 3+ on a single dice. And when I re-roll that, the chances of me scoring that are what? 87%.
That's when you can start to be bold with the one dice.
Oh, yeah, and it becomes easy to stack the counters, becomes easy to cast loads of spells.
Yeah.
So although I can't re-roll 6s, so I can't stop a miscast, I don't actually miscast all that often.
And if I'm honest, if you don't stop the miscast, you probably got Botwood anyway.
Yeah. And I don't throw a lot of dice at spells. I don't need to.
Yeah.
I mean, this is easy. The biggest spell in high magic, I wouldn't throw more than 4 out with this item. Never need to, because I'm going to re-roll a dice and average I get it on 4 anyway.
Yeah.
Not a problem. It's really hard for me to see past it. I hate taking things that aren't it. That's it. I just think it's so strong. I've just got here, it's massively good for maximising Shield of Safri as well. I've also put other laws of magic are available. It is good with other laws too. It makes you really consistent. I've used it on a Law Master Hoeth as well in the past, which is because he's only level 2. So this basically, averagely, when you re-roll the dice like that, you're probably looking, because you're going to pick a low one.
Yeah.
You're probably looking at a 1.5 points better-ish. It's a bit like rolling 2 and picking the highest. It's that sort of element to it. So it's not an exact science what I'm saying here, but I reckon you're looking at about a 15-20% improvement in the score, which when you're on your level 2 and you're rocking on all those signatures makes a huge difference. Yeah. So, but I mean, it's just really hard to look past it on the level 4. I don't think anyone can say that. Like I said here, Botwood can have games where it's particularly poor. If you're fighting lizard men, if you're fighting Empire in particular, they just don't care.
Yeah, I think over the course of the 18 months, I think I've now moved from the camp.
Yeah, you've joined me in the library.
To
You've moved from the tapestry room to the library.
To the authority to library. Has Scott moved his mind?
You've gone from Kelador to Safri.
To Safri, yeah.
Has Scott changed his mind, or is he still with the Botwood?
Via the inner sea. I've played Total War.
What's Scott think?
Tough, isn't it?
It's rough.
Yeah, I still think it's Banner. I still think it's the Banner. It affects so much, and I think it's the Banner because of the combinations. I think on its own, I think the Book of Hoeth is probably a better item, but I think the combinations that you can have with the Banner, Alariel, and the Banner, is ridiculous.
And this is what I love about doing the channel.
It makes that unit basically impervious to all bar about 3 spells in the game.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's top tier, isn't it? It's filthy.
And then you go and you go, oh well, I'll go in with like my Witch Elves and my Warriors and my Mundane attacks, and they go, yeah, I've got Threat Wall against that.
That's the combination of Alario and the Banner is obnoxiously strong.
You've got to get you've got to get a really strong dispel phase if you're going to go in on that.
Yeah.
You've got to get in and make sure they haven't got better than the
no
fire
spells
ward.
off.
Yeah, and that's really tricky. But
really.
I think and this is what I love doing about the channel. I love the fact that like we're looking at the same stuff. We're kind of looking at the different competitive angles. I think it just goes to show as well, like how we kind of view things slightly differently.
Yeah.
You know, like that. The book is a really aggressive, sort of harsh item, probably first and foremost, and it's a little bit less concerned about the health and safety of your troops. Although with high elves, with both these items, they both do the same, because you can be really aggressive with the Botwood because you know you've got a protection. You can be aggressive with your dice because you know you've got a reroll. But you know,
to be honest, just take both.
Well, that is always an option. They're not mutually exclusive, are they? So that's the main magic items. Now there are 2 additional ones as well.
Heirloom magic items.
They are, and these are only available if you select Alariel the Radiant in your army, and she sort of unlocks them for you.
So the battle. So do you want to go because it is
it's really important.
The BSB one is actually specific here.
So obviously, the Battle Standard Bearer, Noble, or Lothar and CL can take your Battle Standard Bearer for 25 points. Naturally, across every army in the game, you can do that. If the army includes a Lair of the Radiant, the Battle Standard Bearer can instead carry the Banner of Avalon for 40 points. So on top of the 25.
Yeah. 25 to make
It's a 40-point magic banner.
40
Yeah.
points for the magic banner.
Model that carries Magic Standard cannot have any other magic items. So
Yeah.
same.
The
Like
usual
a
stuff.
normal magic standard.
So the Banner of Avalon, so I said 40 points, Magic Standard, spells from the Law of Light and the Law of Life cast by a friendly wizard that target a unit containing the Banner of Avalon receive a +4 bonus to cast. If a Lair of the Radiant is slain, this ability is immediately lost.
That's rough, but at least it doesn't affect your opponent's dwellers.
No.
No.
So
Doesn't it?
No, it's cast by a friendly
wizard that
Friendly
target.
wizard, excellent.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you can get basically +8 to cast.
Yep.
With her.
With a Lariel.
With Alariel. You could take another wizard, another level 4,
Yeah.
squeeze it in and give it like another +1 to cast somewhere or another, maybe Book of Asher if you got the points.
or
to get more, but
Staff of Sorcery, is it? 35
that's
points?
dispels only.
Oh, there's one that's
But
Passing.
I said disarms only. That's a Harry Potter.
Lovely.
Sorry,
so
guys.
this one,
It's weird. It's 40 points. A lot of points for this one.
I see people get really excited about the item. They're like, oh, it's really good. It's amazing. You get like +8 to cast. I think they misread it. It's like no. If you target the unit. So yeah, if you
you're
drop
casting regen or regrowth.
Throne of Vines,
Flesh. Throne of
is
Vines.
technically because that
Yeah, 'cause
targets
it
the
targets
wizard.
her and
Yeah.
Yeah, that wizard has to be in that unit.
Yes, she does. Yeah, well, I'm assuming you would probably
4
bring
life
them together.
spells that could
Yeah.
do it.
And light, you've got Fars. Light's probably better because light
Fars.
bubbles the spells.
Yeah, fast speed,
Birionas.
Birianas, light battle.
Yeah. The ones that bubble are probably the best use of this, I should say, because
So far,
One of them hits the unit.
that's
You
it.
get
I'll
the
Fars and I'll get +4, and that actually means that the other units that got the Fars kind of get that buff
Yeah.
too, which is nice. But
The issue is, I don't think you take Lariel on light or life very
No.
often.
very
at all.
often, so it's going to be another wizard. I almost feel like what you would do is take like a couple of level 2s on those laws and do it that way.
And get +6.
And get +6 instead,
Which is still very
It's
good.
good. I'm not sure. I think it's the investment. I just
No.
don't see you having the dice to cast spells with her to push up
No.
her wall save and cast spells
And
with them
cast
to
them.
maximise this item. Yeah. So I mean, it's all right. He's probably the best thing. 40 points doesn't feel too expensive for it. I'll say that.
No.
But yeah.
But like you were saying earlier, high elves like to be quite light on their characters.
Oh, I think they do.
So you've got a Lariel to unlock the item, you've got a BSB to carry the item, maybe one other wizard.
Yeah, and the
You
BSB
don't really
is
want to push that to 2.
also not getting magic equipment then.
Yep, he's got a 4-up save at best on foot.
Yeah, and so
So
he's
he's gonna be on
definitely going to
foot.
go in with Alariel to get the
Yeah.
ward save from her, and then you're looking and saying, well, hold on, unless I take her on life now, I've got to think about where I'm really seeing the buff come in. The second one?
Second one is the Horn of Aisha. This may be taken by Handmaidens of the Ever Queen. It's 50 points, but they cannot take other magic items if she does so.
So it's just their whole allowance,
Yeah.
basically.
So the Horn of Aisha is an enchanted item.
Before we do that, is it one handmaiden or any number?
If the army includes a Lair of the Radiant, it
May take the Horn of Isha.
doesn't.
Can't take other magic
It's
items.
really poorly worded.
What's the
If the
sense?
army includes a Lair of the Radiant, may take the Horn of Aisha. They cannot take any magic items if it does so.
Yeah, I think...
So I'm assuming it's like a continue. They should not, rather than a second bullet point, it should have been like an arrow going downwards. Sort of like that.
Oh, I don't know. It's not a second bullet point. Oh, yeah,
It
maybe.
is a second bullet point.
Yeah.
Yeah, it should just be an army that includes a Lariel the
Yeah.
Radiant may take the Horn of Isha.
Yeah, it's badly worded, but the fact the Horn of Isha is an enchanted item means that you couldn't duplicate it. There you go. That solves that problem for us ahead of time.
So, one use only, the Horn of Aisha can be used at the start of all movement phases. For the remainder of the turn, all models in the bearer's unit receive +1 to hit bonus on all shooting and close combat attacks. So it's going to be your Scissor Battle Law. Because that's where the
Yeah,
Handmaiden's going.
But this is the
It's
problem.
a lot for 50 points.
It's +1 to hit on shooting or combat attacks, not both. It says both, but it's not really going to be both because
you're
it's
not
for
gonna
that
get
turn.
both.
You can't do both in
Yeah.
the same turn. So, is it
Do you have
game
to
turn
be-
or player turn? So
For the remainder of
that
the
turn,
for the
yeah,
turn.
for the remainder of the turns, I would suggest it's player turn.
Does it have to be in your turn?
So one of your movement phases.
So I was thinking you could maybe do it at the start of your opponent's to get a standard
Get the
shoot,
+1 on the standard shoot.
and then in the combat.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
but
no.
So, not very good.
50
No,
points.
not for 50 points.
Maybe not so much trashitude, but it's better.
No, I think it's pretty poor. I've got to be
Yeah.
honest, I'm also losing the Cannonball Run for that.
Yeah, you are, yeah, you are.
I'm losing all that juice, and I'm not taking 2 Handmaidens. They are 95 points base, which is, you know, they are their points, their price.
Yeah,
So I think that probably both of those are no-goes for us, but
yeah.
maybe the banner can sneak in particularly in bigger games. I think it's
Yeah,
quite
I think we are guilty sometimes of thinking just at 2,500 points.
Yeah.
I think if you played 4K,
Yeah,
I'd
Banner
very
of Avalon
possibly take the
probably
banner.
get in there then, yeah. Or Teclis and Alariel, Banner of Avalon. Whoa! Spicy! And that about finishes up our mundane and magic items, everyone.
it does.
So we are ready now to have a look at our analysis of the High Elves version of the Law of High Magic.
The original, the OG.
If you will, as Max said earlier, it is our highest rated Law of Magic in the game. So
Yeah.
we're really excited about this one. I'll tell you, there has been some that surprised me with their ratings. This one didn't. This one did not. So let's get cracking with the Law of High Magic. Well, with all of that out of the way, it's time for us to analyse the Law of High Magic. Now, the way we are going to do this is with our Magic Law rating system,
This
which
is like the first time we've ever been saying these.
can be
It's
found
really
on
self-explanatory.
triplecrownwargaming.com/ratings. But to put it simply, we will give the law a score out of 24 based on the following 6 criteria. I like the fact that part, that tongue
That's
twister,
a-
survived every iteration of this guy.
It's changed like score of the law on the door
Yeah,
at 24.
I say that sometimes as well. So we've got variety of spell types, power and frequency of the law attributes, average spell range, spell flexibility, average casting value, and the quality of the signature spell. So, which High Magic cheats on because it gets 2. So let's summarise the law. We'll start with our law attribute first, which is the Shield of Sapphire. So I'll get you to read it out because I've got it all written here and I feel like it's better when we all take part.
Scott's taking no part.
Yeah, he's taking no part.
I just sit here, look at the pretty models.
Oh yeah.
Just on the Bretonian shelf. No, none of this.
That's what's the eye level, mate.
Yeah.
So, Shield of Sapphire. Each time a spell from this law is successfully cast, the caster and his unit immediately gain +1 to their ward save to a maximum ward save of 3+ until the beginning of the caster's magic phase. Models that do not already have a ward save instead gain a 6+ ward save, which can then be increased for further castings thanks to the law attribute until the beginning of the caster's next magic phase.
This is an incredible law, actually.
There is about 3 different ways to stick a ward save on a unit in this army.
It's easy. Ward saves are easy for high elves.
Anointed, Alariel.
Alariel,
Is there others?
this counter.
This counter, and like situations like magic res and stuff like that.
Yeah, and magic. There's tons of magic res in the book.
Yeah.
Tons of it. There's also
It's weird how often like a unit will have a ward save,
for high elves, yeah.
and things kind of just come to the base for
If you really want to, I reckon you could put every block on the table with a ward save of some description or another. Because of the addition, because of the
Maybe.
easy access to magic resistance.
Yeah.
Drop Cradrian in one unit.
Yeah.
Take like a Lichbone Pennant on your Phoenix Guard. They start with a ward save, and then drop a
Anointed
drop
Assyrian.
Anointed Azurian into like a big block of Spearmen.
Yeah.
Botwood on your lions.
Yeah, Dragon Princes come with a ward save.
Yeah.
It's just horrible. It's
weird.
just
It's
so strong. And then obviously you can buff it to a maximum 3+ with this. So strong with the Phoenix Guard. 1 counter.
Yeah.
1 counter.
Yeah, that's why a lot of people just see like the law of the high magic, higher the level 4 in the Phoenix Guard.
Yeah.
Just
It adds to conditional ward saves like magic resistance too, and like the sword masters chopping things out of the air, the deflect shots. And it counters a major weakness of the army, which is that you're expensive and you're toughness 3.
yeah.
And there aren't many of you.
And it triggers on every single spell
Yeah, it does.
in
Yeah.
the law, including your very low to cast base signature spell.
Yeah.
You love to see it. Speaking of those signature spells, there are 2, and we're going to begin with Drain Magic. So this one is an augment or a hex.
It's one of those rare few.
Yeah, that can do both. And what I really like about this is it can be puppled as well. It's just offensive.
Yeah.
It's my sort of. I think this is just about the best spell in the game. But it's cast on a 7+ and can be boosted to hit all friendly units or foes as well within 18, and it's increased to a 14 if you boost it, I believe. So the spell can just undo an entire enemy magic phase or more.
Yeah.
Do you want to read the wording so I don't mess it up, Max? Probably
So if it targets friendly units, an augment. If it targets enemy units, a hex. If it targets both, it's hex augment.
Yeah.
I'd imagine
Cheeky.
a augment
A augment.
or an X.
Should we move on?
In either case, all remains of play spells affecting the target unit are immediately dispelled, and the effects of all other spells on the target unit immediately come to an end. There is nothing else like that.
No, it's just
No.
hideous. It's the effects of spells. So it's the effects of augments, the effects of hexes on your own troops.
Every other army in the game has to put up with the fact they've got a hex or augment until the next turn.
Yes.
Yeah.
High elves and lizardmen
And
technically.
wood elves.
And wood elves don't.
Yeah, it's just unpleasant.
I remember playing at the event, Tim's event in March, and so I cast like Ashstorm on like the big level 4 caster, and every turn he's like, I cast Drain Magic. 6 dice to spell that, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah, good job. You can't cast anymore.
And that's it's just
Yeah, it's one of those. It's a strong spell.
Yeah.
It's ridiculously strong.
it's really really powerful. I can't say enough how you can just
All those like
get rid of an enemy magic phase of
withering,
it.
enfeebling foe, acquiescence, quiet.
Well, withering and enfeebling fire remains in place.
It gets rid of
Gets
anyways.
rid of them. So
Yeah.
for a
Yeah.
7, which you get +5 to cast if you're level
Yeah.
4, instead of getting
Don't
rid
roll
of
a
them
1
on
or
a
2.
yeah.
On like a 10 and a 13, I think.
Yeah.
Or
So-
11 and 13, something
Yeah,
like
so
that.
you've got to kind of roll much lower.
Wissons, Savage Beast, Pans, Harmonic Convergence, Curse of Midnight Wind.
Oh yeah.
I
I mean, there's
Ice Shard Lizard.
also don't forget the cumulative effects of Plague of Rust
Yeah.
and Wither
Yeah.
also get spanked by
It's the
this.
effects of all
Because
other
it's
spells.
the effects of all other spells. So, you know, I'll restore all of your armour. Because
All that hard work you've done to bring
Yeah.
down toughness 1. I'll go back to
I'll
toughness
just
3.
go back to toughness 3.
How livid would you be as
So
that
upset.
2 turns of withering the white lions and the
And getting it off as well, because
Yeah.
you know they're going to try and stop
Yeah.
it. And you'd be so pleased with your little ratty self.
I'll drain
scratching
magic.
your little maw. And then...
Right at the end, Larry will just, I'll drain magic.
And this is
Yeah,
the thing
I'll
with
drain magic.
Malarial
Oh,
is-
6 dice to spill it. I'll
Yeah.
drain magic.
Yeah, and this is why I think it's so good with her.
It's
as well.
so obnoxious.
Yeah, it
I'd
really
love
is.
to take High Elves to an event, play Skaven, let them have Wither twice. And just go, I'll
Yeah.
drain magic. Oh, and you've
Not
dispelled
knowing
it.
him though, he'd do that, and then his
I'll try
opponent he'd foul it, and his opponent total power the Wither next turn.
Hey, that is a bold move
That's
to
a-
let him have
That's a
it.
big play to let him have it.
It's funny though when it comes off, isn't it?
It would
Oh.
just. So our second signature spell is Soul Quench.
Mhm.
Let's go for that one, Max.
So it's cast on an 8, it's a magic missile, range of 18, causes 2d6 strength 4 hits. The casting can choose to have this spell instead inflict 4d6 strength 4 hits for a casting value of 16.
Solid. Solid
Second,
magic
second
missile.
value's not even very high.
Not really.
We saw this in the Kane's Ring of Fury,
Yep.
Yeah.
so it's that, but you can boost it this time.
And have a counter. I do
Yes.
damage
Yeah.
and I get harder to kill. That doesn't seem like it's too good.
It's a good. It's like it's a mid-level fireball, an additional like above-level fireball.
Yeah.
And the thing is, like a top level fireball
And
is 3d6 on 18.
Yeah, I was going to say, and the boosted value casts on 2 less.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For
4
D6
less.
more hits.
It's 4
No,
less, isn't it?
No, it's 18.
I think.
No, I'm on about the
Mid level's 10.
Yeah.
Oh, I
Or
thought
fireball.
mid-level was 12.
No,
It's
10.
10.
10. Okay.
It's 5,
But
10,
it
18.
isn't flaming, I suppose, which is the thing. But
It's
then
not
actually,
flaming.
that's quite good sometimes.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world.
So yeah, this is really strong. What I like about Law of High Magic is that I definitely think it's meant to be like a blend of all 8 winds,
Yeah.
like in the fluff. So I think they've tried quite hard to sort of go, oh yeah, this is a spell that's inspired by kind of this wind or that wind. I think that's really cool. And Soul Quench for me is probably
Death.
probably Death that's kind of inspired that one.
See, it's quenching souls. It's not burning you. It's
Yeah,
quenching
it's
souls.
quenching your soul,
Yeah.
which is really cool.
Fire Convoc could be the full.
With
The
the
fire.
fire one, yeah.
Of course.
So we'll go on for
What do you think Drain Magic is, just quickly?
what's left. I think it's I think to my memory when I worked this out before, it's beasts
Yeah.
Yeah, because
because it returns you to your raw natural state. That's right,
Oh,
and
yeah.
it returns you to nature
Oh,
like a true
you are
beast.
clutching.
Death,
Where are those
Death
straws?
light,
Yep, shadow,
shadow,
Heavens,
heavens, metal,
metal.
fire.
Oh, so it has to be. It's beasts.
It's
Beast because
Oh,
it
you're clutching.
it returns you to your natural state. It
You're
removes
clutching.
all of
He-
those
right.
horrible things.
He's not wrong.
So let's move
I
on.
don't like his explanation. He's wrong. He's gone the wrong way around, but he's right.
Yeah. He's out of line, but he's right.
That's the one I'm thinking. That's the meme I'm thinking.
So Apotheosis comes next. This is spell number 1. Cast on a 5+. I just want to start by stressing that. It's amazing.
5+ to cast. Apotheosis is an ornament spell that targets a single model within 18 inches. The target immediately regains a single lost wound. The wizard can choose to cast a more powerful version of Apotheosis. If he does so, the target immediately gains D3 lost wounds, in which case the casting value is increased to 10. Regardless of how many lost wounds, if any, are recovered, the target also gains fear.
Yeah, it's nice. Treat yourself.
No one ever remembers fear.
No, because it's
No.
rubbish. No, and the other reason is...
they normally cast it on Frost
Frost
Arts, which
Arts,
already causes terror.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, really strong on your apex units. This is great on keeping your characters alive.
Yep.
And it's also really strong on things like your Frost Hearts or dragons if you're playing that sort of game as well. You know, Star
Any
Dragon
sort of-
is scary.
In the words, so any sort of single entity monsters.
Yes.
Yeah, it's really good.
So moving on then.
Yep.
Or do you want
Anything else to say about
I
Apotheosis?
don't think there's
That's
a lot
your
else to
life
say.
one, obviously.
That's
Yeah.
the life spell. Yeah, I think that's probably as good as we can say. You get a shield counter.
Yeah, shield counter.
And the 5+ version is a really easy shield counter
Wait,
because
5+. That's just that's Technic's wizard level.
it's something that we probably should mention is that a lot of the time you find just it's as much about casting to get a shield than it is about getting the spell off. I've lost count of the times I'm like, yeah, I'm going to apotheosis my BSB. They're like, does he give him more wounds? I'm like, no.
No.
But he's on 4 wounds. Yeah. Doesn't give him fear because he doesn't restore any lost wounds.
No, it's regardless of whether
Regardless.
any lost
Oh,
wounds
is it?
restored or
Sorry,
not.
apologies. I thought he had to restore a lost wound. So yeah, it gives him fear.
I'll pick that. I'll pick that spearman.
Pick Spearman in the 3rd rank.
Rank, yeah, and it's like, right, okay, well, I'm going to let you have it, mate. Cool, shield counter. And then
Think it's got a free also.
and suddenly you're like, I've got to stop this as much as any other
You've got
spell
to
because
stop
I'm trying to
everything.
actually not stop the spell. The effect I'm trying to stop is the attribute.
One thing that I
Horrible.
would say, I know we don't normally do this, but we did it for Banner of the World Dragon. For anyone fighting High Elves, if you know that what you want to stop is the shield counter, if that's sort of your main aim, which a lot of the time it is, and I completely get it, you have got to be sure that you can stop every spell.
Yeah.
Because otherwise it isn't worth it. Otherwise you just need to focus on the spells that are actually going to do you
Yes.
damage or debuff you or buff them up that you're actually worried
It's
about.
basically
yeah.
just
If you're
rewrite.
just doing it for the Safri counters, let the ones go that you don't.
Yeah,
if you can't do it for all of them, rather, if you,
Where-
can't, you
where-
might as well let the ones go that don't do anything.
Where you learn how to dispel magic, where you learn to play the game, there's now a subtext.
Yeah,
High elves, high magic.
Yeah. And this is shield counters. Yeah, 100%.
absolutely.
So, but I think you're absolutely spot on. That's a really great bit of
If you
advice.
can't dispel everything, then ignore when he casts Apotheosis on the Spearman in the 3rd rank.
If
Because
it's
you
like-
can't dispel everything, you've got to let something go.
If it's like an 8 to 4 magic, right? Magic
yeah,
power
you're
spells.
not going to dispel everything.
So just focus on the
Focus
killers.
on the ones that are actually going to do you damage or buff them up.
Yeah.
So Hand of Glory,
Hand of
our
Glory.
Law of Light spell now.
Yeah. It's Banner 2. Cast on a 5. Augment spell. Range of 18. Target units, weapon skill, initiative, or movement, you choose which, are increased by D3 until the start of the cast's next magic phase. The wizard can choose to cast a more powerful version of the spell, then instead increases all 4 characteristics by D3. Don't roll a separate D3 for each, you roll 1 D3 and it affects all of them. If he does so, the casting value is increased to 10.
So this is a spell I always say is better for the Lizardman high magic
Yeah.
players than for the high elf ones because they
Yeah.
start with a much stronger stat line.
The ballistic skill is good.
Yes, very good.
The initiative is okay if you want to go first before other elves if they're great weapon wielding.
Well, it's not just that; it's the Frost Art synergy. Then
Yeah.
you get the Frost Art in. I've made you ASL. You're not getting a reroll, but you're a Witch Elf. You're initiative 6, and I'm on initiative 5.
Yeah.
I'll go for that now. I'm getting a reroll.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's really going to be helpful there.
That's where it comes into play. But again, it's better for Lizardman because you've really got really high weapon skill for like your elite stuff.
But the big positive here is that other than Teclis, you can't be Lawmaster.
No.
So you
No.
know you're going to drop some spells to get at those 2 amazing SIGs
Yeah.
we just talked
This
about.
is a droppable.
Which you can build your entire battle plan around those SIGs. They're so strong.
Yeah.
And so this is one that's droppable for high elf
Yeah,
players a lot of the time.
Yeah.
So should we move on to our Law of Shadow inspired spell now?
Yeah.
Which is a Walk Between Worlds.
Yeah, this is cast on an 8. It's another augment spell that targets a single unengaged unit within 24 inches. Target gains ethereal, special rule, until the end of the magic phase and can immediately move up to 10 inches as if it was the remaining move sub phase.
How do they spell that? Yeah.
I'd love to know. I want to put that into some rules.
W-U-B-U-B-U-B-U-B-U-B.
I want to see what YouTube does on the closed captioning of that.
That's amazing.
The wizard can choose to cast a more powerful version of the spell in which... Yeah.
And that.
In which case they move 20 inches in exactly the same way we just described.
Yeah.
I've got to help.
I can't word well apparently.
No.
No.
Which the target instead gains ethereal and moves 20 inches.
Yeah.
Remaining move subphase is the more important part.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it's a 16 plus to cast a boosted one, which is an 11.
I'll be
if you're
better.
Level 5.
I'll be better
level
for the
4
next
with
one.
the high magic +1.
It's 10 if you're techless.
Yes. So look, this movement spells are the lifeblood of movement is the lifeblood of competitive Warhammer.
Mhm.
Movement
Absolutely.
spells. If you think whenever we talk about Van Hal's Dance Macabre, we talk about trying to think of others now.
There's a Beastman one.
The Tomb King one that's a Seek.
Yeah.
That's really good.
Bestial
Yeah.
Surge, Acquiescence
that's
Choir,
Yeah.
any spells that kind of give you a second bite of the movement cherry
or Prevent It.
or prevent it. Yeah.
Yeah.
They are top tier powerful
Curse.
spells.
They can
Yeah.
take the dangerous terrain.
This is a great spell, and the fact that I become ethereal is extra spicy.
Tell us the story of the Frost
Yeah,
Heart Phoenix.
we all know you want to tell the story.
Well, all I was going to say is it means that
he was
means
going to tell the story.
that you don't have dangerous terrain to worry about. So things like, and where I've seen some good some good interactions with this spell with things like the Curse of Amra here,
Yeah.
where you curse me and I'm like, okay, well I'll just
I'll
pick
just
them
walk
up and
between
move
worlds.
them with the Walk Between
Yeah.
Worlds. So, and it becomes musty spell so often.
Yeah.
Hand of Gork's another one.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah, that is a musty spell.
Yeah.
And the 20 inches, where did they get that figure from on that boosted value?
Flying.
20
Well,
inches.
imagine they took the 10 from the
But-
base value and
Yes,
then doubled
but that is, if you think about other movement spells like that, 8 inches for the vampires, one, a
Yeah, I
normal
mean,
move.
even the
like-
basic 10 is a lot.
Yeah, 20.
Yeah, that's bad.
Wild number that is.
Mm.
And it's so powerful if you want to be an aggressive, forward-moving player.
Mm.
Now, the Fnatic incident I've got noted here is
Yeah,
I played a game with a fellow where I put some Lyrian Reavers up. He had 6 units of Night Goblins, all with 3 Fanatics in each.
Obviously.
He fired them all out, obliterated those poor
Obviously.
children of Illyria, did their duty, and then I 20-inch magical moved a Frostheart, single model, and just was like, oh, I'm just going to walk him along the floor. There's nothing that says I can't walk him along the floor for those 20 inches, and then just walked him through all the Fanatics. Just made some chicken noises, pecked some Fanatics
I'll
Fanatics
move
up.
2 inches, hit that one, I'll turn. I'll move
You get
that
the
one.
idea, guys. And we just walked along, and I got 16 of the 18 like that.
I can imagine the seething anger.
Do you
Yeah,
know
that
what?
guy must have been livid.
It was the complete opposite. I did it, and he was like, "Can I see the card?" I was like, "Yeah." I gave him the card. I did it. He gave me the card back and just shook my hand. Just put his hand over and like shook my hand and went, "That's really good, mate. Awesome." And I was like, it just came to me in that moment of being like, "What am I going to do about all these fanatics?"
He did that to be a good sport.
Oh, he
On
was
the
a
inside,
really, really top guy about it.
He was cussing you out, mate.
He
Yeah.
was a great guy about it, but
Go on then, tell us you wind blasted the second to
no,
last
I
one
didn't.
into the last
I
one.
didn't. Could you
Kill 'em
imagine?
both.
That'd be amazing. I didn't do that. I'm not that level of player. I'm not that good. But this is, I mean, that's really situational.
Yes.
But you know, you start looking at things like Mangler Squigs. You start looking at railroading stuff
Yeah.
and just pinning it in position. There's so much
just being,
you can do.
just
with
being
That's
movement.
really
amazing.
aggressive against a really defensive opponent.
Yeah, and War Machines. Just the ability to pick up like a Frost Heart or pick up a regiment almost and just slide them through a tight gap and drop them. And certainly because it's as if it was remaining moves, fast cavalry can
So
do all of their
Ethereal,
jam.
Ethereal doesn't let you move through units. So that's
No,
only
no,
Hex
it's
Race.
Hexrace specific.
Yeah.
Hex Race can do
That's-
that themselves. So you can't just...
No, but you can go through impassable terrain
Yes.
like that because you're ethereal.
Yeah,
And-
you just can't stop it.
And if you pick up fast cav or flying units,
They can
They can just do
fly
it.
or zip.
or
Reform
zip,
on the mark.
which is really strong. Great spell, and you get a counter. Treat yourself.
Yeah. You know, get yourself counter.
Onto our Law of Heaven's inspired spell now, and that is at Tempest.
Yep, so Tempest. Cast on a 12, direct damage spell this time round.
Oh, sorry, just to interject, we've just covered the first 5 spells, and they have a grand total of 8, 5, 5, 8, and 7 as their casting values. Now, that's what we were talking
Very
about with
low.
the Book of Hoeth earlier. Ridiculous when you start applying Liliath's Blessing and then the book.
Yeah.
Just beyond strong.
So Tempest, direct damage, cast on 12. Place a large round template. Doesn't even start off small, just
No.
larger.
Just a big one.
Place a large round template within 30 inches of the wizard. Then scatter it d6 inches. All models hit by the template suffer a strength 3 hit. Models fly suffer a strength 4.
See? drawing in that lore attribute there. See, that's the heavens on.
If a unit suffers any unsaved wounds from the spell, it suffers a -1 modifier to all to hit rolls of both shooting and combat until the start of the caster's next magic phase. Shooting attacks do not use ballistic skill must roll a 4+ on a d6 before firing, or the shots are lost.
It's difficult to wound a cannon with it. Yeah, so very ice shardy. So this one is one that you see a lot of people drop. And I think it gets a touch of an unfair rap.
I see a lot of lizards drop it, cast it turn 1 and contemplate it.
Yes.
From their lands.
Yeah.
All the time.
And I think it gets a slightly unfair rap. A large template, it only scatters D6. Which
a lot of large
templates
scatter 2d6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you think, like, against certain armies, and this is not for everyone, what I'm saying here is, don't just automatically swap this for the SIG. If you're playing Empire, if you're playing Goblins, other elves,
Vampires.
particularly Wood Elves,
Yeah.
because it's -1 ballistic skill, isn't it?
No, -1 to hit rolls.
Sorry.
Tomb Kings, toughness 3 for all the Tomb King stuff. Skaven,
Vampires.
Vampires.
Anything low toughness, low armour, you're just dropping a massive load of hits.
But
on them.
even then, stuff like Demons and Warriors, you large template, you're hitting a lot of models. You don't have to get 1 through. You got the -1 to hit.
Yeah. And is it just against? Is that for all hits?
Shoot and combat.
That's harsh.
Yeah.
It's not
underrated by the community.
It's not an immediate drop. I say Hand of Glory for High Elves is more of an immediate drop than this is.
Yes.
Yeah.
But you probably do want to drop 2. And
Because
this
you
will
want Soul
often,
Wedge and Drone Magic.
this will often be the one you feel. And that's something else that's worth remembering as a High Elf player, is that you do realistically want at least 2, possibly 3 of your 4 spells on your level 4 to be Augment Hex. You really want to have at least 2 augments, because you can't cast magic missiles in combat. You can't cast direct damage at units that are in combat. So once you get in and you're trying to maximise your shield counters,
then you can't.
The last thing you need is to only have one spell that will give you one, because your opponent's going to stop that spell at that time. So that's something else when you were talking about the shield counter stuff earlier. Do be aware of that, guys, if you're trying to counter shield counter play. And look at it and say, well, hold on.
What ones can they
actually do? But so just be aware of that. The next 3 are all direct damage, so you can't cast them if you haven't got front arc on a unit that's not in combat. So sorry, Max.
Moving on to
Arcane on Forging now.
Yeah.
Metal inspired spell.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's cast on 13. Lucky for Skaven. Arcane on Forging is a direct damage spell range of 24 inches that targets a single enemy model, even a character in a unit. The target suffers a single wound on a dice roll greater than or equal to the model's unmodified armor save. Models without armor save cannot be wounded.
Yeah.
So it's different from the metal, because metal wounds on 6 regardless.
No, it doesn't. It's no armor save, no wound.
No armor save is permitted against the wound caused by the spell. The owning player must then reveal to the caster all the magic items possessed by the target, if any. If the target has 1 or more magic items, randomly select one of them. That item is immediately destroyed on a roll of 2+ and cannot be used the rest of the game. Note that this spell has no effects on magic items that are mounts, magic items that contain bound spells that have miscast during the game, and any magic items labelled as one use only that have already been used during the game. Do not include these when randomly selecting the magic item.
So,
doesn't say that don't include
corpulence.
Don't include magic items that give you wounds.
Go gadget corpulence.
I'll take 2 wounds off.
Yeah. So
if you're mounted on on
a-
something,
Okay,
and have
imagine
an
being a
armor
greater demon with +1 wound and the 2 armor save. That's brutal. That's brutal. So look,
hilarious.
a couple of things to point out here that are important. The first one is that the spell doing the wound with the kind of Laura metal part at the beginning doesn't change the second half.
Yeah,
it's
you
not
don't have
dependent.
to do the wound
Don't
to destroy a
No,
magic
you
item.
can just pick a naked mole rat and turn it on.
and that is what you do very often. Now, you randomly select the magic item, bit annoying, but you got to think most characters will only have 2, maybe 3.
Yeah.
So you've got a good chance of getting the one you really want. Rolling a 2+ pretty easy, isn't it? Let's be honest. You should get that most of the time. You're going to kick yourself when you don't. Now,
Come on, point, re-roll it.
yeah. Now the thing
That's
is with this is that why it's so scary and why it's almost always an auto dispel for you. Know when your opponent's got no good magic items on someone because they
When
go
they
left or
let
They
right.
go, I'll let you have it.
But you know they're going to have good ones when they try and scramble to stop this. Crown of Command, 4+ ward save, Banner of the World Dragon. This is the anathema of those top tier game winning items. Rune Fangs. See you later, mate.
One that I think your brother, when he uses your high elves, does a lot. targets this early on at like level 2 wizards.
Does it with
Hero level
with
wizards.
these lizards as well?
The scrolls,
Yeah. Just anything that could have a scroll.
I think you've got a scroll. I'm
Yeah.
going to hit you with this spell. Oh, you've only got a scroll. 2+ I destroy it. Well, of course you could just use dispel
You
scroll to dispel it. And what you do is just guarantee that dispel scroll is gone.
Yeah.
It's really horrible. It's a really brutal tactic.
Really good.
I've got here. John does this with scroll caddies. Harsh.
Harsh.
It is harsh,
It is
but it's
harsh.
a really,
Yeah, I can
really
imagine-
good
I can imagine
tactic.
back in the day he'd go with his gloves.
Yeah, maybe with his kill gloves.
Kill gloves. Get it.
Make a kill.
Make
Make
a kill
it.
gloves. That's what I called them. Make a kill gloves. But yeah, I mean that's it really. It's so horrible because most people, when you see a low level wizard, you know they're going to have something like that. If it ain't a scroll, they have like a scroller's shield in or something
There's
cheeky to help them out
Civity's
late
Hex
game.
scroll.
Ruby Ring of Ruin possibly as well.
Yeah, and just gobble that up. It's really great on BSBs. One thing that is an under kind of thought about element to this spell, I think, is that you hit something like a BSB on a demonic mount, say.
Yeah.
Right. And you get rid of a magic item, but you know what magic
No,
items
yeah.
they've got. So before you go into that unit, and it's really good on unit standards as well. I hit the unit standard. Well, if he dies, then the guy next to him picks it up. I know.
Like, tell us about him.
Got any magic banner on there, mate? Oh, you do. Excellent.
2+, not so much.
Yeah. So this is a really strong spell.
Yeah.
Its only drawback really is that it's direct damage, but I think it's got to be reasonable somewhere.
It'd be obscene if it was a hex.
Just imagine if it was a hex. Bad line of sight, mate.
Oh, we're in combat. Yeah, I'll turn your magic sword off.
I always remember the first big boy beatdown. Just turning Arcan's armour off.
Yeah.
His arm fell off and just in his pants.
Yeah.
His pants, the helmet, and the sword.
just
You were
dissolve his armour.
concerned that you'd turn that James had. You were concerned rather that you would turn the sword off, which would mean he didn't have magical attacks and could go in and just rip apart those dragon
Just
princes.
beat you down.
I wanted to turn off the
3-up wall save.
3-up wall save.
Yeah.
His armour is no match for Sunfang, but his 3-up wall save is. He died. I'll let you work out who he is. Watch the video. So finally, we're on spell number 6 now. Fiery Convocation, our unit killer.
Not conflaguration.
Due to the blessing of Liliath, I'm ahead of myself. Do you want to read it out?
Yes. So it's cast on a 19. It's
It's having a great day over here, and
Yes.
this remains in
terrible
play.
for me.
Remains in place well this time round.
Yeah.
Direct damage with range 24. Every model in the target unit takes a strength 4 hits with flame attack special roll. At the end of every subsequent magic phase, every model in the target unit suffers a strength 4 hits with flame attacks special roll.
It's just brutal.
Yeah, it really is.
It kills 2 magic phases.
Yeah.
Because they throw their dice at it, and if they fail to stop it, next turn they're probably going to throw their magic dice at it, so they don't take another burn of the burst of the burn. You do have the option to Gem of Sunfire it, we talked about earlier.
Yep.
It's not going to come off all that often, but if it does, you're going to like it.
I mean, there's a few units that aren't particularly bothered by it. Stuff like 2-up walls against flaming.
Yeah, a lot of magic resistance,
Yeah.
basically, is less
But
concerned.
even those, like, I had this cast on my Infernal Guard, an event. They were 4-up wall save against that because they had like magic res in there as well. They still took half the unit off. I'm like,
Do you know,
You need to roll better, mate.
in a very similar vein, though, when we played the game we were talking about earlier, Vampires and High Elves on the channel, I think I Cursor used the big unit with the botwood for the 2-up ward save, and I think I still killed quite a few because
The
Scott
amount of
didn't
times, yeah.
dispel it. He let it run because
Until
he
he's
stopped
got
a
like
good
a 2-up.
save.
And you're like, actually, I should probably start
And
spelling
actually,
this now, 'cause
I'm
losing
actually
a lot of white
fouling
lines.
some spell. I'm actually fouling some saves. So it's really difficult. This spell. When we went to North Remembers.
that's the event I keep. I can't remember it.
Game 5. Sam McQuillan, he's my Silver Helm user and Lizardman friend. He played me in the final
Top G.
game, and he convoked my unit of halberdiers.
Yeah.
I killed 29 of 40 the first roll of the spell. It was particularly spicy.
Ooh.
And I literally just went, they're all dead.
Yeah, there's no
I'm not-
point dispelling
I'm not
it.
even going to try and
for
save
11
them. I'm not gonna,
models.
took 4 more rounds of the burn before they all died. So I was just pleased that it took that long. There was a point where he was like, I'm not sure they're going to die before the end of the game. I'm like, I've got 2 halberdiers! Leave!
How
Turn 6, they burned still.
much ag
agony are you in?
Yeah, burning
Boy,
four turns.
How much
I like,
agony?
I like,
Get
to
out
think,
there.
I like to think they were like, do you think the general and the wizards are going to stop this? No, they must not realise it's going on. It's fine.
They can't see us. They
I
saw
don't
us.
reckon they burnt to death at the end. They just looked at each other and stabbed each other
Yeah.
to put themselves out of their
Should
misery.
we just play dead?
Get away, please.
This is cast on a 19, but due to the blessing of Lilith, basically looking for a 14 on the dice
From a level 4.
from a level 4 wizard, which is
4 dice.
average 4 dice. You start getting the Book of Hoeth involved, this becomes very easy. I've lost count of the times that they've used all their dispel dice against me on this spell and failed to stop it.
Yeah.
And then it's all tears before bedtime.
Yeah.
Because then it's another 2 turns before you get another chance to stop it.
Well, they can stop it in their turn
No, I mean...
and spend all their power dice stopping it, which is exactly what you want.
No, that's what I mean. So they cast it in you cast it in your turn, they take the burn. They fail to stop it in their turn, they take the burn.
Yeah.
They take the burn in your next
Well,
turn.
that's it. Do you want to stop it, or do you want to use your dice to cast spells? It's just brutal. There's nothing like this. There's no Curse of Years is close, but it's not that.
It's not
consistent
quite that. Yeah.
hit, and it strips regeneration as well. Just in case you were wondering. So your Law of Life is a lot less effective against it as well. This is your Law of Fire spell. Spoilers.
Yeah.
It's just really I can't.
Yeah, it's a great spell.
Talk enough about it. It's insane. Look at the
Very,
other deep
very
dives
good
we
spell.
talked about. High Magic, and we'll be there as well. So let's get a rating score for the Law. So it's a 4 for variety of spell types. It's a 4 for the power and frequency of that Law attribute. It's a 3 for the average spell range, which is one of the few things that lets this Law down. It hasn't got humongous range. It's a 4 for spell flexibility. A 4 for the average casting value, and that's thanks to us applying the blessing of Lilith,
Lilith sort of drop one off.
there's no one in this book that can cast spells from this Law that doesn't get it.
No.
So you know that's that.
Oh no,
No?
if Fire can't do it,
Nope.
it's
No.
bad magic.
And then you have a 3 for the quality of the signature spells, and that's just because one of them wasn't cast on a 5+, really. Now that gives this score this Law a whopping score, is what I was going to say, of 22 out of 24.
Oh, highest.
Not bad, is it?
You love to see it. I mean, it's dropping 2 points. It's absolutely brutal. But like I said right at the beginning, I never go into a game and think to myself, oh, I wish I had this. I wish I didn't have high magic.
Yeah.
Because I've got it all there. I've got what I need to win. It's really strong. And that is your
Certainly
Law.
is.
So without roasting in this room anymore on Laws of Magic, I think we'll safely finish this section and we'll bring you the final part of today's deep dive.
Well, we can roast as we go through some armies.
As we cook ourselves to different army lists. So let's check those out. So, as regular deep divers will have come to expect, we're going to finish up today's video with 3 sample army lists. Now, these are all 2,500 point army lists. One of them is completely uncomped, as you would normally see, so not using our system. If we weren't using our system, basically, and you could take whatever you wanted, this is what I'd probably take. Scott would definitely take. And then we've got 2 other lists that are both using the Triple Crown GT comp. One is a really aggressive playlist, and the other one is a more kind of defensive or gunliney type list. So let's take a look at that uncomped aggressive play monster.
Who's leading it, James?
It's Alariel, Max.
Who's supporting her in Heroes, James?
Caradrian on Ashtari. But wait, there's more. There's also a Noble Battle Standard Bearer with Dragon Armour, the Enchanted Shield, the Sword of Anti-Heroes, and the Golden Crown of Ashtar. He loves it. We've got 3 units of 5 Illyrian Reavers with bows and spears. We've got 24 Lothern Seaguard with shields and full command.
Because you need 625 point score.
And they do the job. We've got 32 White Lions with full command, the Banner of the World Dragon. And we're probably going to put these 7 wide, and we're going to drop Alariel and our BSB in there. And, you know, because it's not cool enough, we're going to take another 2 Frostheart Phoenixes.
So that's 32 White Lions with the Boltwood.
Yep.
3 Frostheart Phoenixes.
Yep.
Alariel. And some core.
Yep, bit of flaming attacks on the Caradrian
Yeah.
Phoenix as well. Just a big treat for us all. So this is raw, just aggressive filth. You just run at your opponent with this one. So you'll notice that this list is full of survivable combos and units that allows the player to drive forward hard and unyieldingly without worrying so much about how much damage they take in return. That White Lion unit is really hard to do damage to. You're probably going to stick with 4 on high magic for Alariel.
Yeah, definitely.
Unless you're fighting demons, then you'll probably take some life and some light and maybe some life as well. You mix it up.
I don't know if I'd bother with life. I think I'd probably just go 1 on light, 3 on high.
I might go 2 and 2, light and high, but I'd have to see what I was feeling. It depends what they've got as well, to be honest, because if they've not got spellcasters, if they've gone like the Wall of Nurgle with no real spellcasters, I would definitely go 2 and 2. I wouldn't be looking for Drain Magic, I'd just be looking for Soul Quench and something good from them.
Yeah,
I don't know, it's difficult.
Unless you've got a unit killer in your army, then you're going to struggle.
Oh, massively so, yeah. And even then, if it's a strength-based one, it's not that great, because these are strength
Or an initiative-based one.
Yeah.
You're basically going to be looking at just final trans.
Final trans here, really,
Arms
yeah.
of Pools.
Strength-based though, isn't it?
Yeah, I suppose, yeah.
You've got to get the Word of Pain off as well to really be sure. So this is hard, let's be honest. It's hard to break down because of the ward saves.
Yeah.
Alariel's unit, we know, has a Mundane ward save thanks to a Shield Stone. It has a Magical ward save thanks to the Botwood. We've got 3 Frostheart Phoenixes that are toughness 6 with 5 or possibly 4+ ward saves.
One of them going to have Caradrian on it.
Caradrian has got a 4+ ward save and magic resistance. So you can get the Reavers and the Sea Guard easily.
You can get 625 points.
Woo!
If you can catch the Reavers.
Yeah, if you can catch them.
And effectively, you've got 3 of the best monsters in Warhammer that come in, and this just goes into stuff and it just grinds it to death very quickly. It probably breaks it on the first turn with a hammer strike. If it doesn't, it certainly grinds it out across a couple of turns on a bad day. It does lack a scroll.
Oh no.
Yes.
And it is fair to say it isn't the most flexible army you're ever going to play. Doesn't have much shooting, kind of has only really got 1 threat block. As such, so you do have to watch out for what we talked about earlier with the kind of chaffing and the catching out.
Yeah.
But ultimately, it makes up for that with ridiculous amount of strength 6 hitting power, and a phenomenal leadership value of 10 for everyone who's within the bubble for Alariel.
You've got decent chaff clearance though in those 15 Illyrian Reavers, 24 Sea Guard, 24, 26?
24.
24 Sea Guard, even Frost Hearts.
Yeah, Frost Heart's great chaff clearance.
Yeah.
Chuck them in, eat the chaff.
Move
on. And again, you've also got the magic missiles from Alariel, which you know she can get access to quite easily. She can guarantee 2 in any given circumstance if she throws 1 on Laura Light and swaps for it.
Yeah.
So not that I'm saying I would, but she can if she wants.
Yeah.
It's a tough cookie. It's also a -9 on our comp system. Just
It's
so you know.
changed. It's changed from -11.
Yeah, it is a -9 on the 2022 GT comp pack. Because no scroll went up in value, basically. But
Alariel came down, didn't she?
no, she stayed the same.
No, she stayed the same.
Tempest
That was it, yeah.
But ultimately,
The other one.
this spell, this kind of list is probably a bit too heavily comped to take to GT that uses our sort of system. You're just going to struggle to really make up all the points you need.
You'd probably be able to beat all the players there. You just won't win the tournament.
Yeah, but if I was like looking close to winning and I drew you in the late rounds, like 4 or 5, I'd probably look at you and think I'm going to struggle to beat you. But maybe like losing 11-9, 12-8 is probably enough for me.
Go for the 10-10 or so, yeah.
Yeah, you've got a big comp deficit with this list. So that's why we put this as our uncomp one. We'll move on now. We'll take a look at the 2 lists that we have done Triple Crown comp with Triple Crown comp in mind, probably a better way to put it. Now the first one is an aggressive playlist, and it actually won the 2019 Triple Crown Wargaming Grand Tournament.
It did.
Or Triple Crown 5 as it was known then.
Yeah.
So we've got Archmage on the Law of High Magic with the Book of Hoeth and the Talisman of Endurance. 305 points of filth. You have a Noble Battle Standard with the Sword of Anti-Heroes, the Enchanted Shield and Dragon Armour. And a level 2 Wizard on the Law of Life. So nothing too exciting there. Heroes, you've got the obligatory 3 units of 5
Heroes or
Reavers. Core, sorry. You have the obligatory 3 units of 5 Reavers with bows and spears. And you have 26 Lothern Sea Guard with shields and full command, so a couple more this time.
Yep.
Going into the special slot, and this is a classic multiple aggressive threat. It's got 3 or 4 horrible things to deal with. The first one being 25 White Lions with full command, the Banner of the World Dragon. Our BSB is going to drop in there with our Law of Life Wizard for regeneration on them. And we've got 23 Phoenix Guard with full command and the Razor Standard. We'll probably go 6 wide on these, and our Archmage will go in there for 3+ ward saves for free. I cast and spell. And then that's supported again by 2 of the Azurian's finest Frostheart Phoenixes. So 4 big threats. In fact, I've used this list on the channel as well.
Using against the demons,
very similar. This list, yeah, because it's really strong.
Yeah.
So you've got two really hard to deal with blocks. One's going to have a 3-up ward save. The other one is strength 6 and stubborn. You've got 2 Frostheart Phoenixes that support that. That support that by reducing enemy strength as well. So the armor on those blocks goes further, and they become harder to wound. This was a -4 comp score. It's worth saying. So it loses less than 1 point per game in a 5-game event. So it's not a bad little. It's a manageable level of comp score loss of points, if you like.
Definitely.
It's got plenty of chaff as well. Those 3 units of Reavers, which will block off important enemy charges that threaten sort of your Phoenixes. So isolating the Phoenixes is definitely the way to deal with them. So blocking off sort of important charges on that, and just in general stopping particularly your Phoenix Guard getting flanked. That's going to be their biggest danger zone. Yeah,
because the White Lions are inherently stubborn, so they can handle it more than the Phoenix Guard. For sure. And then, to be honest, that's really what I said earlier, which is the blocks go in, the Phoenix is going in support. You've got 1 Phoenix per block. Both enemy units that you're fighting then have reduced strength and go last. The blocks then basically grind your opponent to death quite quickly, and then you get the Thunder Stomps if they're infantry, and the strength 6 attacks from the birds as well. It doesn't have a lot of range threat. No.
Although you do have Soul Quench if you want it, and you have got 26 bow shots. Plus the 15 from the Reavers. That's not nothing. And there'll be times you do look and think, well, you've got absolutely none. So I can probably be a little bit more defensive than you. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Like when you play demons.
Yes. But this will carry threat against any list, really, because how do you deal with those 2 quite tricky blocks supported by 2 of the best monsters in the game?
Yeah.
Really good. So we're going to move on to our final list. This is our defensive playlist. And this one is similar to a list that I ran a long time ago, it'd be about 7 years ago now. Which I've got here. It topped the pops for me at that event, so I won with a similar list. But this, I must say, is probably not going to be an exact replica of that list because it was a long time ago and I don't remember everything that was in it perfectly. But it's not dissimilar as well. If you watch the game that Max and me played, you used the Porcine Pressure. And I used Teclis in that game, and it again had a lot of crossover with that style. So here we go. This one is led by Teclis. So we've had 2 special characters and then the Book Art Mage. Just a nice little treat for you all. It's got a Noble Battle Standard Bearer with the Sword of Anti-Heroes, the Enchanted Shield, Dragon Armour and a Luckstone. That's my list A option. As a Handmaiden of the Everqueen with a Reaver Bow and a Potion of Strength. I should have mentioned Teclis is using the 8 laws of battle magic. I have 3 units of 5 Reavers with bows and spears, and this time I had 28 Lothern Sea Guard.
Got up by 2 every time.
Shields and full command.
Treat yourself.
This could easily be a big unit of Silver Helms as well.
Yeah.
I think when the list that actually topped the pops, I seem to recall having some Silver Helms in it, if that makes sense. Then into special, I've got 25 White Lions with full command, Brand of the World Dragon, Teclis and the BSB will go in there. And look, I use Sword Masters when we played with the Porcine Pressure. These are stubborn. They are ever so slightly more competitive because they're stubborn, like we talked about earlier. I've got 2 Sky Cutters with Bolt Throwers. The elusive Boat Throwers, as I like to call them. And then in the rare slot, I've got 2 Eagle Claw Bolt Throwers, a Great Eagle, and 19 Sisters of Avalon with the Champion.
Teclis makes those sisters just a nightmare.
Yeah.
As you found out.
As I know from personal experience now.
Yeah. So I don't think you'd actually played that list when I was running it before for that event. I think I played a variant of it with my Warriors Chaos, used Teclis and the sisters. Oh yeah, that was an excellent game where
Dean Prince charged a unit of archers, Yokos Mind raised the archers, Dean Prince got taken off.
Oh dear.
That was the re-rack because we started. I went first, and Doom and Darkness, these big block of warriors, and shot 5 dogs in front of me, and they ran away.
Yeah, again.
Off the board.
Again.
He was like, should we just redeploy because that is absolutely outrageous. Every time.
Oh, so savage.
But this is what makes Teclis so good. You can look at any scenario and say, you know what? Yeah, actually, I'll bring in some Doom and Darkness this time, and I'll make, Chaos haven't got great leadership. Let's see what we can make run. And that's really what this list does. It's a -2 overall. And that is
not a big minus.
No, it's because I've gone for Boat Throwers over more Eagle Claws, basically, which are probably a more preferable version.
Yeah.
But what you'd want to do here, guys, is you'd want to have your 2 blocks, your White Lions and your Lothern Sea Guard together to support each other, and then you want your because you're going to use the shooting on the Sea Guard as well. Then you want your sisters on one end of that, and you probably want to put your Sky Cutters behind these units. One behind the sisters probably, and one behind the Sea Guard. Yeah, and this is so they can charge over using making the most of their flight, and protects them from getting charged themselves, which is obviously the big weakness of chariots. It shoots you a lot. Yeah. It shoots you a lot, and you're gonna mix and match your spells on Techless, as you always do. But if you think about what we talk about in the 20 tactics on Techless, you'll have Throne of Vines. You'll probably want Harmonic Convergence in this list with all the shooting. You'll definitely have Flaming Sword. You'll definitely have Enchanted Blades.
Yeah.
These things will bring it together for you, as you saw in the Beastman video. You only got to do that once, and it's such a powerful output, and you've got lots of high strength with the bolt throwers in there as well this time. I've got here the Reavers and the Eagle will share the duties of ensuring enemies don't make any crucial charges, and they'll also deal with war machines, which are a big threat for you with having so many kind of chariots and artillery pieces of your own that can just give points up to cannons. Techless boss is this, basically he is the linchpin. If he dies, you're in trouble. Using the blend magic ensures that he delivers maximum damage, and crucially the sisters and the bolt throwers kill lots of things. The Sky Cutters can be used as counterpunch in a classic kind of defensive list style, because they can charge over friendly units, which makes them really great. Ideally the White Lion Bunker wants to make combat once. In this army. It doesn't want to be there for a protracted period. It wants to go once, possibly with some Sky Cutter support for the impact tips,
Devastate that unit.
and it just wants to do its job and get out of there.
Yeah.
Techless is always going to be a risk in combat, and I know a lot of people will hide him behind. You could do that, but I generally take a little bit of a gamble and stick him in on the corner.
You could stick him in the sisters.
You could.
Or the Sea Guard.
It does require far fewer mistakes than the previous two lists to get things absolutely right, as we saw in the Paul Blind Pressure.
Is the point and click one. Techless is the
Scalpel.
The skill cap's gone up across these three lists actually, which I hadn't thought about, but it definitely has. Yeah, he's the Scalpel without a doubt. Although most
Alara was a sledgehammer.
Yeah, she is. Yeah. Although most of the boys here have played against a similar type of list that I've run. I don't know if you have. I think you might have. But you definitely have, and I think you can attest to the
how annoying it is,
the unpleasantness.
How
of it.
satisfying it is when you do finally get to run him over.
It's that beauty of having 8 spells which you've hand-picked, which means your opponent is going to look at it and feel like they want to dispel 6 of them every turn. It's that
it's always
must do it.
It's always like him and like Kairos are like the big ones to do.
Yeah,
that sort
they
of
are.
stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. So there you go. You've got defensive and a couple of multiple aggressive threat lists. A little bit of a mixture on list types as well. What can I say? We treat you at this place. We do. So let's finish up. That's the High Elf Deep Dive, all done for a second
2.0.
time. Yes, the re-installment, if you will, as I'm calling it.
Recrowning.
Yes. I think you guys will be able to see what High Elves perform in general very well in competitive play. They have lots of really strong units, they have several competitive types of builds, and they can do different styles of army well.
It's one of the reasons why I'm honestly just trying not to do it myself.
And like Scott said earlier, you've literally got probably the kind of crutchiest sort of, like with the Alariel, Botwood, Phoenix kind of action, you have got the kind of the most plug and play list in.
Probably, yeah.
That is that or Demons Wall and Urgo, isn't it? It's
probably.
one of those two. That's what you've got in this book. One of the 2 most plug and play lists in the game. However, hopefully, what you've seen has given you some thoughts about some new combos as well. Something could be exciting, maybe challenge yourself to use something different.
Using Morania's Waystone.
And see how it goes. Don't use the Waystone. And for you guys that aren't big High Elf generals yourself, I hope you've seen some of the weaknesses and some places that you can exploit those really sick combos, like the Botwood. Botwood +++. As always, guys, feel free to let us know what you think. Give us all your feedback on any of our social media platforms. Share your lists and ask us lots of questions. But we're going to leave it there now. So thank you for joining us in the Deep Dive studio, and we'll see you again real soon. Make sure you head back to the Night of the Realm Mustering Ground, where you can check out all of our other exclusive content.
See you later, guys.
Bye-bye.
Remember to tag your friends and like, subscribe and share. Then head over to triplecrownwargaming.com and become a Knight of the Realm today.
What are you doing, mate?
You alright?
Do it for